ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. A community vigil will be held in the Western Victorian town of Donald this afternoon to remember 13-year-old Layla Jeffrey. Matt Neal reports.
Layla Jeffrey was last seen on McCracken Street in Donald on July 4th. She was reported missing by a family member the following day. A major search of bushland on Thursday recovered human remains believed to be that of the missing 13-year-old. Police arrested a 16-year-old boy on Friday and charged him with one count of murder last night. He's been remanded in custody and will reappear in court later this year. The death of Layla Jeffrey has rocked the small Donald community. Locals are expected to gather this afternoon at a town hall for a prayer vigil in her honour.
A 16-year-old footballer who suffered concussion during an on-field incident at a local league match in Western Victoria yesterday is recovering in hospital. Yvette Gray reports.
Emergency services were called to the football oval in Japarat yesterday afternoon after the boy received a knock to the back of his head during a tackle in the under-17s match between Horsham Saints and Southern Mallee Thunder. The Horsham player suffered concussion and was assisted by off-duty doctors, volunteers and medically trained members from both clubs until paramedics arrived. Ambulance Victoria says he was flown to the Royal Melbourne Hospital in a serious condition. He's now listed as stable. Club President Sally Ison has confirmed the boy is alert and has full feeling back. The Wimmera Football Netball League says it's providing support to both clubs.
Police have laid a trespassing charge against a man who allegedly filmed inside the shipping container where Desi Freeman was living prior to his death in Victoria's northeast. Ashley Aldridge reports.
Desi Freeman was fatally shot by police at a property on Murray River Road in Tholagolong on March 30 after more than 7 months on the run. In April, footage appeared online showing the inside of the shipping container where Freeman had been living prior to his death. Victoria Police has confirmed it's charged a 43-year-old Yay man with a single count of trespassing. In a video online, the man confirmed he had been charged, saying he handed himself in to police after learning they were looking for him. The man is expected to appear in the Wodonga Magistrates Court later this year.
Consumer Affairs Victoria is cracking down on dodgy used car dealers as new laws are expected to come into effect this year that give the authority more powers to investigate. The state government says the new laws will make it easier to fine and prosecute odometer tampering. Consumer Affairs Minister Paul Edbrook says it's about ensuring Victorians don't get taken for a ride when they purchase a used car.
Alongside the new laws, Consumer Affairs Victoria will launch a statewide crackdown with a public education campaign for Victoria and a targeted compliance blitz on unlicensed traders as well.
The US military says it's begun launching a third round of airstrikes on Iran this week after a commercial vessel was hit in the Strait of Hormuz. Ali Crew reports.
The US military says the latest strikes come after a container ship was struck in the vital waterway. It says a civilian crew member is missing and the ship has been disabled due to a fire and damage to the engine room. Iran says warning shots were fired which hit the ship after it turned off its systems and diverted from the approved route as it attempted to transit the strait. Iran's Revolutionary Guards say the Strait of Hormuz is now completely closed until further notice. Iranian media is reporting explosions have been heard in the south of the country. US Central Command says Iran was given the chance to abide by the Memorandum of Understanding and the United States is now imposing a heavy cost.
To sport, and Jude Bellingham has starred in England's 2-1 win over Norway to progress to the semi-finals of the World Cup. ABC Sport's Amanda Shalala has more.
Norway was looking a little bit sluggish early on, but they came back. They scored an absolute wonder goal to go ahead in the first half through Andreas Schjelderup, and then England struck back through Jude Bellingham. England thought they had another through Harry Kane just before half-time, but he was offside, so it was ruled out correctly. Then in the second half, Norway thought they had another. This one was a little bit contentious. It went to VAR. Erling Haaland was ruled to have pushed over an England defender in the build-up to the corner, which the goal was scored from. So that was chalked off. Then we went to extra time, and Bellingham once again stepped up and delivered.
And Argentina has a 1-0 lead over Switzerland at half-time in their quarter-final match. To the weather now, there's a severe weather warning for damaging winds in parts of the northeast, East Gippsland and West and South Gippsland districts. For the state, mostly cloudy with scattered showers over southern and mountain districts. For Melbourne, cloudy, the very high chance of showers. We're heading for a top today of 14 degrees. Tomorrow, showers increasing 16. Tuesday, more showers about, also 16. Right now in Melbourne, it's 12 degrees. ABC News.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Lee. AFL Sunday on radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Hawthorn and Adelaide make their move into the top four. More umpire controversy, a giant comeback to keep the season alive, and everyone's still chasing Fremantle for AFL Sunday for round 18. The Hawks look to consolidate their spot in the top four, snapping the Blues streak as interim coach Josh Fraser's winning streak comes to an end in 7 wins in a wet and controversial night.
Sends it up to half forward. Gunston's hitting up high at left half forward. Rolls onto his right boot. What does he see inside the 50? Kicked it in the direction of Ginnivan, who didn't take the mark. Stayed active at ground level. Threw it on his boot and bounced it home. Who needs the wizard? Jack Ginnivan's got 3 and has kicked all of Hawthorn's goals. Gives it an almighty right to Chol. And Marvior Chol climbs the pack and pulls it in from the heavens. And not even he can miss from here. No need to watch this one for Chol. Handball over the top for Greaves. And Hawthorn brings Carlton's unbeaten run under Josh Fraser to an end. The Hawks cement a top 4 spot and take down the Blues by 64.
Adelaide are on the march, 10 wins from their last 13 games, thrashing the struggling Suns and into the top 4 for the first time in 2026.
Philthorpe flies into the pack and collides with everybody. Rankin pounces and snaps it through from 30.
Working his way through in difficult conditions was Hewland. Philthorpe off the keys! Dribbling goal on the left. A great team pressure goal.
Is it a free kick for further remonstration afterwards?
Another goal. Is it going to be a double goal?
Cameras are on Mac Andrew, unfortunately, who has a reputation.
Jake Saligo in game 100 gets the free kick off Mac Andrew. He'll start from 40, man on the marks, 15 out. It's easy as you like for the milestone man. Adelaide get a gift. Adelaide dominant over Gold Coast to a winless at the Adelaide Oval still. The Crows cash in on the setting Suns.
The Giants season is still alive, reeling in a 39-point deficit with the Cats left counting the toll and the loss of 4 points.
Gathered there by Manor, gets it back from Henry, run down by Angwin, but got the hands free. The tackle didn't stick, kept running on, Sean Manor, and kicks the goal! His third, that's the best of the lot, and maybe the best of the game. Hard work by Oliver, just absolutely knocked over Jeremy Cameron. He's in a whole lot of pain. Ooh. Cameron's feeling his shoulder. It was a fair contest, I think, by Oliver. Smashed into Jeremy Cameron. We'll have a ball up inside 50.
I see.
And that could be him done for the game, maybe the season. Bang from Oliver on him. And Cameron is writhing around in pain.
Picked up here by Cal Brown. Hand pass to Callahan. Eyes the goals from 48 out. It's an unguarded square. And it goes all the way. A flying fin might just have sealed the game. GWS. Gee, what a show. Well, in modern footy, often you ride the waves, and sometimes it's a tsunami. And the Giants, with one of their best wins of the Adam Kingsley era, run down a 39-point deficit late in the third term to win here by 13.
And the Saints snatch a crucial win in their chase for a wildcard spot against Port Adelaide with their acting captain Zach Butters awaiting scans on an ankle injury, which could be his last game in Port Adelaide colours.
Finds Aaliyah, spills it on the way through. Wanganeen Miller did well to break it up, then wins the footy. Kicks to Filippo, marks overhead, hand pass to Hill. Hill running, Hill shoots, Hill goals. The St Kilda veteran, the oldest man on the ground, shows he's still got every bit of it. From centre half back in the middle of the ground. Henry marks, Naz is on, got it to him. Wanganeen Miller receives, has a bounce, kicks inside 50 to Marshall. That is brilliant from Naz. On the outside of the right boot, kicks a check side to the ruckman.
He meant that.
Kicks down to half forward. Hall a heavy landing, and Butters gets up clutching his ankle too.
And St Kilda are staying alive in 2026 as Port Adelaide
are left counting the cost. And is it the last time that we see Zach Butters in a Port Adelaide jumper? The Saints by 14.
The other winners for round 18, Fremantle back on Thursday night by 38 points over the Sydney Swans. Collingwood by 4 points over North Melbourne on Friday night. It takes us to Sunday. The Western Bulldogs and the Eagles kick off proceedings from Docklands. Melbourne back in their 3:15 time slot at the MCG against the Tigers. And the Brisbane Lions and the Bombers to close out the round's footy. You know, it's been a big weekend when the highlights take a long time to work our way through. There has been so many talking points. So get in touch with us. 0437 774 774. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. The legendary premiership player, three-time premiership captain, three-time premiership player, Cameron Ling. Welcome back to you.
Oh, good to be with you, Clinchy. Good afternoon to everyone out there. I'm a little worried because I'm recording this in my basement, Clinchy, and
bunker.
I don't want to be told to get back to my basement or whatever Damien Hardwick's telling everyone. But great to be with you. Lots to talk about. Unfortunately, a lot of what we are going to chat about is injury-related and very important injuries to key players right across the competition. So plenty to dissect, but let's start with our highlight, like we like to. Ove Sunday, you and I, Clinchy, we're always glass half full type of guys. And I've got to go to the Adelaide Crows for my highlight. They have handled this season incredibly well with the pre-season and off-season injuries, the way last season ended, having won the minor premiership, and then obviously what happened with Isaac Rankin and the straight sets exit. Horrible injuries. You could think, oh no, this is going to be the year from hell. They didn't panic. They stayed calm. They scrambled their wins in that early part, and now the players are arriving back. Isaac Rankin's back in top form. They've probably got right now, as far as influence and form combination, the best captain in the business in Jordan Dawson, 29 touches and 2 goals. Riley Thilthorpe can have a quietish night like he did last night, and Tex kicks 5 and Rochelle kicks 3. Next week it'll be Thilthorpe's turn to stand up and kick 4 or 5. They are a really high-quality team who've handled a difficult year so well. They are flying at the right time of the year, Clinchy.
Yes, no, they certainly are. And given their finals exit last year, maybe that's the only way in which they could build their season. But 12 second-half goals as they piled on the pain and their confidence, the pain for the Gold Coast Suns. They're inside the top 4, and that's a place they haven't been so far this season. The only downside was Taylor Walker, who put in 5 goals. So that takes him to a career major of 699. And they take on the Sydney Swans next week. So that challenge will have to wait for another week. But as you said, Jordan Dawson, 29 disposals, 2 goals, doing his case for the All-Australian captain, no harm.
100%. I might be leading you in on your highlight here, Clinchy, because as good as Adelaide have been, it feels like the entire competition's just chasing one team, though.
Well, I do feel like every now and then we get swept up in what's happened in the last 24 hours. So I do want to go back to Thursday night and what Fremantle were able to do. The fact that they were held goalless in that opening half led you scratching your head wondering, well, are they as good as what they've been? Is there a little chink in the armour after their loss the previous week? And then to respond in the manner in which they did, the slam on the goals in the second half. And in the last quarter where the game was alive, it was a couple of the bookends that had me sort of thinking maybe this side is the best side in the team to beat. Alex Pearce, their captain, across half-back, and the effort of Shea Bolton in front of goal.
Back to Rowbottom. The Swans living dangerously. Inside forward 50, Pearce. The Moose chant goes up as the captain saves the day.
One down by Johnson, got it away to Bolton, ran straight into traffic, but somehow broke free. Umpire says play on. Bolton, remarkable goal. From the right forward pocket, somehow was able to escape the clutches of a Swan nearby.
So I know Charlie Curnow booted 5 goals, but Fremantle's score of 9,559 the last quarter is their largest fourth quarter in the club's history. This is off the back of what they did against North Melbourne a few weeks before that. And, Shea Bolton is one of those players come September that you just can't wait to see what he is going to do for this Fremantle lineup.
It's a good shout out, Clinchy. That was powerful footy, that second half. It was funny. I took it in. We were travelling back from the airport. I did get myself a little break, and we were listening on the radio to a bit of just what sounded like a weird average kind of game. You couldn't get the full picture of the intensity of that first half, but the 0 goals 11, thinking, hang on, what the hell is going on? And we made it back to our house about halfway through the third, and we sat and watched, all of us as a family, Fremantle just take over that game, and the power of the football had me thinking, everybody else is chasing this team. They are clearly the best team in it, and the power of their forward line. You mentioned Bolton, but Amos and Tracy, Frederick, the options they have up there, their midfield is deep, their back line led by Alex Pearce is rock solid. I think, wow, they are well and truly the best in it, and we almost start thinking about who might be next and who we need to come good. Otherwise, Freo are just going to walk this one in. But there is no such thing as a premiership that you can walk in. We know that come September.
So 0437 774 774. I might give you a heads up, Lingy. After your last word, I want to know who is the second best side behind the Dockers at the moment. Do you still think that is Sydney? Is Brisbane coming with a bullet? Some injuries for Geelong as to what that might mean. It's a golden opportunity for Melbourne this afternoon to just keep that door ajar, and the Hawks with a win last night. Yeah, Josh Tracy with 4 goals, Patrick Voss with 2 goals, Jai Amos and Shea Bolton with 2 goals. But I feel like Shea Bolton could almost be that Dustin Martin for Fremantle. If he plays like that in September, breaking out of tackles and spinning towards goal, they're going to be a sight to watch.
And I real credit to Shea Bolton, because he has the highs of those Richmond premierships and then leaves to go back home, but for big, big money. It was a massive deal, and probably was at risk of coasting in the rest of his career, having such talent, and would have got away with it, would have played fine football, still would have been a very good player. And I reckon for the first year at Freo, there was a little bit of that going on. But he is clearly going, hey, no, I just don't want to cruise the rest of my career. I want to take myself to another level. And you can see the work he must have put in over the off-season and pre-season. He is fit and flying. He's got that bounce in his step and the explosion in his body and the ability to go forward and impact, and everything he was doing a bit of at Richmond. Wasn't asked to do as much because you had like the Dusties of the world. Now he's the main man at Freo and delivering potentially to take them to their first premiership. Good on him for not just saying, I've got a massive load of cash in my bank account. No, I still want to be a truly great player, and he's demonstrating that this year.
Yep. Cameron Lang and Matt Clinch with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Given the talking points over the last 24 hours, I've called in a friend, and John Ralph will join us from the Herald Sun to take us through some of the events, and we start with that at the MCG last night, Lingy, where the wet weather made for crazy conditions for both Hawthorn and Carlton, but in the end, the Hawks were able to break Carlton's winning streak and their spirit with a 64-point win, but it was this controversy that led to the Jack Ginnivan goal that has had everyone talking.
Hardwick running around.
So Jack Ginnivan's
he's called play on. The umpire called play on.
And this is a 50, and then Ginnivan's just been knocked down by Cripps. Let's take a look at this on the replay.
I saw the umpire's arms go up. I'm with you, Bertie. On. You saw it. 100% his arms were in the air.
So the player on the mark's moved. It's been a 50-metre penalty. And Ginnivan slams this one through for his second.
What happened? Ginnivan had the ball about 55 out. Blake Hardwick ran around the back to get the handball received. He goes to handball it to him and then decides, no, I'm not going to do that. And here we go. Oh, he says play on. And then the guy comes off the mark and says, oh, no, I've changed my mind. That is a big blue, Berkey, for one reason. Goals are going to be like gold tonight, and they've just given him one. They've handed it to him on a silver platter. That is a poor umpiring decision.
Brent Harvey, Nathan Burke and Lauren Borden with the call on ABC Sport last night. What did you make of it, Lingy?
I thought, and Boomer, it was funny. Boomer was straight onto it. He immediately in the call. He's like, he's called play on. He did. Did he yell it out? His arms were certainly in the air. There is no questioning the action of play on, as in the arms in the air was there. Did he yell it out? I think it's just a blue. And it was Matt Stevic, am I right in saying, Clinchy?
It was.
I think it was Matty Stevic, who is just an outstanding umpire and a really experienced umpire. I think he's just made a really bad blue. And I would imagine, and I know Ralphie's going to join us in a sec, I would imagine the AFL come out and admit that, and it's hard to admit these things, but it's just a blue from a really high-quality umpire. We make mistakes. It's a crucial mistake. I get that. It gifted them a goal. But it was play on. Yeah, he signalled it, and I imagine he called it as well verbally. So I think, sadly, he's just made an error.
What's your decision? 0437 774 774. Here was the umpire mic, courtesy of Fox Sports.
Stand. Stay clear. Stand at it. Play. Play.
So does the play
Okay,
sound like play on, or is there enough of a distinction there? From Fox Sports and the Herald Sun, John Ralph can join you on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Ralphie, we've both had our little quick take on it. What have you made of what has become a flashpoint now, the umpiring this season?
Hello, guys. Hey, I'm pretty short on common sense, but I think that's what we require of the AFL umpires, don't we? And I think this is the most disappointing thing. Lingy says, yeah, he's a good umpire, a great umpire. He's the best umpire. 12 AFL Grand Finals, 60 finals, that's an AFL record. And the issue here, there were three ways in which you could have just used that common sense, say, I've made a blue, we reset the mark, Ginnivan, take your kick. Now, the faked handball to Blake Hardwick, and then we saw, of course, Adam Chera shuffle left on the mark. Since 2023, the rule is you can't fake a player into a 50-metre penalty. And then, of course, the hands that were rising up, well, that's potentially play on. And then, of course, play. So three stuff-ups there for Matt Stevic. The AFL today is working through it. Because it wasn't a game-altering decision, it's probably a decision, or more to the point of mea culpa for tomorrow morning. But the season has been spectacular. It's been blighted by just catastrophic AFL own goals.
Yeah, it's hard to debate that. I think if you had have used any other word other than play, then, as you said, common sense, he could have just said, you know what, I'm not going to give a 50-metre penalty, but I'm going to reset the mark here, and everyone probably would have conceded that. But given the conditions, it was such a big decision to make, so we'll wait to hear from the AFL on that one. The injury toll for Geelong after their loss to GWS, Ralphie, yesterday, 3 players, unfortunately, had to stay in Sydney. The most notable is Jeremy Cameron, and that AC injury, as to how significant that'll be for Geelong's push for a top 4 spot, be it a top 10 spot.
No doubt about that. And look, we've probably seen the last of him for the home and away season. I think the only question there is whether Geelong would say, do we put him in early and basically warehouse him in regards to the plate issue that has plagued him for so long. I actually had a bit of a look at one of the studies online that says that AFL players get back between, I think it's 3.5 and 6 weeks. Those that come back earlier than that, you might bend the titanium plate. But 6 weeks is a pretty reasonable estimate. So, you know, with a wildcard weekend, with 6 AFL games to go, and the fact that he was playing quite well at halfback for the first time this year, you know, I think Geelong would say, let's get the surgery done and let's try and get him up for maybe a 4-week finals campaign. We still don't have clarity yet on Tanner Bruin, who was in hospital, posted a photo of himself with a neck brace in a hospital bed alongside or next to his good mate who was taking a selfie with him, and then the throat issue for Jack Henry. Now, we haven't got details on that, but you think of Tom Lynch, who's just had a larynx issue that's kept him out for probably 6 weeks. And so, you know, there's lots of garden variety hamstrings, a trio of quite significant injuries, and we'll keep you up to date through the day on the specifics of those.
Really important players for the Cats as well, Ralphie. Thank you for the update on those. The other big injury so far in the round is Zach Butters and what looked like a really nasty lower leg injury, ankle injury. And, of course, we immediately speculate, is that the last time we've seen him play for Port Adelaide? What's the update on him?
Yeah, and I think that's probably correct. Port Adelaide this morning says that he has not had the scans yet, having flown back yesterday. But the syndesmosis, anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks, or 4 to 8 weeks rather. Connor Butterick had one last Friday night, and that's a 6 to 8 weeker. And so you think to yourself, yes, he's been the on-field captain. Is there a reason for him to get back for a final game? You know, what happens there? The only thing you can do is devalue his worth from a trade perspective. I was fascinated by Josh Carr's comments on ABC Radio on Saturday, where he said, we don't need to know until the end of the season his intentions. So often a club would want to know how much cap space they have or what draft picks they might get in to try and get back into the market. But we all understand they're looking for points for young NGA player Doug Cochran. So we've talked a lot about draft tampering, about, you know, players being more free in regards to whether they tell their clubs. But I think everyone knows where this is going at Port Adelaide. Even those close to him haven't officially been told he's moving. But it feels like he'll do 6 weeks of rehab, and then we'll see him again in Bulldogs colours for the first time next year.
Yes. John Ralphs with you from the Herald Sun. Jack Crisp got some good news from Collingwood on Thursday night. What about Jason Horne-Francis? You've highlighted one on X around his bump with Liam Stocker. Could he be in some hot water?
Yeah, I think he is, which is just extraordinary, really, given the likes of Lockie Jones also out with ribs, Georgiades, who's out with concussion, and, of course, the captain, Connor Rozee, is out long-term with a hamstring. So he ran past the ball in that St Kilda clash at Marvel Stadium, the Docklands venue, rather, and, yeah, jumped off the ground. It wasn't especially forceful, but when a player jumps past the ball, comes off the ground, it is normally under the MRI guidelines assessed as medium impact. So they take on Fremantle, who I think are going quite well. And, you know, they seem to be running on top of the ground with, you know, all of their stars out. And I'm not even sure whether Horn Francis would have been the acting captain. It's not too many left, but we'll know about 5 o'clock. And I get the feeling Horn Francis might be the latest superstar Port Adelaide player to be missing next weekend.
It's going to make it tough for them if he's missing it, as well as Zach Butters and those other injuries you talk about, Ralphie. I've got a bit of audio for you, Ralphie. Lachie Neale, of course, a bit of speculation about what he may or may not be doing come the season's end. St Kilda coach Ross Lyon was asked about the Saints' interest.
We're close. It was a catch-up. We heard all the noise. We had a chat. We went to the Jansen room, private dining, very exclusive room. And we left it there, went away, and it's just really not possible for us with everything where our young players out of contract. And Lachie and I spoke. Yeah, he was great. So, we didn't miss out because it would have been something we could pursue, and the relationship was strong, and that could have got done if we were in a position to do that. But we're not. So I didn't want any noise for Lachie, his club, and us in the middle of it, and just... Yeah, in the middle of it, so we're clearly out, so it's done.
That's the Saints out of the race, Ralphie. Does that mean it's Collingwood and no one else? Is Lachie Neale headed for the Pies?
Yeah, of course he is. Now, it's not official because clubs like Essendon, of course, are still throwing their hat into the ring. I think with all these things, and it's the same with Butters, I think you need a bidding war if you are the manager. And so, there was a perception there that Lockie's happy to go to Collingwood, probably needed a couple of other clubs to meet with him just to make sure that Collingwood gets that 3-year deal on. Well, at least $1 million the first 2 years. Not quite sure what the third year would be in terms of quantum, but he's happy to go there. Collingwood have really pushed to him. Look at Scott Penderbury at 38. Look at the players who are in our coterie groups or who set themselves up post-football. So, yes, it's a football component to keep a lot of the Collingwood players, including their acting captain in Nick Dacos, happy. But it's also for them to say, come and play great football with us, and don't necessarily play just for 3 years. He is absolutely flying, and, extend your career as long as you'd like to. Just to think of Lachie Neale, the dual Brownlow medalist, and then maybe the reigning Brownlow medalist in Nick Dacos playing from round 1 next year. It's a scary sight.
It certainly is. And, I find Ross Lyon's press conferences at the moment, Ralphie, so intriguing. During the week, he was joking about Zach Butters, about anyone has asked about his contract position. And then when he was asked his, he said, he's a Port Adelaide player. I'm not going to comment on that. It's almost sort of much watch for the entertainment factor as much as anything else at the moment.
Well, he didn't want to tell us where that meeting was going to be for obvious reasons. He did an array of radio interviews yesterday, and every single time he talked about that place. Now, we don't do plugs on ABC Radio, but I got the feeling maybe a bloke who I think used to own the Newry or one of those hotels in Fitzroy. I think he was just plugging it for one of his mates. So he is never more than entertaining, Rossi Lyon. Long may it continue. And again, I'm sure they'll recontract him over summer, regardless of the event. So we've got Rossi for a few more years left in the AFL landscape.
Beautiful. Thanks as always for your time, Ralphie.
Thanks, guys.
John Ralph joining you from Fox Footy and the Herald Sun. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport with Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling. Some of your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774. Dale from Broadford says, gents, these howling decisions continue to happen. The poor decisions make the inconsistencies that continue to happen have turned me off watching or attending for a while. Mick Moldhouse is correct. The umpiring is poor.
Yeah, no, and I've been with Mick on that one. I think the level... we've got to go back to 3 umpires. I know I'm on repeat, and I know Razor Ray will get angry at me, Clinchy, and say differently, but I think we have to go back to 3. I really do. I don't think that the 4 umpiring system has helped improve officiating.
Yep. It's hard to argue with that. Pete from Launceston says the AFL love to change rules. Here's an idea. The stand rule. No one knows what's going on. Just get rid of it.
Do you know, I rest with, I don't like so many elements of the stand rule, but I do admit that the stand rule forces the game to be more open and some of the higher scoring, which was what we were trying to achieve. So there's a place for it, but let's bring back what Ralphie said, common sense. If a player or there's confusion, 2 or 3 players, I'm not sure who's going to stand there, and they all happen to leave, let's not pay a 50-metre penalty for that. And those frustrating ones, we can remove the frustration, but we can still have a component of the stand rule, which does allow a little bit more free-flowing attacking play, and we're not having the man on the mark covering the corridor and all that type of stuff, which was shutting down options. So we can have a bit of compromise between the two and remove some of the frustration.
Yep. 0437 774 774. Wes from Werribee. Yes, the umpire made a bad mistake, but had no impact on the result as Hawthorn thrashed Carlton. I certainly think you can't make the case that it impacted the result. Hawthorn won by 64 points. I did think Carlton struggled to adjust to the conditions, and their confidence was impacted by that umpiring decision. I think that was definitely the case.
Yeah, I agree with that. But no, Hawthorn were much better. They're a good football team. And loved the job of Big Lloyd Meek and just the big, strong bodies in slippery conditions, tricky conditions, and then the class up forward. Yeah, Hawks are a very good team. And, I mean, Josh Fraser's run had to stop at some stage. They were going to drop one. I don't think they were going to win every game for the rest of the year. Now the challenge is, how do you back up after a loss and show that you've grown as a football team?
Afternoon, as a Fremantle supporter, I've had the lid on with a spoon on top of the lid. Can I finally pop it off? That's from Aaron in Tasmania.
Oh, that second half says, yep, break the lid out. Just get rid of it. It is bubbling over at the moment. They are sensational.
Georgie says, can Freo do it on the big stage at the MCG? Round 22 against the Demons. Time will tell. Bev from West Coast says the fitness coach at Freo deserves a medal. Just watching them in the warm-up, it shows how fit they are. And Fran says, hi, Lee, keen on your thoughts of the injuries sustained by Port Adelaide and Geelong lead to losses.
Yeah, I think Geelong's injuries are at a critical stage right now. You lose those three if Jack Henry and Tanner Bruin are out as well for a period of time. Jack Henry's so crucial as a swingman, but as that key defender. Bruin's that extra mid they need to support Holmes and Bailey Smith. And Jez is Jez. Jez is still one of the best forwards in the comp, even slightly below his best with that arm injury from the grand final. It makes it hard. And they've lost 5 out of the last 6 too, the Cats. I know we're going to talk about them a little bit more, Clinchy, throughout the afternoon. But, they've got some work to do, Geelong. They've got a nice run home and some home games and that, but no longer gimme games, those ones. Even St Kilda coming up this week at home, you'd think 5 or 6 weeks ago, Cats just win that comfortably. Not the case anymore. They've got some work to do.
So the way the results were panning, if the Cats had won that game against the Giants, they would have been in the top 4. As you said, now they slide down to 8th position, 9 wins and 8 losses. So it's such a swinging momentum season at the moment that if you can't bank those wins, it can slide you down the ladder out of that sort of top 6 conversation for the moment.
And Giants, they were done. They were cooked, finished, and then they knock off Freo and the Cats 2 weeks in a row, and now we're starting to do some sums and go, hang on, the Giants back around. I know Damien Hardwick's declared the Suns are gone and finished, and that's probably right, given how bad they've been over the last couple of months. But you could sneak back into that equation, or you could fall horribly out of it with a couple of slip-ups.
Yeah, the Giants' next match is against the Bombers. Might bring you some of Toby Green and his thoughts after the game. Then they have Sydney, Port Adelaide, the Gold Coast Suns, the Eagles and Adelaide. So all of a sudden that draw does open up for the Gold Coast Suns. The events at the MCG will just tidy up there. Here were the thoughts of the Hawthorn coach, Sam Mitchell.
I think every team through this period of the season is striving for consistently near their best performance, near their upper ranges of what they're capable of. There was a 5-minute period where I thought we lacked a bit of vibrancy and the way we wanted to play, but there was probably only 5 minutes for the game tonight, so and we arrested that momentum quickly. So that was a big step forward from last week.
Hawthorn coach Sam Mitchell. Lee, they've missed some personnel. Obviously, Nick Watson's not there. Josh Weddle out through suspension. Josh Battle. So they have given opportunities to some of their younger players. And I think it's 35 players that have been used. They've only had 11 players who are featured in every game. So they are getting important wins, despite still being up the pointy end in the top 4 for now.
Well, that's just more proof that they're a very good football team, Clinchy. You're winning despite losing some really important players. You mentioned Nick Watson and Weddle. They're 2 of the very best of their team. They'd be in their top 5 or 6 players, and they're winning well last night and just handling their business. And even John Newcombe, I expected John Newcombe to have a monster last night. He was solid, did his job, but next week he'll be incredible again. So they're all taking their turn. They're all doing their job. They are a very good football team, and they are right in the mix.
They certainly are. I did like the Jack Ginnivan comment that he loved watching Jimmy Bartell play in the wet, so he channeled a bit of Jimmy Bartell last night with the long sleeves and was happily telling his teammate he had their opening 3 goals. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Keep your thoughts coming through. 0437 437 774 774. Our first stop today is at Docklands as the Western Bulldogs. They need to get back on the winners list. They take on the West Coast Eagles. Then to the MCG as the Demons take on the Tigers. Melbourne back in their 3:15 time slot where they haven't lost a game at the G so far this season. And the Brisbane Lions and the Bombers close out the weekend's footy.
The crowd ready to witness some history.
The Wallaby Gold is back.
He's got 50 to run. Max Jorgensen is going to score for Australia.
ABC Sport is your home of the Wallabies this month.
And Australia wins the Test match.
Tune in for every home test on ABC Listen. Just look for the ABC Sport Extra button. You're listening to AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling. AFL Sunday.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Yeah, so in my coaching journey, I'm not immune to losing. I've been in enough situations where I've lost as coach of my own side. We've had to learn how to handle winning over the last 7 weeks, and I think it's really important we don't catastrophise a result, but we get back to work, and that's been our process over the past 7 games, and we certainly haven't been getting carried away with results. It's been very process orientated, and off the back of tonight it will be the same.
Carlton coach Josh Fraser, the interim coach on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you. A warm welcome to our South Australian audience for the first time. That was after Hawthorn's 64-point win at the MCG in wet and wild conditions, Lingy. The Blues' winning streak comes to an end at 7. How should they feel after last night's effort?
They just got beaten and beaten badly. They weren't really in the contest. They got beaten by a team that's much better than them. And as Josh said there, they need to just go back to what they have been doing well for the last 2 months, what they built on. I thought their contested game, even under Michael Voss, was good, and then they've added the elements of the uncontested play under Josh Fraser. Go back to that and build on that again, and it doesn't equal winning every single week. Certainly when Carlton's as a team right now is at a level where they aren't Fremantle and they aren't the Brisbane Lions of the last couple of years or anything like that, so they're going to have losses. It was a bad one last night. Not the end of the world, though. Get back to work and back to next week and give yourself a chance again.
Brett asked the question on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Could have they delayed the start of the game because of that atrocious weather conditions? If there was lightning, they would have delayed it. We've seen that happen in games in Sydney, but wet weather, rain, that's part of our winter sport, unfortunately.
That's the wonderful part of our footy. We play some games under the roof in perfect conditions. We play some on an afternoon and the sun's shining. Other times the rain is bucketing down or coming in sideways. The wind's blowing a gale. All of that. And you know what? If you're going to be a good player in a good team, you've got to learn to play in all conditions and be able to deal with anything. And Hawthorn did it. Carlton didn't. That's the result in the game, a 10-goal win.
Yeah, Hawthorn by 64 points. Probably the most significant result was the Giants and their victory by 13 points over the Cats yesterday. Before I get some extended thoughts from you, Lingy, here was the thoughts of the Giants captain Toby Green as to how they were able to turn it around.
Got the lead back pretty quickly, actually, and then, sort of goal behind with still 6 or 7 minutes to go. The quarter went a lot longer than I thought, so it was a bloody good win. Good fight, lots of good spirit, lots of good one-on-ones and crucial moments, so it was awesome.
Are you guys any closer to figuring out the inconsistencies from week to week, but also just half to half?
We were pretty bang average the first half, but Geelong are a bloody good team as well. They didn't let us play our way. We sort of ahead of the ball as forwards. We thought we were pretty poor, and then I guess every line was convincingly beaten. But you're not always going to win every quarter against good teams. And, if you had said 2 weeks ago we beat Freo and Geelong, we're a fair way off that. So good signs, good positive signs, but it doesn't mean much if you keep backing it up. Now we got, 6 games to go, got to win 4 against good teams to come. So either dig in and have a crack or we won't play finals. Pretty simple.
And there's been a lot of conjecture around your future. I do have to ask, does maybe tonight have anything to do in terms of your decision?
Oh, mate, I'm nowhere near. I haven't thought about it for a while. It's going to sit down at the end of the year. I'm more worried about trying to play finals at the moment, and that's what all my effort's going into. So I'm sure I'll think about that in time. But at the moment, I'm locked in on making sure we can have a crack at, being there in September.
What were you thinking when Jeremy Cameron lined up on you to start the game?
I actually said at the start of the week, I said, I bet you he'll start half-back. I didn't think he'd start at half-back on me. I sort of set myself for Mark O'Connor, who I usually get, but he pulled out before the bounce. So I had a laugh. I thought, geez, I'll be able to get off him here. But no, it was good fun, and just sort of worked his way into the game from there. But hopefully he's all right. He's as tough as they come, and I've never seen him in that much pain when he was on the ground. So I'll go check on him after this. It looked pretty bad.
Just on that, Toby, Dan Garpia, mate, it's a shame that Jezza was left in that situation, but the hit from Clayton Oliver, which was fair. Just talk us through that moment and his game and his impact on this club, because he was enormous again tonight.
Yeah, I think Clary's probably had 3 or 4 of those contests this year, and he goes as hard as anyone in the competition at those 50-50 balls, and he's thick and strong as they come. So Jess is not a small guy, and he's absolutely steamrolled him. So that's his bread and butter, though. That's what he's been the best at for 10 years in the comp. But he's been unreal. He's, he sort of swung forward, and I thought he won his contest ahead of the ball really well in the last. But across the year, he's been one of our best players, most consistent. And, he loves his footy and works bloody hard. Jezza was supposed to stay at mine tonight. We're going to have a beer, but that's off the cards. So I'll still have a beer, but it won't be with him, unfortunately. And then sort of start to lock in for Bombers. It's pretty simple for us. We drop a game, we're in a bit of trouble, especially against the Bombers, who are a team on the bottom of the ladder. They're struggling, but we got to. They really challenged us up here, 10 weeks ago, almost beat us. So we know what we got to do. Just got to play consistent footy and take it 1 week at a time. I know it's boring, but that's genuinely what we got to do.
Toby Green with the best summation of what took place yesterday with their win over the Cats. He's always entertaining, but there's so many talking points there. And he was meant to have Jeremy Cameron stay at his house and they would have caught up for a beer, but he had one in his honour anyway, despite him being in hospital.
I'm sure he would have too. And Jezza would have wanted him to as well. But brilliant. Like he's just quite blunt with the way he assesses things, Toby, and he's spot on. It is perfect. He was right. They haven't got room for error. They need to get in and have a crack. And Adam Kingsley talks about it often. As much skill and talent as that team may or may not have at different times, it is still beat on their. It's on the back of their ability to win contested possessions, and they smashed Geelong in that area across the course of the game. Eventually, by 20, 6 centre clearances were really important. And he's right. Clayton Oliver was just terrific, and it wasn't just the disposal. Sometimes I'm a little critical of Clayton Oliver, and they can rack up some handballs that go nowhere. I felt last night there was a dynamic presence to him too, and not just the contest with Jeremy Cameron. So he has 36 disposals, 9 clearances. That's Oliver to a T. But he also got the ball inside forward 50 11 times, Clayton Oliver. So when he's doing that, that's when he becomes one of the really top players in the competition, not just handball, and numbers go up. Toby himself was outstanding with 33 touches. He got the ball inside forward 59 times as well. So there's 20 inside 50s from those two players, and it was a terrific comeback. Geelong were hurt by the injuries a little bit, but you can't take anything away from the Giants. They were flying across the top of the ground by the end of the game, and they grabbed the valuable win. And the Cats, now they're in amongst that muck of teams where another slip-up has them probably or possibly falling outside the top 8, the top 10.
Yeah, it was Sam Taylor's 6th game back after that long injury from the State of Origin game. So him back to his best. Clayton Oliver, as you touched on, 31 disposals, 21 of which were contested. That attack on the footy against Jeremy Cameron in that last quarter. And Kieran Priggs is the other one, 19 disposals, 51 hit-outs, 5 clearances and a goal. So for the ruckmen that don't jump, it's been a tough adjustment for them, but he started to find his best again. So the Giants now, as we touched on at the start of the show, Lingy, they've got the Bombers, the Swans, Port Adelaide, the Suns, the Eagles and the Crows. So how many of them? Toby said the number is probably 4 of 6.
Well, there's 3 certainties in that. And I know there's no such thing of a certainty, but really they should beat Essendon, they should beat West Coast, and they should beat Port Adelaide now that Port Adelaide likely don't have Zach Butters.
And the Suns is in Canberra.
The Suns is in Canberra, and the way the Suns are going, it's still a tougher one, but they probably take care of business there. So that's 4. And the other 2 were Sydney and
Adelaide.
Let's say their losses, just for now. Yeah, 4 and 2 to finish. gives them a chance.
That would get them
a big chance.
That would get them there into the wildcard spot at the moment with so much intriguing as to, sides like St Kilda, can they keep winning? They have a much tougher draw. The injuries, as we touched on, was telling for Geelong. Chris Scott was not denying the fact they played an impact.
Chris, was it the strain of being 3 players down that caused some of what happened in the last quarter, or were there other things that shifted in the game that caused that?
No, I think that was a significant part of it. Obviously, we were in control of the game for the majority, really, and it just did start to tell towards the end. It's obviously a challenging situation. Didn't think it was insurmountable, but we just weren't quite good enough in the end.
Chris Scott with his assessment. So, look, the injuries did play a part, but Ollie Dempsey had a great start to the match. Sean Manor was instrumental. They got up by 39 points, and in the end, the Giants were just simply too strong.
Yeah, and that's the thing that has Cats fans probably scratching their heads a little bit. And this last month and a half is a good example. They have played some really good football. And it was coming off that block where they won games and they knocked off Brisbane in Brisbane and Sydney and all of that, and the momentum was there. And in the last 6 weeks, it's been some good footy in sections of games. So let's take the first half from yesterday and think, this is great football. Sean Manners flying, Ollie Dempsey's flying, as you mentioned. But then there's been some pretty average football as well, and opposition teams have got a little bit of a run on in those. And they've dropped close games. They've dropped games that maybe they're in a position to win. And now you look at it, it's 5 out of the last 6 games they've lost. And they've fallen right back where they could have, even if they'd split that 3-3, that 6-game run, I think you'd then set yourself up to launch into that back end of the year where their fixture is reasonably favourable and they're in that grouping that could win the flag. Now, combined with the injuries, you start having questions about whether or not we're talking about them as a team capable of winning the premiership this year.
No, and I think that's a valid comment. I think the interest will be, I called the VFL Cats yesterday. They had a big win over Geelong. So Jesse Mellor kicked 6 goals. Jay Polkinghorn kicked 5 goals, 3. So they do have some options in the VFL. The other one is Graham Myers, who went into the midfield in the third quarter, and Richmond did well to stay with the Cats, but he changed the complex of the game with some centre bounce clearances and 3 goals. So I think they do have some players that will force their way in. It does make that Thursday night clash against the Saints down at Kardinia Park such a brilliant way to start the round and intriguing. Can the Saints back it up and take a scalp, and can the Cats find a way to respond?
Yeah, it is an intriguing one because, as I've said a little bit earlier, 5 or 6 weeks ago, that's just a win, a lock for the Cats. At home, Saints were struggling a little bit and the Cats were flying. Job done, put that one in the bank. That is definitely not the case now. The Saints are playing much better football, much better attacking football. They got a couple of players back and in form, and Naz clearly being one of those, but Liam Ryan as well, and those types of players. And they dropped that game to the Swans going back, I think it was about a month ago, by only a couple of points. But they scored over 100 points in losing that one. And then they go bang against the Giants, they drop the one to the Dogs, and they win comfortably against Essendon and I would say pretty comfortably against Port Adelaide. I know that margin wasn't a blowout. They're back playing some good football and Ross Lyon's got them going. So that is a huge one for Geelong's threat on this season.
Cameron Ling and Matt Clinch with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. 0437 774 774 is the SMS line. James wants to know why Geelong doesn't stick with young Edwards as the ruck is baffling. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know why he wasn't in. I've really loved his season. The only thing I'll say, and I'm not trying to defend my old team here, is he's in his first full season as an AFL player, playing at top level. I wonder if there's an element of fatigue and his body's been bashed up and he's probably just, they have so much testing now during the week of how they're recovering, what their power output is and all that. I just wonder if he's flagging a little bit in his first full season. It's probably what Reece Stanley is sitting there to be able to do, to come in and take
he
some of that
suffered an
load.
injury, unfortunately, yesterday. So a hamstring injury in the first quarter for him. He sat out the game, so he might be a couple of weeks on the sideline. But Chris Scott does coach a bit like that. He's got, obviously, De Koning, he's got Blitzavs. He likes having multiple options, and then he can move the pieces that he sees fit.
Yeah, I think, and don't worry, in the years to come, provided his body holds up, Mitch Edwards will be the number one ruckman at the Cats as the years progress. But you just got to get him up to 60, 80 games, perhaps, and then he can deal with the wear and tear and the week after week. He's, I'm guessing here, 15 or 18 games into his career. It takes a little bit to acclimatise to a full AFL season. Not playing reserves footy. There's a huge difference, massive difference between the two. And he's probably battling a little bit physically, but he'll still play in the back end of the year, no doubt.
Very good from you. Mitch Edwards with 13 games so far this season from Cameron Ling. 0437 774 774. Port would have clearly won if it wasn't for the injuries yesterday. Let us know your name so we can acknowledge that. Dave from Seymour says the umpire in the first quarter, Carlton v Hawthorn, was the end of any confidence Carlton had. It was very poor. Also, last night at the MCG, a good case for no roof in Tassie. Footy is an outdoor sport. It's funny how our listeners never miss the opportunity to remind us of that. The AFL has made part of the Tassie licence that the stadium has to have a roof. And he says, fabulous interview with Toby, felt the joy and exuberance coming through from the radio, a great matter-of-factness and mateship coming through on that interview. And Beansy from Broadford asked, do players train for the type of conditions in which they had at the MCG last night? It's probably hard to replicate it, to be honest.
It is a little bit. I know we used to train, if we were coming up, there was a night game coming up, and we knew that the forecast was either for a night game at the G, and the forecast, even if it wasn't necessarily for rain and wind like it was last night, but it was going to be clearly a really dewy, slippery night. I remember Brendan McCartney, one of our assistant coaches, used to chuck the balls in soapy water and really make them wet and slippery, and because AFL teams train during the day, so we don't actually have that nighttime, dewy, slippery type of conditions to train in. We train during the day, so he was trying to replicate what the balls might be like. But no, you probably can't train for what last night was for the Hawks and Blues.
Adelaide were winners by 79 points over the Gold Coast Suns last night from the Adelaide Oval. They're into the top four for the first time this season. It's always great when we get to hear from the superstars of the game. Isaac Rankin joined the ABC Sport team after the win.
I feel like it's a step forward, yes. Obviously, had a few games where I slumped before, but just trying to get the balance right at the mid. Still working my way around it, but as a whole, I think we did a great job, and it felt like we won the contested ball and the clearances. I'm not sure of the numbers, but I felt like we did, and we got on top, and we tried to just play 4 quarters.
I'm interested in the shift of role just recently for you. It looks like almost pure mid. What's the coaching message for you, and how do they keep that simple for you during the week?
Just getting the balance right. I think I sort of dropped with the balance in going forward and getting ahead of the ball. They want me to play that mid that can create and use the ball off the back half, and same as Wayne, be creative and use the ball. And I feel like I'm just still finding the balance, but tonight was another step forward. And Nixie was definitely happy after the game.
I felt like the big question over the Crows last year was their midfield with the straight sets exit, which unfortunately you weren't a part of. And now we get to see you on ball in the last few weeks, including tonight, and you just look so prolific. Do you feel like you're the missing piece that, come finals this year, you're ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, definitely. I think sitting out last year and watching the boys go to work and not getting the job done, it created a real hunger in my belly, and I just want to make sure, I'm there this year and I'm helping the team out as much as I can and just being a part of our winning ability, and hopefully we can go away and go deep in the finals as well. So there's definitely a hunger that's within the group, and we just want to show what we can do and sort of prove a lot of people wrong and live up to what we think we can live up to.
That's Isaac Rankin from the Adelaide Crows. It sort of sums it all up in that last answer. The hurt of last year with Adelaide bowing out in straight sets, the fact that he wasn't there, and he knows that it all counts once they get to that stage, but they've got to qualify as high as they possibly can first.
Yeah, well said by Isaac. And he's got to own himself, and I'm sure he has, what happened last year. But as a group, they've clearly learnt from it, put it behind them, and know what they now need to build. And it is finals, but you got to qualify, and you got to qualify well, especially when there's the opportunity of maybe some home finals involved in that. They have been so impressive. As I said with my highlight, their season has been a highlight because of the way they didn't panic. They've scrambled the wins when they had to, and now they're hitting top form. And just to answer Isaac's question that he posed there, yes, you did win contested possession. You smashed them, Isaac. They took them apart in the contest. Plus 27, the Adelaide Crows in the contest, plus 18 in clearances, and he was a huge part of that. And it was brilliant by the Crows. It's head-scratching from the Suns still.
Yeah, do you want me to play you Damien Hardwick? So the Adelaide Crows have the Sydney Swans next Sunday. The Adelaide Crows play the Sydney Swans at the SCG on Friday night. So let's have a chat next Sunday after that game. But here was Damien Hardwick, the Gold Coast Suns coach, as we try and work out what the hell is going on with the Suns.
What's the gut feel from your perspective on that? I mean, you look at your midfield work, or your midfielders on paper, but why aren't they getting it done?
Yeah, it's a good question. They just got beaten again. They haven't had, and once again, my responsibility, they haven't had a great year. We look at last year, they were, one of the best midfields in the competition, and this year we're well off it. It's my job to sit there and find out why. Sort of thing. I've failed at that at the moment, so got to figure out. And end of the day, we've got 6 weeks. This year's effectively gone. What we've got to do is forge our way forward about what we want ourselves to look like for next year, from my point of view. So the challenge is firmly set there for the playing group, who we want to be. You can sit there and, after tonight's performance, go into your shell, or you can sit there and fight for something. We've got to be better than what we are.
It's hard to make the case, Lee, they're fighting for finals, and yet to hear him say this season is done sort of surprised me.
Yeah, usually coaches don't admit that, but he's probably right, unless things turn around massively. And congratulations to that journo. I wish I knew who it was for asking that question the way he did. The fact that their midfield on paper is as good as they come. Matt Rowell, Noah Anderson, Miller, all the players.
They've added Christian Petrarca.
Correct. Petrarca's the one I'm searching for. Powell spends time there. All that. They got destroyed again. And we're not talking about a 1 week thing here. We've been talking about this for a few weeks now, Clinchy, you and I.
That's 7 losses in a row for the Suns, so it's not something that's happened overnight.
Yeah, but also crunch the centre clearance numbers over the last month or even that 7 week block. They get destroyed in that area of the ground. The clearance numbers are poor for the Suns. Their contested possessions are poor. And these are players who have been great. They are really, really bad in that area of the ground when you look on paper and you think that should be their strength, their one wood, and it's not there. And Damien Hardwick's clearly lost for answers at the moment. So am I a bit, because I rate, especially Noah Anderson, I rate him so highly, and Rowell as the in and under, but they've got A-plus players who are playing like D-plus mids at the moment.
For Damien Hardwick, the frustration was also the interaction with the fans that took place as he made his way down from the coach's box.
It's not ideal, to be honest, walking through here. And I understand people are going to say stuff, and I've got to be better. But at the end of the day, those sort of people are the guys that live in their mum's basements and type on bloody social media forums and all that sort of stuff. But we're not playing well. I've got to be better, like I said. But we've got to do something about it. It's a dangerous position to put us in, first and foremost. Security is okay, but we don't need people being peanuts about it. Get out of the basement, mate. Thanks, guys.
Cameron Ling is doing the show from the basement, so cheerio to you, Lingy. But look, the Adelaide Oval is one of the world's great stadiums. They need to try and address that.
Yeah, they do. They do. I'm glad he also took ownership, that him and Chris Scott said it too. They need to be better and ignore and everything like that. But we are also talking about super competitive people who are in the moment of coaching and trying to come up with answers, and the intensity of that and the stuff that is being hurled at them is, and they probably ignore 99% of it. And it's and some of it might get particularly nasty, or it just might get irritating. Yeah, if there was a simple solution, I'd love it, because I love the Adelaide Oval. It is a sensational ground to watch footy, to work at. Clinchy, you and I are lucky to work it. I've worked on the boundary for many years there. It is brilliant. The interaction with the crowd and the closeness of the crowd we love, but we're not coaches of the opposition teams. Clinchy trying to make their way down. So I hope there's a simple solution where maybe there's a way they can take them down and through and out of an emergency or ambulance race or something like that, whatever it might be, to get them there so we can avoid things like that, because I don't like it. But also, and Damien Hardwick said it, I hope they can ignore most of what they cop, but they do cop a lot, coaches. They cop a lot from their own fans too when it's
and they're
not
human.
going
It's
well.
frustrating. They've lost 7 on the row. I've hijacked your last words, so some rapid fire questions to finish with.
Okay.
Lingy, North Melbourne. Are they any chance?
They're no, not really. No, they're done. Their fixture from here is too hard. They've played some okay footy, but gee, they've played some poor footy. No, not really, Clinchy.
Is Nick Dacos the runaway Brownlow medalist for you?
Yes, 1,000% yes. And from that game, he's the one and a few of his teammates who seized the moment. North can't do it. Their top players can't seize the moment yet. Nick can. He's a star, but that's stating the absolute bleeding obvious.
And the Demons take on the Tigers this afternoon. It's a chance for Melbourne to take a big step forward.
Yeah, love the Demons, love the way they play. We've chatted about it all year. This would be a huge step. This would get them to just outside the top 4 under the Crows. They could be some one-sided games, though, today. Yes. Dogs and Eagles, Melbourne Tigers and Brisbane and Bombers. Could be some thrashings.
Thank you, Lingy. We'll chat again next Sunday.
No worries, Clinchy. Great to be back with you. I'm pumped for the end of the season. Bring on the footy.
We're on the sprint to the September finals. Our next stop is Docklands. The Western Bulldogs taking on West Coast. Lauren Borden and Andrew Mays, Chad Wingard and Cal Sinclair with Alex Pesce to pick up the coverage.
How much can we really know about the dead?
In our podcast, we're gossiping each week about the divas, ruffians and con men of Australia's past.
So join me, Alicia Simmons.
And me, Lee Boucher. Search the Dead Can't Sue podcast on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
When the siren's down. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home. An ambitious effort. Unbelievable. The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah. Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started. It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
That camera action, baby.
Around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out.
Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square. Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match. All season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
She's just football at its best.
He runs goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang.
And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Round 18 in the AFL concludes today with 3 games. You'll hear all of them on ABC Sport across the afternoon. The first of those is the Western Bulldogs hosting West Coast under the lid of Docklands in Melbourne today. It's an opportunity for the Dogs to build a buffer in the top 10, but they'll have to do it today without Tim English, their ruckman, who is a major out. He was taken out of the selected side yesterday morning. It's one of 6 changes that Luke Beveridge has made coming into this match. Well, the Eagles are unchanged from the side that was gallant in defeat to the Crows last weekend. The visiting side today doesn't have a great record at this stadium under the closed roof. They've lost their past 11 consecutive matches, but the most recent win they've had at this venue came against the Bulldogs in round 23, 2024. There are no late changes coming into this match today. Just as I mentioned, 6 changes coming into it for the Doggies, and West Coast coming into it unchanged. My name's Lauren Borden to call the match here today on a cool day in Melbourne. Of course, the roof is closed though, but it is a little chilly for the fans that have come out to sit in the stands, even though they're protected from the elements. Calling alongside me is Andrew Maisie. Hello, Maisie.
Hello, Loz. It was freezing at the under 8s this morning, running around the, it was a wind chill factor of -5. It was hard work this morning, so it's very nice to be inside with a nice crowd coming in, considering it's an interstate team here with West Coast, and obviously the Dogs not one of the biggest supporter bases in the AFL, but nice to see lots of kids. It's Kids Mania for the Bulldogs today as well. So lots of kids here under the roof this afternoon.
Yeah, so we've seen some interesting activations and things out on the ground. Mascot races as part of Kids Month, I think it is, at the AFL, and the end of school holidays in Victoria as well. Today, in the backseat, our ABC Sport experts, former Swan and Eagle, Carl Sinclair. Big welcome to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Had a bit of a tough time getting out of the house this morning.
Yep.
So under this jumper is all Weet-Bix. Got that thrown at me just as I walked out. It's complete mayhem walking out. So.
What was your partner so upset at you for?
Well, yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. It wasn't. Anyway, I did spring on her that I am commentating this morning. So that didn't obviously go down too well. But either way, no, great morning at Target. Had swimming lessons this morning. So. Yeah, looking forward to watching some football. Haven't watched a lot of Eagles this year, actually. A little bit familiar with the Doggies, but as chatting to Chad earlier, they're in that logjam, aren't they?
They are.
On the ladder at the moment, so they've got to start to get going, but I just don't know where they're at, the Bulldogs. A little bit like the GWS Giants for me. Just every single week, you just don't know what you're going to get. They could easily knock over a Brisbane and probably lose today. Who knows? So it'll be an interesting outfit, and can't wait to be here.
No, good comparison to the Giants who ended up defeating Geelong after kicking, I think it was 9 goals in the last quarter, and running over the top of the Cats. But as you mentioned, Chad Wingard is sitting alongside you, former Power Hawk forward. Welcome to you, Chad. Nice to have you in the box this afternoon.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be back, and I'm excited about these two teams. I mean, hopefully last week you saw both teams actually have a really slow start. I mean, West Coast lost the first quarter by 5 goals and ended up winning the last 3 quarters. Yeah. So you think about the slow start that they've had, and also Western Bulldogs gave up a 30-point lead and ended up only losing by 35. So which team can jump out? I mean, hot here, you expect it to be the Bulldogs being a home team, and they played this Marvel Stadium very well. So excited for hopefully a high-scoring affair.
What can West Coast do about those slow starts? They've only won 3 first quarters across the season so far this year, and like you mentioned, they lost by 25 points against the Crows last week, and most of the damage was done by the end of that first quarter.
Well, like I said, they're a very young side, and they're learning every week, and I think the most important thing about that is having a slow start. It's just how they come back for the last 3 quarters against a very strong side in Adelaide Crows. So I think you don't dwell on the first quarters too much at this stage with where they're at, but just be excited about what they can bring in the future.
0437 774 774 if you'd like to get in touch with us across the afternoon and let us know where you're listening from. Tim English is an out for today. He was named in the side, but then was taken out of the team yesterday. Played last week, spent a lot of time in defence against the Swans, and Luke Beveridge said we probably shouldn't have played him in the end, and today he is out. The Doggies have had a lot of problems when Tim English hasn't been in the side. How do you see that ruck battle going? Rory Lobb spends more time in there, but they haven't brought in Louis Emmett, who's the emerging ruck at the Doggies. Sorry.
Yeah, well, it's probably the week to give him rest. You know, Bailey Williams, although he's having actually a really good year. Bailey Williams probably is a very underrated ruckman in the competition, given that he actually is very undersized. But look, I thought the criticism of Tim English last week, albeit he didn't have a great game against Brodie Grundy, he didn't seem right though out there. So I don't know if he's playing injured or there's something sort of going on. But Tim English is better than 6 hit-outs, I think, what he had. So I don't know what was going on. And it would be a really... I've been in that situation when, you know, you've been absolutely, I guess, humiliated by a ruckman. You played probably injured or under the weather. And, be pretty tough to be sent down a full-back, Chad, as a ruckman. So you can imagine the week he's had. But if he needs to freshen up and a bit of rest, I think this is the week to do it. But you are right. I think the Bulldogs value Tim English, Chad. For me, I'm hearing sort of commentary around the fact that, I don't know, there's trade talk around. I think with their ruck stocks, you'd hate to lose him,
Yeah.
in my opinion. I think they need to be a bit kinder to him.
Oh, 100% need to be kinder to him, but also when he's up and about, like they've got the midfield of the players underneath him that can dominate. So sometimes it's not about the hit-outs. It's about just the consistency of having someone that can actually compete. The hit-outs doesn't matter as much when you've got Bontempelli. You've got those guys at the floor level that are going to win the clearances and get it forward of centre. So, like I said, it's a tough one for him, but we've seen players go through ruts. I mean, we've seen Jeremy Cameron.
Yes.
Like just his form, and he looks injured as well.
Sent
And
out
obviously
back
just got
yesterday.
injured last night, but prior to that, he did not look right.
No.
So you just see some players obviously pushing through, and no one's going to come out and say, I'm playing under the weather, I'm playing sore.
No.
You just got to get on with it, and like I said, you get crucified if you do, you're crucified if you don't.
The one time I actually played against Melbourne in 2009 and had gastro the day of, and we had no other ruckman on the list. My biggest regret was going out there and playing against Max Gawn as well. And
that's a good week to have off.
Yeah, honestly, I should have had. Honestly, I'm being fully serious here. I should have actually had the week off.
Yeah.
Honestly, I reckon that performance it killed me for like 3 years.
Yeah.
Like absolutely crucified.
The contract was gone.
Yeah, it was absolutely crucified. But you didn't try. I was like, no, I'm on the dunny for the first line, but literally going up and towards the game. Anyway, you live and you learn. But fair to say, guys, when I have gastro now, I take the day off work.
Yeah. And that's the learnings we've taken out of that moment.
Exactly right.
The early thoughts from Cal Sinclair and Chad Wingard. Yeah, experts on ABC Sport. Lauren Borden, Andrew Mays calling the action. Alexia Pescher is the fifth member of our commentary team down on the boundary, ready for the match to get underway. Down to you, Lex.
It is actually really nice down here as well with the lid on here at Dockland Stadium. So nice atmosphere down here with all the kids here you expect to be nice and loud. Marcus Bontempelli has won the toss and opted to go to the locket end. So first win for him.
Yes, he went in with Elliot Yeo, who plays his 200th game for the Eagles today after starting at Brisbane. You might have played a season with him, Carl?
Played a couple with Elliot. Interesting character. Been under the weather with his form and injury the last couple of years, but he seemed to be finding his way this year.
The first quarter underway. Here's Andrew Mays.
Bontempelli tried to get it, but Bailey Williams ripped it out of his hands, kicked it a long way forward. Waterman up, punched away from him. So first foray here for West Coast. Now it's the other Bailey Williams of the Bulldogs variety who's driven into the ground, and we'll have a stoppage inside attacking 50 for West Coast.
Only Bailey J. Williams has the middle name. What about Bailey Williams of the Western Bulldogs?
We'll have to ask him if we talk to the Dogs post-game. Lob sees it over for a boundary throw-in. Right forward pocket here. Eagles into attack. As you mentioned, Cal, he's had a really good season, Bailey Williams. Assuming the number one ruck role and just looking more and more comfortable each week. I think the new ruck rules have helped him as well with his ability to go forward. Lob tries to soccer it out of there. Now Williams of the Eagles variety. Hand passes, but back into congestion, and we'll have another stoppage. Still inside attacking 50.
The Eagles kicking to the Coventry end of the Docklands Stadium in this first quarter. Bailey Williams taps it down. It's hand passed away by Hutchinson, trying to get it to Dersma. He gets a little nudge in the back, and the ball goes out of bounds, and we'll have a throw in just at the top of attacking 50 for the Eagles. So a decent enough crowd that's come into Docklands for this match today. Last Sunday of school holidays, and then it's back to school tomorrow for all the kids that have come out today. Nice palm down from Bailey Williams across to Harley Reid. Snap at goal. He misses to the left-hand side. An early opportunity for the Eagles, but just a minor score. That's what the Eagles lead by. A minute and a half played in the opening term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Dale goes very short with the kick in to find Richards. Right back pocket here. He runs across the face of goal, takes a bounce. He's got Buku Kamas out wide if he wants him. He heads in that direction. A little bit of loft on this. Buku did extremely well. Took it on the second grab. Wanted to go straight away. Umpire calls him to play on, so he's forced to snap. It's an ugly ball around the boundary. Punch over the top. And Lob not able to grab that one in front. We'll have a boundary throw in just forward of the interchange benches here for the Western Bulldogs, who trail by one behind. Couple of minutes in here under the roof on your Sunday afternoon on ABC Sport. Toss back into play. Williams v Lob in the ruck. Lob got some separation. Missed the footy, though. Williams taps it into the path of Kelly, who goes inboard to Allen. Shrugged one. Got it to Baker, who goes out wider still. Hang that up a little bit. Is it a free kick? Yes, it is. And so the free kick going the way of Davis, who goes short. And that's okay to Graham as well, who can wheel and go inside 50. Goes shorter still and finds Waterman presenting on a long lead. The money kick coming up. Allen wants it long out the back. And he's going to go into the pocket. Shanahan rises, front and centre. Murdoch, geez, he was almost driven into the ground there. He takes it over for a boundary throw in next to the left behind post. So, good start to this one for the Eagles. Nothing to show on the scoreboard yet. They lead by 1 point after 3 minutes.
17 of their last 19 matches here at Docklands, including the last 11 consecutively, to take on the Western Bulldogs in the first match of round 18 today. The tap out comes down and it's taken by West, who can clear it out of defensive 50 for the Bulldogs. Liberatore can't pick it up cleanly. It ricochets back to him. He hand passes it away and it's taken by Hines, who kicks it long down the outer wing of the ground. Artie Jones at the back got a hand to it, wanted to run away with it, but there's a whistle on play and it'll be a West Coast free kick.
Last 4 stoppages, Lobb and Bailey Williams are both trying to take it out of the ruck. I think they're going in with the same strategy. We're going against someone a little bit undersized. And we're going to see if we can get some ascendancy that way.
Free kick against Darren Norton. Brett Bazzo takes it and just bombs it down the wing to a pack that'll form. It's punched over the line. And we'll have a throw in about half forward for the Eagles. Just one behind so far in the match. Eagles leading by that. 4 minutes played in the opening term.
Dogs been inside 50 yet? No, not quite.
But you think about talking about undersized. You look at the Western Bulldogs forward line. They've got Norton at 196. Then Matt Kennedy's the next tallest at 188. Liberatore. They've got some real short players. They're going undersized at the moment.
Williams took it out of the ruck that time. Didn't get rid of it properly. Umpire wave play on. It spills over for a boundary throw in.
Who's sitting in the VFL for them playing? I'm trying to think who could have come in for another tall for the Doggies.
Toss back into play. Williams and Lobb again. Williams palms it in front. Richards almost got free. Caught underneath him. And then it gets caught underneath Kelly. He's happy to lock things up. And we'll have another stoppage. So it's stoppage heavy to start here. This one to take place right on centre wing. The Eagles leading by a point. Almost 5 minutes gone in the opening term.
Lobb gets a little tap out. Reid can't gather it. Dersma comes in to help him. He hand passes it away. It's all locked up. Bazzo gets tackled, spills out the back, and it's Reid with it again. Just shoves it on his boot to get a little bit of distance. Dale can take it for the Bulldogs. His hand pass. Turnover immediately as it finds its way to Kelly. Dale a little slow getting up, but it's an entry inside 50 for the West Coast Eagles, and Shanahan's on the end of it. Takes the mark. And the young key forward for West Coast will have a set shot at goal from about 45 metres out early in this opening term.
And that's great composure there by Kelly. He actually could have blazed away, and I've seen it a lot from him actually on his left, but he actually went back inside, gave the handball, and it just allowed to have that look at the forward right in front of your eyes and just hit a lead up. So that was a great decision not to just to chain it inside.
It's been all the Eagles so far in this opening term. Job Shanahan, a good looking kick towards goal. The opener goes the way of the Eagles, and Job Shanahan sends it through. The West Coast Eagles cheer squad at that end of the ground celebrate. And it is the Eagles that capitalise on their early possession and dominance of possession. 1-1-7 West Coast. Western Bulldogs yet to score. 6 minutes played in the opening term. It's Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
No, I agree with you, Chad. I think the challenge is when you get these young teams that when they go inside 50, they tend to sort of blast away and show a little bit of an experience. But I agree with you. Kelly has probably been the last couple of years to just put it on the boot and just see if they can compete in the air. But I think Doggies, they're a very proactive defence, they're a very proactive team. But Bruton Karmas, he's done this a lot this year, sort of plays in front and has been caught out a number of times when the ball's coming inside 50. So I think if they lower the eyes against sort of players like him, might actually be an opportunity for them. But starts in the midfield, and they've actually done pretty well. I can't really see a forward 50 opportunity for the Doggies yet. I don't know if that's occurred, but to me it hasn't looked like that way at all.
So a 6-6-6 warning for the Eagles. It's an early one this afternoon. Only played 7 minutes in the opening term. Knocked down Williams. Here's Bontempelli. Gathers. Just lost his feet at the last moment. Still got the hand pass away to Lobb to Richards, who kicks high up towards the teeth of 50. Great mark by Duggan.
Well read.
Took it on the juggle, but was able to rake it in on the second attempt. Now Graham presents. Left half back. Takes the mark. Thought about playing on. Umpire actually called him to play on. He kicks back to Duggan. And has actually called to play on himself. No one had realised. Inboard to Starcevic on the point of the centre square. He goes short. That's a terrible kick. Turns it over to the man you don't want to. And that's Bontempelli, who hand passes to Waitman. Long kick inside 50. Almost out the back. Croft. What about the snap? Right forward pocket. Going away from goal. He brings it back. for a very good opening goal for the Western Bulldogs. 1 straight 6, West Coast 1-1-7. We've played 8 minutes in the opening term.
If you're Brandon Starship, Chad, you probably had a sigh of relief when it went to the boundary thinking, okay, I've got away with one here. But to finish like that, that's a contender for goal of the year, surely.
Yeah, especially when it didn't spin the right way as well. I've had a couple of those where you just you pray and it just floats through and you celebrate like it was a perfect kick. But that's not an easy one. I mean, again, with Western Bulldogs' size in their forward line being a lot smaller, they're going to have to rely on these turnovers, rely on the handballs through the corridor to open up the whole 50. Because as you can see there, the entry beforehand, it was just the inset mark because it went up against Arthur Jones, who's given up a lot of size. So good turnover, but again, it's costly for West Coast Eagles after such a strong start.
Back in the middle, Bob and Bailey Williams of West Coast go at it in the ruck, spills to ground. There'll be a free kick in the centre, and it's going the way of Harley Reid, right in the middle of the centre circles. Flares it out wide and puts it onto the city wing where he can find Duggan, marks, and just chips it further ahead of him to pick off Davis. Down to left half forward, Waterman's holding the footy, takes the mark, 65 metres out from goal for the Eagles. First goal of the game coming through Shanahan. As Waterman pops it into the left forward pocket. And will be punched over the line by Shanahan, and a throw in inside forward 50 for the Eagles. In the World Cup, if you're following that, Argentina and Switzerland have headed into extra time, 1-1.
That's still going, is it? Okay.
Switzerland down to 10 men too, so they've done well.
I'm guessing you weren't up watching England and Norway then this morning, Cal.
No.
It's tossed in. Waterman roves it from the pack, snaps towards goal. And he's got the second for the Eagles. Didn't waste time. And a goal to Waterman. And the Eagles' lead is back out to 7 points early in this match. 2-1-13 West Coast. The Doggies 1 straight 6. 10 minutes played in the first term.
I think that's their second shot on goal from a forward 50 stoppage, which is an absolute coach killer for Luke Burgess. I think Harley Reid almost put one through in the first few minutes of the game, but terrific finish there from Jake Waterman.
Yeah, and Waterman, like I said, if he kicked a little bit straighter this year, he's actually had the third most shots at goal. Almost the second amount of goals. So he does have the yips. He does miss the easy ones. His set shots still work in progress, but geez, when you get a quick snap ahead and get it through there, the Western Bulldogs, I'm not sure which player was trying to claim touch. So I don't know if they're going to. I think they are looking at it now by the way they're holding up the centre bounce. We'll see if it gets the all clear.
One way to get rid of the yips. Beautiful snap like that. Although he might be robbed of it here if we have to go back. So waiting on the arc at the moment. Ball gets placed in the middle. No one knows what's going on.
Oh, so they're saying touched off the boot.
Well, it is touched.
Yeah,
you can see Bailey Williams, the Bulldogs' Bailey Williams, telling everyone this is touched. And the umpire saying, don't move. You've got to stay in your zones till we can officially bring this back.
That's what you do with your under 8. Stay in your zones, amazing.
Exactly. They're in the thirds. They're working well. And so there we go. Confirmation.
Al Pacino from any given Sunday would be just wrapped with that. The inches we need are everywhere. A little bit off the ball here with Boot and Karmas.
So it will be a kick
Very
in.
vocal.
Well, now 34 goals from 84 shots.
Yeah, 4 goals.
Really?
Yeah, 34 goals from 84 shots. So he's obviously. You can imagine where he will be, and when a team gets better, and when he gets his accuracy up. So it's positive signs for him.
So Bailey Dale with the kick in. He goes to Waitman. Waitman overcooked that one a little. Set Norton a task. It was over his head. Jones in there at ground level. Got through one tackle, not the second. Very lucky. And we'll have a ball up on the edge of the centre square. So West Coast now 1-2-8. The Bulldogs 1 straight 6, approaching the 12-minute mark of the opening term.
It's up on the AFL logo. Waitman went in there, couldn't pick it out. Reid does, gets it, and just finds his way into some space, takes a bounce and hand passes it away to Herbert, who flicks it back to Reid. One bounces, it gets to him. He shoves off Bontempelli, can get the footy away, goes out of bounds. That was some nice work from Harley Reid against Bontempelli. Those two just going at it with kind of outstretched arms. And it's a lasso free kick. Artie Jones to take it for the Doggies. Thumps it on his boot, can kick it all the way to left half forward. Dola makes a contest of it. But it's tapped over the boundary line for a throw-in. Half forward for the Western Bulldogs. They're trailing the West Coast Eagles by 2 points.
Couple of interchanges made below. All the Bulldogs and Eagles players now inside the forward half for the Western Bulldogs. Toss back into play. Dersma's there. He's wrestled to the ground. Ball spills free. Bontempelli out to Kennedy. Kicks inside, attacking 50. It's a good kick too. It was well directed. Not sure it spun that well. And a mark on the chest for Norton, who'll line up 20 out directly in front.
It doesn't matter how it gets there. Like I said, well directed. I think that's the best way to describe it. I think it was but again, Bontempelli, just his ability to fight through that contest and give the handball to Matt Kennedy. And again, Norton just playing in front. Let's see if he can convert about 30 metres out.
So Aaron Norton comes in and kicks his first of the afternoon. The Bulldogs have the lead for the first time this afternoon. 2 straight 12. Leading West Coast 1-2-8. We played 13 minutes in the opening term.
Well, there's not much you can really do, is there, as a defender when it comes in like that? It's ugly, it's unpredictable. And sometimes you just have a bit of luck and a bit of the bounce. The ball bounces your way. But I think Aaron Norton's been pretty serviceable since Darcy's kind of come out of the side. He tends to get a lot more opportunity. The ball, he becomes a far more attractive focus, I guess. The can't even get my words out, Chad. The more times the ball comes just inside 50, the more opportunities you get, the more shots on goal you get. So it's funny. He probably seems to be reaping the benefits of having more time in the forward half when Darcy ain't there.
I'm pretty sure Kennedy just took that throw in as well. So it was a very strange.
Very Luke Beveridge. Very Luke Beveridge. Yeah.
So back in the middle, doggies are in front. It's Bontempelli who gets the clearance, received the hand pass from West and then stuck the kick all the way to half forward. Kelly takes it for the Eagles. His hand pass, a turnover back to West. Hand passes it away to Croft, who puts it to the top of the goal square. Norton can't mark it, can finish it anyway. Half a metre from the goal line. Slams the kick into row 10. Norton puts 2 in a row on the board in very quick succession for the doggies. And after not having an inside 50 for the first portion of this first term, they're now ahead by 10 points. The home side, 3 straight 18. The Eagles 1-2-8. 15 minutes played in the opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
It's early days, but he's going to have a day out today. I can honestly feel it. Sometimes you just have the bounce of the ball. Last couple of minutes there, he had a goal, taking the mark 25 metres out directly in front from Matt Kennedy, taking the boundary throw in, but you just get the bounce of the ball sometimes, shows the forward, as you would know. And he'd be feeling his on. He'd be feeling his on now.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. And you think about just how clean Western Bulldogs have been in the battle at the moment. They're starting to win that contest.
Winning it down, but Richards is able to turn and kick inside 50 again for the Bulldogs. Kennedy almost with the mark. He did well at ground level too. Forced it free from the congestion. Then got the hand pass out to Croft. Croft looking to get it on his boot. Spills free. Now Davidson turns tackle and we'll have a stoppage right at the top of attacking 50. Franco getting to his feet. Ball thrown up. There's Kennedy in the ruck again. He actually won it down that time to Richards. Squibs a kick forward and it's an awkward one. It comes back to him though. This time he laces it out. It's a high one. Jones rose nicely. Ball just drifts over the top of his head and out for a boundary throw in next to the left behind post. 10 points of margin in favour of the Dogs. Enjoying a good period here. After Loz mentioned they didn't have an inside 50 in the opening 5 minutes. Kennedy still in the ruck. Wins it down to Davidson, who spins out of trouble, got his arms free. Starcevic onto it, though, for the Eagles. Hand pass over the top to Baker, who overran the footy. Now a chance at ground level. Croft is there waiting for it to come out. He hand passed it to Fraser, who had a little bit of a fumble. Graham to Kelly. Now out wide still to Davis, who snaps around the corner. Yo couldn't get there. Off to Karmas, who's pushed off his kick. And then Hoff is tackled strongly at the top of 50 while intercepting. And he is brought to ground with no prior opportunity. Ball up to take place right on 50. 45-degree angle to the right. It's the Bulldogs by 10 points.
Ball quickly tossed up again. It's Kennedy in the ruck for the Doggies. Pushes it down. It's Richards, though, who can take it. Send the kick inside forward 50. This will work out for the Western Bulldogs as Davidson takes the mark. A hurried kick in. And it landed on Sam Davidson's chest, and he has a set shot at goal now for the Western Bulldogs.
That was a great mark. I mean, it's for a player that's played a lot out on the outside, on the wing, a little bit more half forward, but that's a great contested mark. He had a player right up his clacker, and he's just protected the space, turned his body, and just took a mark. great start. See if we can finish with about 30 metres out, slight angle.
Sam Davidson, one of 6 ins for the Western Bulldogs, coming into this match. He's got the finish. Sam Davidson gets his name on the scoreboard for the Western Bulldogs early, and they've moved to 4 straight, the Doggies. 4 straight 24, the Eagles 1-2-8. It's a 16-point advantage the way of the Doggies. 18 minutes played in the first term. Your experts, Cal Sinclair and Chad Wingard.
Chad, I couldn't agree more. It was a terrific mark there. And he's an interesting one, Sam Davidson. I've called a fair bit of VFL footy this year and done a few games with the Dogs, and he's in that sort of in-between category at the moment. You watch him at VFL level and he absolutely dominates. You can tell he's a level above, but when he gets to AFL level, sometimes that half-forward rise, you would know, it's tough to come in when you haven't actually played, I guess, had a lot of continuity in a game after game after game. So, as you would know, goals early in the game, playing that role, they're worth their weight in gold.
100%. And now he's back on the wing, so he's one of the guys that, like Bevo does, throws some magnets around and expects you to perform.
So after a slow start, it's now 4 goals in 10 minutes and another centre clearance here for the Dogs. Riley West spending some extended time in the middle, but nice mark taken by Hoff at left half back for West Coast. Chance to settle things for the Eagles, who started well, but it has been all the Western Bulldogs in the last 10 minutes. Allen takes it on the bounce. His kick is okay. It'll reach Graham on the bounce himself. He spins into the middle. That kick's good to Kelly as well. Can go outside. Thought about it once and then twice. Ignored both. Now puts it high. That's off the side of the boot. Shocking kick inside 50. Didn't give many a chance. And there's a free kick here. It's going the way of West Coast. So it's a 2-on-1. And it's going to end up with Cole, is it?
I think that's an issue, Chad. Like, I think you and me were shaking our heads. Kelly had it about 80 metres outside of 50. It's actually a really bad decision. Kicking to Lobb, who was already sort of buried himself in the hole. That's where West Coast forward connection needs to improve. He had no one coming up at him. Not one West Coast forward was on the lead trying to get up and present. So, got away with murder there.
Tom Cole, who was never a chance to take that mark, was held in the contest and slots it. So a steadier here for West Coast. 4 goals straight, the Western Bulldogs. 2-2-14, the West Coast Eagles. 20 minutes played in the opening term on ABC Sport.
Yeah, I don't normally say too much about the umpiring, but that was a go against the forwards as well. You know, I love my forwards, but sometimes you get gifted one, and he definitely got gifted that one. He flew at the right time, but again, he was nowhere near marking that, and I think Roy Lobb didn't even know that he was flying for it. He was just in a contest with another person. But West Coast Eagles, they took a lot of risks there. They've had a couple kicks going through the corridor, and obviously Kelly marks it about 70 out. As you just mentioned, he had a few handball receipts that he could have got a bit quicker, I suppose, shot or looking at someone inside forward 50. But again, no one leading, as you just mentioned. And sometimes as a forward, you just get lucky. And again, we've seen it down one end, and we've seen it down this end as well with Norton.
Rory Lobb now in the ruck for the Western Bulldogs. Bailey J. Williams gets the tap out, just taps it down to himself, if you don't mind, shoves it on his right boot, kicks as he's being tackled, it flies up in the air. No mark can be taken by Reid, who goes in after it on the turf. Then in comes Davidson, might have been taken high. Umpire says play on. Cole does the tackling in the end and brings Dolan to the ground. And we'll have a ball up centre wing, broadcast side of the ground. 0437 774 774 if you'd like to get in touch with us today. Tap down to Davidson, who puts it on his boot all the way to half forward for the Western Bulldogs. Comes off Fraser's boot as it skies into the air, and then it's taken away by Herbert, who brings it out to the outer side of the ground. Finds Baker, who's taken in a tackle by Fraser and brought to the turf, and that'll be a little bit of a high tackle from Fraser on Liam Baker. They'll have the free kick just backwards of centre wing.
Baker had Reid short, ignored him. Went a little further defensively to Herbert. Who's at right half back here for West Coast. 4 straight plays 2-2. Margin of 10 points in favour of the Dogs. He goes for a trot and kicks off the instep. High! Great leap by Shanahan. Geez, impressive. And he kicked 3 last week. Already has 1 this afternoon. And you can pencil him in for a long time for West Coast up forward. Good kick too. Into the middle to Yo.
Never. Yeah, that was a great lead.
Yo goes all the way across to Hoff, who kicks out wide, and Hutchison, it is Hutchison, who wins the free kick for front on contact. He's too far out to score unless he wheels around. And he's got to convince the umpire that he can kick 57, 58 here. He goes short instead, off to Karmas in front, who turned interceptor. Off to Bontempelli, kicks off one step. Hoff couldn't take the mark. Spills to Hutchison, who his handball is turned over. Croft around the body. Yo, tracking back, takes the mark on his chest. And that should be 50 as well, because Liberatore went about 5 steps over the mark there, thinking that Yo was going to play on, but he went back directly in line with the man on the mark. So he'll be marched all the way, almost inside 50.
If I can read my handwriting properly, 2028, Job Shanahan signed on till.
Wow. Okay.
I think it's 2028.
So, Elliot Yo playing across half-back this afternoon. Liberatore on the mark, who is 49 metres out from goal. So the West Coast veteran spins the ball in his hand, starts his approach from inside the centre square. He'll have to kick this one well. It's to 55. It's off the outside of the boot a little. Won't quite make the distance, and Croft makes sure it is forced through for one behind. 4 straight 24, the Western Bulldogs. 2-3-15 now, the West Coast Eagles, after 24 minutes.
Ball brought back in by Bramble, shares it with Bontempelli, then gets it back from the skipper in the left forward pocket. Reid gets a little tap onto it and taps it out of bounds for a stoppage inside forward 50 for the Eagles.
That's a great press. I mean, Harley Reid, he's one to watch, obviously. You think about the don't argues and everything that comes with it, but that stoppage there, he's trying to get a free kick.
And Richards just
that's
puts him
huge.
down a little bit. Yeah, there was a lot of pressure from Reid. Does well from the stoppage. Cole takes it. He'll kick it to a hot spot. Top of the goal square for the Eagles. Tap down the back. Murdoch chasing after it. Can't get a foot onto it. And it goes through for a behind. Western Bulldogs ahead now by 8 points. 24 minutes played in the first term. Under the roof at Docklands.
So kicking duties with Bramble. Trots out of the defensive goal square. Runs into the right back pocket. Then kicks long. Didn't think it had enough on it, but Franco's able to track it back and then goes to Yo. Kicks short. Murdoch on hands and knees. Couldn't get the hand pass away. It's a turnover ball now. Riley Westhoff half back. Turns onto his left. Bontempelli drifting, or in fact it's Croft drifting forward. Oh, how good was Waitman? Read it beautifully. Dribbles towards goal. It's bouncing, and it stops. A metre out. Gee burst onto that well, Waitman. Nice to see him back after such a problem with injury over the last couple of years, and Starcevic wants to go straight away. He kicks low and hard and finds the chest of McCarthy. So 9 points the margin in favour of the Western Bulldogs.
McCarthy with the footy just chips it further ahead of him and finds Rhett Bazzo at right half back. And South Mandra kicks it down towards centre wing, towards Bailey Williams in his direction of his Eagles teammate. It's Lobb that steals it, takes it and takes the tackle. And we'll have a ball up right in front of the interchange gates. Bailey Dale runs in. So does Cooper Hines for the Western Bulldogs. They're all part of this stoppage here as it's tossed up. Lobb gets a little tap down. Bailey J. Williams on the turf tries to pull it away. Liberatore ducks his head under and tries to dig it out. It's Reid who gets a little clearance away and just dribbles the kick down to half forward. It's where it'll work for Cole. A little hand pass will find Dersma. Hand passes it across to Jack Williams. Curls the footy inside forward 50. It'll be taken though by the Dogs here as Bustling shares it with Selwood. Hand pass to Davidson. Flicks it back to Dale in the defensive goal square. And he'll lay the kick on to Richards, right half back. They clear it out of danger here, the Dogs.
It was a beautiful kick to Richards, who goes short in turn. And the kick along the boundary line is good enough for Kennedy, Luke Kennedy that is, who takes the mark. Looking back inboard, Dale is an option. And shorter still is Selwood, who takes the mark. Oh, sorry, Cleary, who kicks to Selwood. So now Selwood goes for a trot on the wing, and then a high long kick inside 50. Norton set himself, couldn't take the mark. He fights at ground level. Starcevic is there. He's taken in a tackle, no prior opportunity, says the umpire. And a ball up will take place inside attacking 50 for West Coast, 40 from goal.
It's a chance to check in with Lex Pesher on the boundary.
Hello, guys. Just the body language of Andrew McWalter since that fourth goal from the Dogs. He's slowly getting up and he talks about pressure a lot. So how to withstand the pressure now is the Eagles' task.
Thanks, Lex. The kick-in comes from the Western Bulldogs from the stoppage, and it finds Wakeman sitting up for him. It's a tough angle, but he was standing all alone just inside the boundary, 40 metres out from goal.
That was a really crafty kick. I mean, you think about West Coast Eagles actually just got caught off guard after the turnover, and Cody Wakeman just saw the advantage, ran out behind him and just found him by himself with about 10 metres of space. But what a great kick to snap that across your body and find him. Tough one here, though.
We'll line up for the drop punt. Release the kick from 45 metres out. It'll sit at a waiting pack, stays in play. Bailey Williams took it for the West Coast. For West Coast, hand passed it to Hoff over the line, and they'll take the rush behind here for the Eagles. Doggies ahead by 10 points, 28 minutes played in the first.
Starcevic goes quickly to the run of Kelly. Kelly kicks long up towards the wing. Big fist over the top by Bustlinger. Good defensive spoil, and it's out right on halfway. 4-2 plays 2-4. 28 played opening term here on ABC Sport. Ball will be tossed back in on centre wing. Williams and Lobb go at it again. At ground level, Bontempelli off to Liberatore, who snaps on his right boot around the corner. Oh, almost the mark for Hoff. Couldn't quite take it. Starcevic is there to mop up. Short kick. It was actually smothered on the way through. And now Baker was cleanest at ground level. He picks it up and goes to Reid, who could almost pull the trigger here. Harley Reid gets to 50 along the ground. Didn't quite have the journey. And rushed through for one behind. I think it was going to miss anyway. Not sure why he didn't loft that a little bit more, Harley Reid. Saw him covering 55 pretty easily here in the warm-up 45 minutes ago.
They're a hard kick when you're running perfectly straight. He didn't quite get enough angle to open up his leg a little bit to actually get underneath it. They're a hard kick running directly straight.
You're staring at me. I couldn't help you there, mate.
Western Bulldogs exited out of defence. It's the Fraser kick that finds its way to the wing. A pack will form, and it'll be a tackle from Rhett Bazzo that stops the ball going any further, with Fraser held up at the bottom of the pack for the Doggies.
I'm pulling back more. Long in the line, mate.
Ball bobbles its way out. We'll have a throw to half forward for the Western Eagles.
Battle. Don't stare at me, mate. When you start talking about speed and pace and
That's right. We'll play to our strengths.
0437774774. One coming in from Fran, who said a great team assembled here. Maybe it's Carl Sinclair. You bring economics, you bring politics, a bit of everything today. So a nice little mix in the team, Fran, saying.
I got the text from you not to go to politics today. It was a little bit too early. I was told it was unsafe. It was unsafe to go there. So,
ball tossed up. We'll move away from it right away. Ball tossed up. Centre wing. Bontempelli has it. Tackled by Harley Reid, who gives the Bont a little nudge as well as he gets up and will take his free kick.
I'll tell you what, I'm loving these two. They're actually going at each other. They're manning each other up at the stoppages. You see Reid has got best of him a couple times now. He's fended off at him. He just tackled him there. And Bontempelli's actually showed a bit of frustration. Grabbed his arm after it. Oh, I love this kind of battle.
Remember when Reid gave Pendlebury a nudge too in his milestone match? He doesn't mind it at all. Moved the footy to Dersma. His kick went to a pack. It was picked up by Richard, so he just spears the pass back to centre wing. Bontempelli going in after it again. Can't pick up the footy cleanly. Has to lay a little bit of a tackle on Bazzo. Ball spills out the back. Herbert can take it. His kick a turnover. And he puts it right into the hands of Bailey Dale of the Dogs.
Oh, aggressive kick, and it's very good too to Fraser in the middle, off to Liberatore, who was running. Or loopy hand pass, didn't sell Norton, or didn't give him many favours, and overrun the footy there. Norton just toes it forward inside, attacking 50 anyways. Okay, and then a big collision there for Starcevic. Cleared the way for Dersma. Not a great outletting kick to Cole all along the ground. It ricocheted back to him. Now Cole's put under pressure. Went the fend, holding the ball. Bontempelli with the last laugh. He has it at left half forward for the Western Bulldogs. Looking to go quickly. Not a great kick from Bontempelli either. You don't say that many times. Now a chance right on the boundary line. And it is Hines who's taken over for a ball in. Inside attacking 50, though, importantly for the Western Bulldogs. 4-2-26, leading West Coast 2-5-17, 32 played opening term. Ball spinning back into play. Dying stages. Neither ruckman got to it. Bounced on its point. Bontempelli hooks around the corner all the way to the goal square. Well done by the West Coast defence there, who tracked back in numbers and wanting to hold things up there, who was McCarthy. Unfortunately, his teammates have played on and it's spoiled out for a boundary throw-in. And left half back here for West Coast. Let's head downstairs, Lex.
Harley Reid's just come off. His left calf looks to be giving him some grief, so he's just talking to the doctor at the moment.
Thanks, Lex. We'll keep an eye on that. We've been enjoying watching Harley Reid across this opening term. So hopefully he's okay. So we tick down the seconds towards the first break. Richards takes the footy from the stoppage and will put it into the forward pocket. It's quite wide. It'll be too wide for Croft and out of bounds on the full. West Coast free kick to Brandon Starcevic inside their defensive 50. Still enough time left on the clock if they can go end-to-end here, the Eagles. Chips it across to Herbert. The mid-season rookie out of Geelong's VFL side takes a bounce in the right back pocket and then shoves it on his boot. A pack will be forming. Bo Allen crashes it and brings the footy to ground. It'll bobble its way out of bounds and it'll be a throw-in just to the left of the West Coast Eagles bench. As Lex said, McQualter's down there coaching for the bench. It looks like Luke Shuey standing next to him, just barking out some instructions as well. As the ball is tossed in, just onto the AFL logo, lob front position, brings it down. Bontempelli takes the footy, hand passes it to Hines. He hurries a kick forward. And there'll be an intercepting mark taken by McCarthy, right half back for the Eagles.
As Baker's short, that's where he heads. Happy to hold things up. Baker chip over the top. He's also good to Hoff. Looking for a way out. Plenty of calls from the bench as well. Up towards right half forward. Bailey Williams, lovely mark. And he's going to go back for a bit of fun here and have a crack. Oh, he almost nails the top. It'll land in the goal square. Waterman going at it. Even though it might not have had the journey to get there anyway. So a bit of fun to finish. West Coast still rude, not putting their early dominance on the board. They trail by 9 points at quarter time. The Bulldogs 4-2-26, leading the Eagles 2-5-17. Goal kickers for the Western Bulldogs, 2 to Norton, 1 to Croft and 1 to Davidson. Meanwhile, Cole and Shanahan with singles each for the Eagles.
In the World Cup, if you're following along, Argentina are leading Switzerland 3-1 now in the second half of extra time. So it looks like they'll be on their way to play England in the semis after the English defeated Norway 2-1 a little earlier on this morning. That's the latest in the World Cup. We'll get to a few of your texts on 0437 774 and 774 in just a moment, as well as the thoughts of Chad Wingard and Cal Sinclair, our experts. It is Western Bulldogs ahead by 9 points at quarter time. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Comedy, music and tricky clues.
Because Spicks and Specs is back. More music than a comedy night, more comedy than a concert, and enough trivia to impress your co-workers for weeks.
New Spicks and Specs. Back Wednesday, July 8 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Waitman, long kick inside 50, almost out the back. Croft, what about the snap? Right forward pocket, going away from goal. He brings it back for a very good opening goal for the Western Bulldogs. Kennedy kicks inside, attacking 50. It's a good kick too. It was well directed, not sure it's spun that kick. And a mark on the chest for Norton, who will line up 20 out directly in front. So Aaron Norton comes in and kicks his first of the afternoon.
West hand passes it away to Croft, who puts it to the top of the goal square. Norton can't mark it, can finish it anyway. Half a metre from the goal line, slams the kick into row 10. And Davidson, one of 6 ins for the Western Bulldogs, coming into this match. He's got the finish. Sam Davidson gets his name on the scoreboard for the Western Bulldogs early, and they've moved to 4 straight.
There's a free kick here. It's going the way of West Coast. Top Kohler with never a chance to take that mark, was held in the contest and slots it. So a steadier here for West Coast.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
There are the highlights of the first term where West Coast did score the first goal. Then there were a run of 4 consecutive Western Bulldogs goals before the Eagles scored another one at the 20-minute mark of the first term. And that brought the margin to 10 points at that point of the game, and then it's 9 points at quarter time is where it sits. 2-5-17, the visiting side. The Eagles, they're trailing the Western Bulldogs 4-26. Lauren Borden and Andrew Mays, your call team today. Lex Pesce's down on the boundary. Cal Sinclair and Chad Wingard, your experts on ABC Sport. On the SMS line, 0437 774 774. Biggles in Perth says, go Weagles, listening while waxing and replacing the wife's bicycle chain. That's probably a good way. Just have the radio on in the garage when you're doing that. Why aren't WA teams given the late games in the East, not playing before lunch when it comes to Western Australia? That's from Joe in Albany. I think we were having a discussion here before we came on air about the fact that normally they are what are the late games in the East Coast. So just a bit of a different time zone, maybe, Joe. Maybe something for you to enjoy, that the earlier match rather than always those late twilight matches. And Louis Emmett was named as an emergency. Why didn't he get a game? That's coming from Bill. Luke Beveridge kind of mentioned that they don't want to put guys in the ruck if they can't win the game for them. Cal, if you have an opinion on...
Yeah, what do you think, Cal, of Croft in the ruck? I mean, he's sort of... Because they've got the two tall forwards when Darcy's normally there, he's sort of a little bit lost. I mean, he's got the athleticism to play wing as well as a 200-centimetre wingman. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I think when you're a young forward, trying to find your way into the game and get comfortable at the level, sometimes playing forward as a key and young can actually be quite a lonely place. I'd be more, I guess, encouraging to sort of get him up the ground, get him involved in the play a little bit more than what he's doing. Probably this is the week to try it with guys like Emmett coming up against Williams. Is actually having a terrific start to this game. He's probably been the most influential ruckman compared to sort of Lob. But no, I agree with you. I think the more, I guess, around the ball and contest you can get, because I don't know, I played key forward back a little bit my day, and sometimes, you know, you can just feel a little bit lost as a young player when you're not actually getting many opportunities. But it's Luke Beveridge, right? You know, he's quirky with his selection and the way he moves magnets.
If the Eagles play in the early game, they can get home tonight. Is a text coming through. That is true. They've got their charter flights, the Eagles, so they'll be able to get home tonight. Came in on Friday and will be able to fly back home tonight. So that is an advantage of having the early game here at Docklands. Trailing by 9 points, though, the Eagles, we've mentioned they've been slow starters. They've only won 2 of their 17 matches this season, but they have slowly come into their matches. That's probably one of their strengths. What are you expecting then from them now, Chad, given they warm into the games?
Yeah, well, if they kicked it a little bit straighter, they've actually had more shots on goal. When you think about the one they got touched by Waterman, I mean, they're in this game. They're winning a lot of the... It's an arm wrestle at the moment. I think one thing they need to get a hold of is Bontempelli. I mean, 10 touches in the first quarter is something, or 11 touches, I should say, in the first quarter is something you don't want to have him 44 touches throughout the game. So many games that they'll lose when Bontempelli has that much influence. I'm actually loving Starcevic. I think he's had some big moments. You talk about, obviously, Bailey Williams in the ruck, but Starcevic down back, he's just had some influential moments. I know he's only had 6 touches, but he's been in the moments where they could have scored a goal, especially in that midfield there when... who was it? It was Liberatore missed that handball and he just pressed. He's one of the guys that I'm actually watching live. It just really impressed me so far.
So it is the Doggies ahead by 9 points at quarter time, looking for their 10th win of the season. The Eagles trying to pick up their 5th win as Lob takes it from the ruck, hand passes it backwards to West, who puts it on his boot and into some space at half forward. It'll be chopped off and taken by Davis of the Eagles, who can hand pass it to Hoff, hand pass it back to Starcevic. Skies a footy. Plenty of players will be at the drop. It's punched away by Dersma. Down to Yo, his 200th game for the Eagles. Hand passes it away, but West picks it up. Hand passes it to Bramble, to Richards. And it's in the hands of the Eagles. The Bulldogs, rather. Hand pass to Dale. He got bumped on the footy, and Harley Reid's given a free kick. It'll be advantage, though. The chip comes down to Artie Jones, and he squares it up and can find Rory Lobb. Edge of the centre square. Lobb will take his time before just darting the kick to true centre-half forward where Bramble will mark. 70 metres out from goal. He spots up the lead coming from Norton, tries to find him. Reid sits back.
The lead was on from Norton. He just hesitated that executing his kick. If he went about a second earlier, he'd probably hitting him.
Reid goes for a trot, then out wide to the wing, punched away from that contest. Liberatore leading the race here towards the boundary, keeps it in. Blind hand pass inboard to Bontempelli. Wasn't a great hand pass in the end. Eagles have numbers. Making it back inside Franku. Just snaps it around the corner. Blind kick forward. Might work out okay, although able to get there quickly was O'Donnell. His hand pass knocked down. This is very messy to start this second term. Now Waterman sees it out for a boundary throw, and although he's trying to claim the lasso.
No, it was a handball. No one touched it.
All right. And then he kicks inside attacking 50. Yo going up forward to start this second quarter. Battles out at ground level. Hand pass inside to Murdoch. Murdoch looking to hit the target. It's a good kick. Good mark.
Wow.
And Williams has it. Jack Williams. 30 out, 35 out, directly in front.
That is a great kick. I mean, you've got Rory Lobb actually in his eyesight in between that kick. He actually kicked it just over him, weighted that perfectly, and there was no other option for him. I mean, he's on his left side. He could potentially have a shot from about 45, but just to change that direction and have that shot, have that pass, and again, that levels it up. You're 35 out directly in front. I mean, that's a tough kick. After everyone's fumbling, one person says, nah, this is enough. I'm going to find someone.
Big win by Elliot Yeo in the one-on-one as well beforehand. Now in comes Williams. He misses across the face for one behind. It's another chance gone begging here for West Coast. 2 goals, 6-18 they are now, the Eagles. 4-2-26, the Western Bulldogs after 2 minutes in the second term.
Dale brings it in to Bailey Williams of the Doggies, who's got it about 20 metres from defensive goal. A little stuttering step before he looks out for Kennedy, takes the contact from Young, was probably hoping for a free kick there that the umpire wasn't... has she paid the free kick? No. Oh, it's a last touch. Last touch disposal out of bounds.
Letter of the law, that is a free kick, though.
Oh.
Letter of the law.
Softest free kick
Letter
ever.
Of the law. So, there's been softer given.
Well, yeah, but it was about one hand in the back, though, and Kennedy tried to add a little bit more, but Liam Baker takes the free kick last touch, puts it into the pocket for the Eagles. It's a Harley Reid hand pass across to Waterman, squares up the footy. No mark can be taken.
Hey.
Jack Williams is on the end of it. Couldn't get the set shot. Can get it on the run. A snap and a goal to Jack Williams. And the Western Bulldogs lead is cut back to 2 points. The Eagles 3-6-24. The Doggies 4-2-26. It's the West Coast Eagles with the first goal of this second term. 3.5 minutes played in. Just 2 points, the difference here at Docklands.
Might be a tough sell here, Chad, but Harley Reid in traffic here, just to sort of get a handball out to Waterman and then puts it to the hot spot. Williams, a little bit of luck, bounce to the ball, but Harley Reid in traffic, his explosive power is just incredible. And with Williams and Shanahan, it reminds pretty good for their future. That forward line reminds me a little bit of like the Rewald and Kashitsky era, and they sort of broke on the stand. Took them a number of years to work together, but there's enough there to be excited about if you're an Eagles fan.
Oh, 100%. I think when this team gets better as a whole, they're going to reap the rewards. You think about two tall forwards who are getting a lot of shots at goals, just not converting just yet. They're going to improve very quickly.
Bailey Williams in the ruck down to Reid. There's a free kick, and it's going against Harley Reid. Now the kick inside, attacking 50 for the Dogs. Artie Jones, brave as can be.
Wow.
Didn't know what was coming behind. Opened himself up and took a great mark.
I mean, Artie Jones, he's had 3 flies now, first in the first quarter where he looks really confident in the air, and I think they took that mark just down here, which was a free kick, but he still marked it nonetheless. Yeah. He's, in the last week, kicked 2 goals. He's looking very strong. He's had an improved year. I think he's almost been, if I'm being maybe a little bit biased, but most improved for Western Bulldogs in terms of he was on the outside a lot in the last couple of years, and he's just come in without Waitman and just impacting on the scoreboard. He was playing a little bit wing last year, but let's see if he can convert again today.
Here comes Jones. 35 out. He sneak it in, not quite. Way to the right for one behind.
That was the kick from West, coming out of the mid. That was just penetrating. Maybe that would have hurt the hands.
Dogs by 3, 5 played, second term.
Yeah, lucky he was flying back with the fly. Kind of took a bit of the sting out of it.
Brandon Starcevich goes for a run, thumps the kick all the way to centre wing, outer side of the ground. Where it comes to ground, will be Bazzo that wins it for the Eagles. He hand passes it away to Bo Allen, who nearly gets caught in a tackle, can get the hand pass away to Dersma. Hand pass across to Reid. Bontempelli comes in after him, holding on to him. Get the hand pass away, hand pass to Jack Williams.
He shrugged.
This is main event type of stuff. This is worth the admission. Everyone who's in here has already got their worth of their ticket. I mean, all the kids would be pumped with this. How good is this?
He shrugged Bont like he was 170 centimetres.
And he came in hot too, because he's got fended off already. So he came in with some aggression. Still couldn't land it.
Ball goes inside 50 for the Eagles. Richards tries to take it, gets tackled, spills the footy. Selwood wins it for the Eagles. For the Doggies. Clears it out to the outside of the ground. Norton takes it. Hand pass to Arnie Jones. The two are running alongside each other. The kick comes to Norton. Has to slide in, get the footy. A good second effort, takes it. But the West Coast numbers are around the ball, and Oliver Franco is able to clear.
And running back into space was Dursma. Didn't know what was coming the other way. Did extremely well to push his opponent off. It looked like a bit of a scoop to Allen. It was. And he will get the free kick. So getting to his feet, the tackler Selwood.
That was a Luke Bruce special, that one. The old rugby throw.
Can I say, though, Bontempelli had an amazing first quarter, but a lot of the time he was manning up on Harley Reid. He had 7 touches and 2 shots on goal.
Yeah.
So actually, not to be critical of Bontempelli, but partly your major direct opponents having an influence as well.
Yep.
Oh, no. Cody Waitman in a bit of trouble here. We've got to stop in play for a blood rule, I think, but the doctor is out with Cody Waitman at the moment.
I think he's all right.
Hopefully he's okay. Obviously, so much trouble.
He's covering the ground well today, Cody Waitman. It seems like last week and a bit, he's just really got used to the level again, covering the ground immaculately. Ton of pace. You saw him break away there. Not going to keep up with him, Chad. Just the kick was pretty
well, it's strange because he didn't get any VFL game. He was straight into the AFL
which
side.
Was odd, I thought. Yeah,
which was very odd for a player who's missed that amount of time. But yes, it's going to take a little bit to get his legs underneath him.
Selwood with the free kick. Inside attacking 50. Norton ran underneath it. Knocked away from Hoff. And now Starcevic taking in strong tackle. Back into congestion. No prior opportunity. And we'll have a ball up inside attacking 50 for the Western Bulldogs.
Doggies ahead by 3 points. Bailey Williams gets a tap out for West Coast. It just sits in the middle of a little pack before Bontempelli comes in, steals it away. Hand pass to Norton, hand pass to Waitman, hand pass to Richards. Had to reach for it, can keep it in play. He can't. He got it to Waitman, but he was just outside, and it'll be a throw in inside forward 50.
And you could tell with Cody Waitman, I mean, he took that massive clean-up and then rushed his kick. He probably would have burnt and then had an easy shot on goal. Last set shot, he only kicked about 35 metres, so he's still working in his way into this.
Yeah.
Williams almost takes it out of the ruck himself for the Eagles, but does get it down to Harley Reid, moves it across to Dursma. Was that a throw? Might have been a throw from Reid.
Oh, Bonds had words to him too. Yeah. When he put him on the ground. He stood right over him and had... Probably not suitable for the ABC, but he definitely had some comments to Harley Reid. I reckon if he kicks this, I would be going straight into Harley Reid's face, Chad. I hope he does. Anyway.
So the Bontempelli tackle on Harley Reid dispossessed him of the footy.
Just don't rub his head.
Just don't rub his head.
That's right.
And Marcus Bontempelli wins the free kick. One of the premier players in the competition against one of the new breed in Harley Reid. Bontempelli, his kick towards goal. He is offline. And he's just going to walk away now, Bontempelli, and find his position at centre-half forward. No afters there between him and Harley Reid. Just a minor score. Doggies ahead by 4.
Plenty of verbal there. We'll get to Lex very shortly. A long kick outside of defensive 50 from the Eagles, and Davis forces it on the boot quickly. This will work too. Murdoch presenting up to the wing, takes the mark, plays on quickly to Duggan. Just takes it inside the field of play. Low short kick is good too to Waterman, who presents. He wants to go quickly. Outside of him, Dursma kicks inside 50. Shanahan, great movement of the footy. Excellent play by West Coast, and they'll have a shot. Shanahan tight on the boundary here. 30 from goal, left forward pocket before he takes his kick. Lex.
And came straight to the boundary as he came off and straight to the doctor. At the moment, he's just walking along the boundary line, but doesn't seem to be in too much pain.
So Shanahan already with a goal this afternoon. Great bit of play, deserves the finish. He'll start his approach right from the boundary line, kicks the snap, bends it back beautifully. Just reward for their best passage of play this afternoon, and West Coast have the lead. 4-6-30. The Western Bulldogs 4-4-28. That's their second goal of this second term. They've now got the last 3 goals of the game, the Eagles, and are back in front.
And that passage did not look like the 16th side in the competition. No. You think about how clean they were. Dursma just getting the handball, hands above his head and just dishing it out. Again, every single kick was perfect and in the right, and it was composed. It was like urgent, but not in a rush. And you think about what you want to believe if you're a West Coast fan is what's next? Where can we get to? And that's a great sign of where they can get to. Maybe next year, maybe the year after. But they've got some talent in this side that is starting to work together and know where each other are on the field. So that's super exciting passion to play right there.
I think if your Bulldogs defence, you're a bit undersized. I reckon Shanahan and Williams are a little bit concerning for Luke Beveridge in the box at the moment.
So back in the middle, Reid and Bontempelli are still tussling as the ball gets tossed up. Reid wins it. West can't catch him inside 50 for the Eagles. Directly to Joe Shanahan. There is the future of the Eagles right there. Reid to Shanahan. He has a set shot at goal. Tough angle, 40 metres out.
Centre clearance helps, but, but they are going to be a concern for Bevo in the box.
So Joe Shanahan already has a couple of goals this afternoon. We're only in the second term. The Moama Magpies on the New South Wales Victorian border. On his approach, we get a couple in a row. This one's just off to the near side.
You tell by how he made that contact. It was very low. Almost tried to steer that one through. Didn't kick through the ball.
3 points the Eagles' advantage. 12 minutes played in the second quarter.
Bontempelli receives the kick in. Goes long outside, defensive 50. And that's a wonderful mark over the top. Taken by Allen. Just stuck in the one-on-one. Leading his opponent to the footy. He backtracks to Young. Now inboard inside the centre square to Starcevic. Croft is posted almost inside the centre circle. Starcevic over the top, risky kick. If this is a turnover, the Dogs can come the other way. It dribbles towards attacking 50. Enough numbers there for the West Coast Eagles. Duggan takes it. He spills it. And they hold it up. Cole makes sure Davidson goes nowhere. Ball up to take place at centre half forward for West Coast. Williams wanders over. Down towards Reid, who has one arm pinned. And it will be another ball up.
Chad, do you reckon the Western Boys' reaction time is just off? Like, you've had a turnover there. And West Coast really just had numbers to the ball very easily off that turnover. I don't know if they're just walking or...
Another ball up in the same position. We'll keep an eye on that. It comes down. It's cleared away by Bontempelli. The kick nearly hits the roof. It'll sit down. Davidson had a long time to sit there and wait for it. Just couldn't take the mark in the end. Bramble tries to soccer it away. It's picked up and cleared by McCarthy, who can get it close to the boundary line. That's where Duggan is. Last touch over the line, and Lockie Bramble wins the free kick. At centre wing, outer side of the ground, the city side of Dockland Stadium. Bramble darts the kick to half forward. No mark can be taken. Young came in there and brought the ball to ground. And comes West to pick it up. McNeil, rather. Hand passes it away to Karmas. Hand passes it into the centre of the field to find Selwood, who can kick it out wide. Artie Jones marks. On the lead. Grabs the footy and holds on to it. He takes the mark ahead of Liam Baker. Used his speed again, Artie Jones. Might go back and take this kick. It's probably on the edge of his distance. But he looks like he's going to take his shot here, Artie Jones. Spins the footy around in his hands. Had a shot a little earlier on in this quarter. Wasn't able to convert. Will release the kick right from 50. Skews across to a pack that'll form. No mark can be taken. It's brought to ground. It stacks on. And there's a ball up at a good spot for the Western Bulldogs, just left of their goal square in the forward pocket. Eagles ahead by 3, 15 minutes played in the second.
Nice to see Waitman drift down to this stoppage. He's back on the park. And it bobbles around. Allen picks it up. He's mobbed immediately, going nowhere. Another ball up to take place. 20 out directly in front here for the Western Bulldogs, who trail by 3. From the stoppage, Williams. Now McCarthy just kicks it out of there. Off the ground, gains some meterage. Good tackle by Graham. Forced almost the turnover. In fact, it is. Cole. Hand pass over the top to Yo. Kept it in, looking for the runners. One of them's Graham. Up towards half-back. A good tackle. Graham sold it. They did all sorts of pressure. Up said play on. Bustlinger retreats to O'Donnell. O'Donnell hugging the boundary line with his kick, but it's okay. Bramble takes it. Goes inboard quickly to Dale. In between wing and left half-back. Dale happy to sit on the footy here for a little while. Looking for a way out. Short kick is okay to Bramble, who kept on running along the boundary. He takes the mark. 10 metres inside, has Bustlinger outside, who runs, kicks inside, attacking 50. Where are the Flyers? Norton almost could have been held, he was. Couldn't jump at that one. His right arm tucked back, stuck one arm up at it. It was pretty obvious. And we'll have a set shot for Aaron Norton. 45-degree angle to the left. He'll kick from 40.
There's probably no need to. He obviously was falling behind, was falling down, and when you're obviously out of position, backs love to tend to try and drag you down as a forward. And like I said, it was already a contest there, so there was no need. But how many times have we said that when a back doesn't need to give away a free kick and they give it away?
In comes Norton, kicks from 47, high ball away to the left, one behind, lead still with the West Coast Eagles, 4-7-31, they're leading the Bulldogs 4-5-29, 17 played, second term on ABC Sport.
And Starcevic brings it in, chips it out towards Cully. He'll go for a run outside defensive 50, take a bounce, and then kick down the city wing. An intercept from the Doggies. Good mark taken by O'Donnell. Standing at centre wing, outer side of the ground. The Western Bulldogs haven't kicked a goal in this second term so far. It's just been a couple away of the Eagles. Kick comes down to half forward. Young's there to meet the footy, and he's taken to the turf, and it'll be a ball up at half forward for the Doggies. Kicking towards the Coventry end in this second term. Kick comes inside towards the pocket. No mark taken. Davidson was in there. He couldn't do anything with it. Liberatore throws a boot at it. It bobbles its way through and bounces for a minor score. West Coast Eagles lead cut back to 1 point. 17 minutes played in the second term. The Eagles 4-7-31 leading the Doggies 4-6-30.
Long kick out of defence. Bustlinger leapt high in front of Shanahan. Spills out the back. Kennelly, a bit of a hospital hand pass there for Bailey Williams of the Dogs. He's escorted over the line.
He's lucky not to lose a rib or two there.
Absolutely. Duggan could have absolutely crunched him. Instead, took him by the hips and made sure he was out of bounds. Ball to be tossed back into play. Right half forward here for the Western Bulldogs. Thrown in. Kennelly having a run in the ruck as well for the Dogs. Didn't win on that occasion. West Coast with the clearance win up towards Shanahan. Raked it in with the one hand. No chance to get rid of it as Selwood pins him in a strong tackle, and we'll have a ball up left half forward here for West Coast. And Tim Kelly not happy with a bit of the treatment from Selwood on his younger teammate there, Shanahan, who gets to his feet and trots back to inside attacking 50.
Bailey J. Williams gives the footy a good whack. It finds its way to Hutchinson, who can get the footy towards the attacking arc. It's taken, though, by Buslinger. Moves it to Fraser, whose kick is an absolute shocker. He passed it to Waterman as if it was his teammate. And Jake Waterman is going to have a set shot from directly in front of goals from that turnover. He'll be 20 metres out, if that. And it's almost a goal that's been gifted to him from the Dogs.
I think that was actually not gifted to him from the Dogs, but Kelly gave that to him. He put the pressure on the kick there, and actually, I mean, for a superstar that Kelly is, you don't see sometimes them put the pressure on, but that was an unbelievable hit. That's his goal if he kicks this. I don't want to jinx him. I should have said a thing.
It's Waterman too.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Come on, mate, put it through.
He had a goal disallowed. Now this one straight in front. He won't miss this. And Jake Waterman gets a goal today. He moves to 35-40 on the season. And importantly, West Coast Eagles lead goes out to 7 points. 5-7-37. Western Bulldogs 4-6-30. Just ticked into red time in the second quarter.
I actually think it's a good clip for Jake Waterman as well that they should show, is that not falling asleep and actually just holding you with, probably defending two guys at once, and just the kick probably helped. But also pretty good reaction time from the big fella.
Well, it's interesting. I was watching Fraser, who obviously turned that one over, and Tom Cole went over, and if you want to get rid of the taunt, he slapped him about 14 times on the backside. And obviously, if he'd rubbed his head, it would have been a free kick reversal, but you can slap them on the bum and it doesn't matter.
I tell you, watching the replay there is almost like the cricket catch, whether the hand got underneath the glove. We just watched it about 4 or 5 times.
Well, it's a good point, right? Like, can you verbally taunt?
Yep.
So, that's a free kick then. Because I could argue and sit there and say, I've had some things said to me that were pretty hurtful, Chad.
No way. Sure?
Yeah. All right. But it's a good point, though, right? Like, it's really good.
You either get rid of the taunt or just let it go. So now a chance for West Coast from the stoppage. Baker, his kick smothered on its way to half forward in a one-on-one. Hand pass comes the way of Fraser. Almost had a fumble. He was almost caught too. Affected the kick. Rolls along the ground all the way up to attacking 50. Hoff just lost the footy in sight there, and then a good tackle over the top. Oh, it's going to be holding the ball. I thought Waitman didn't have a chance to get rid of that, but he didn't really make an attempt once he was on the ground, and Young receives the free kick, pulls the trigger into the middle. It's almost a turnover. Norton got there. Oh, what a tackle. Bursting through was Riley West, and standing strong, Franco copped him front on. Wonderful tackle, good footy.
It might not be coming off, Chad, but they are trying, a particular style of ball movement. Not the greatest decision, but at least they're having a crack. West Coast are trying to bring it through the middle of the ground.
Yeah, their endeavour's been unbelievable so far.
A little push in the back, and Kennedy gets a free kick, puts the pass inside forward 50. Norton, two hands, clunks the mark.
He tends to get that leading lane a lot, Norton.
Yeah, and that's on the mids, on the West Coast mids. I know they're doing a lot well today, but again, you need to make sure you have just bodies in the way. You can't have Norton just... if you're the kicker, you want to see a beautiful lane, and that's what he saw there. There's no one in between the kicker. Even the man on the mark was actually to the right of him, so that's too easy of a kick, especially Norton, full length. Like, you're not stopping that.
Directly in front of goal, Norton has got three. What kind of day could Aaron Norton be in for today? 3 goals already, 22 minutes into the second term. And the Eagles lead cut back to 1 point. 5-6-36 the Dogs. The Eagles 5-7-37. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
And that was a great passage of play. And I want to go back to the taunting, because like I said, the NBA, they have this rule and they have had it for a long time. So the trouble with our game is that the ground is so massive and that umpires can't hear it all. So I think the taunting shouldn't be a part of their game, because what's it saying to the young kids going through in the community footy to make sure this is a game for everyone. It's a game that we love. That taunting's not supposed to be a part of it. We're supposed to just go out there and let your game do the talking for you. I think that's the best part about it. And I didn't do much of it because I was a forward.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to try and kick a goal, and that was enough evidence that I was winning that battle. But yeah, I like it. I think we should get rid of the taunting, because it doesn't... What's it saying to our young players that are coming through?
Riley West from the middle, snaps around the corner, ricochets off a couple of shins. Graham coming one way, just got away from him the footy. Now Richards has it for the Western Bulldogs. Great kick to centre half forward. Bontempelli has it. 53 from goal. Plays on. Yo almost smothered. Bontempelli into the pocket. Immaculate kick. And Norton takes it on his chest.
Should you be allowed to put players off, though, Chad, going for goal?
Yeah, I think we've seen some handstand. We've seen some...
Yeah, Oh, yeah. So where do you draw the line?
Exactly. I don't know where you draw the line.
It's the inconsistency that it's a bit...
You can't rub someone on the head, but you can tap them on the backside. And that's
or say whatever you want.
Yeah.
Give them a go.
Every sport has it, though, inconsistencies, right? It's a hard one.
Norton on his right hits the fat side of the footy and kicks it out of bounds on the full, all the way across the face. So no change to the score. It is West Coast leading by a point, 24 played second term.
McCarthy takes it and just dubs it into the right forward pocket where Liam Baker will mark. A bounce, and then a pretty flat kick outside of defensive 50. It was a poor one. Hines easily picked it off for the Doggies. Hand passes it to Bontempelli, then gets it back from his captain. Little kick towards Dale, not 15, play on. He kicks it, looking for Selwood, but in comes Shanahan, who spoils it, takes the footy, hand passes it to Reid, and it's in the hands of the Eagles. Hand pass to Davis, two bounces. And Davis's kick is a little risky, and it's because Bustling is there for the Western Bulldogs.
Takes no prisoners, doesn't he?
No, we need a Reid cam. We actually need a Reid cam, 24/7.
Press red for Harley Reid as Davis takes it. Hand pass it away to Cully. Inside forward 50. Mark will be taken by Millen Murdoch. And he's got a shot at goal. He looked a little unsure, but he'll take his shot from about 45 metres out, almost directly in front.
But what he does, it reeks throughout the whole rest of the team. You see someone who with that confidence, that much swagger, the next contest, you want to go just as hard, right? Physicality is contagious.
Milan Murdoch, a good-looking kick, and he snuck it in. It just goes through the goal. Milan Murdoch gives the Eagles perhaps a little bit more breathing space there, ahead by 7 points. Murdoch's 12th goal of the season. And it's the Eagles 6-7-43. The Doggies 5-6-36. 26 minutes played in the second.
I want to talk about Shannon in that play as well. I mean, it was the start of it, but he's got those go-go gadget arms. I mean, we saw before how he just took that plucker. It looked like he had a glove on his hand. It was just like one of those sticky mitts where the ball just stuck to it and he just planed it in. I'm really loving what we see. We've kicked the goals, but that from a tall forward to push up the ground and intercept that, where if they mark that, that's probably a goal against. That's a 12-point swing. I mean, that's what it really is when it comes down to it. All the small things, and again, we spoke about Harvey Reid and just his demeanour, but Murdoch's having a great game himself. He's had a few great kicks inside forward 50. He's one of the players that we love to watch with ball in hand.
Lob won it down. Now Yo spending a bit of time in the middle, turns tackler, but Richards was excellent, got away from him, turned around and kicked inside 50. It'll land 40 out. Oh, wonderful mark. Croft just read it better. Unfortunately, big Jack Williams ran underneath the footy, and waiting out the back was Croft.
He was just too keen, Jack Williams. I liked the intent, but he just eyes lit up when that ball came in. But hey, well read by Croft there. I think sometimes they're difficult to sort of judge, particularly when you've got someone so proactive in front of you.
He's been back, he's been forward, he's been on the wing, in the ruck. Croft, can he convert from directly in front? 40 outs. It's away to the right for one behind. 5-7-37, plays 6-7-43. A goal the margin in favour of the Eagles. 27 gone in the second term.
McCarthy brings it in, and Herbert's sitting in that pocket to take the mark. He goes back to McCarthy, who's in the defensive goal square, and McCarthy goes back to Herbert in the left back pocket, just slowly trying to safely exit defensive 50 here. The chip kick across to Graham, whose kick comes out, and we'll be able to find Davis, who marks left half back for the Eagles. Still time in this quarter for West Coast to improve upon its lead. Kicks right down the line and hits up Oliver Franco, the son of Josh.
50.
Chips it across to Herbert. Franco gets a free kick. Davidson going over the mark.
I think it might have been against Selwood or
for running through the protected zone.
Yeah.
He didn't move. Great rule. That's awesome. It's really good. Love that stuff.
Oliver Franco, 55 metres out, wants the kick to a hot spot inside forward 50. Plenty of dogs around there. It was Hines who got a punch away. Comes straight down to Duggan, though. He curls the kick around his body into the path of O'Donnell, who takes the ball and then has a couple of Eagles coming after him to tackle. Ball up inside forward 50 for the Eagles. Perhaps a chance for them to put a late score on the board.
And kicked a couple of stoppage goals, the Eagles. What about this time? Kelly inboard. Murdoch ran into trouble. Still got the hand pass away. All the way back to the line, and it's rushed through for one behind by Dale, who takes it quickly, goes inboard, and Selwood takes the mark. Right back pocket, still inside defensive 50. Margin now 7 points in favour of the Eagles. Long kick up towards the wing. Jones will fly. Go. Read it the better out the back. Maybe one last chance. Oh, but he's going to pay 50. No, it's a free kick.
Free kick.
Going the way of Jones.
Yeah, McCarthy didn't sell it quite enough.
So Jones goes out wide to Norton, who's a long way from home. Took the mark as the siren sounded. And this might be a nervous listen for Western Bulldogs supporters this afternoon. In the logjam, and they are down at half-time. 5-7-37 the Western Bulldogs, 6-8-44 the West Coast Eagles. We'll go through the goal kickers for the Dogs, first of all, with Norton, who kicked one in that second term. He has 3 for the afternoon. Singles to Croft and Davidson. Meanwhile, for West Coast, 2 to Shanahan, singles to Murdoch, Jack Williams, Cole and Waterman.
So the Eagles able to come back in that second quarter after being down by 9 points at half-time. It is the Eagles ahead by 7 points at the main break. Of course, they haven't got a great record here at Docklands. They've played here 3 times already this season. That included a 53-point loss to Carlton, a 32-point loss to Melbourne, and that 101-point loss to St Kilda. I think we might have been here for that, Carl. So they've had some ordinary old results here at Docklands, but at the moment they are leaders at half-time. 7 points, though, not a great margin that they'll be defending coming into the second half. We'll have a chat about Bontempelli and Reid in a moment, but I guess Chad and Cal, just your overall thoughts about the first half.
I think it's been a great half of footy, if I'm being honest.
Yep.
Like, both sides look like they're ready to hunt this game. I wouldn't say one team looks better than the other, which is surprising considering one team sitting 9th and one 16th. For me, I'm loving what West Coast Eagles are bringing. I think their endeavour has been bar none. If I'm Western Bulldogs, I'd actually try and take the ball in a bit of kick catch, if I'm being honest, because West Coast Eagles look stronger when the ball's live, and they're just getting into their face, and their tackling pressure is really good. Western Bulldogs are trying to handle through that, and they're just not able to at the moment. But we'll get to the Bontempelli and Harley Reid main match. But for me at the moment, we spoke about the ruckman. The hit-out is 19 to 25 in favours of West Coast. So that's not a huge, I suppose, advantage there. But you talk about the total clearances. Western Bulldogs are actually winning that 22 to 16, and the way they're winning it is the centre clearances. I mean, 8 to 3. You assume that if you're getting 8 to 3, you're getting scores from stoppages. So credit to West Coast Eagles to be able to losing those centre clearances and actually not giving up too much score. So, like I said, I'm probably being a bit favour of West Coast Eagles because I'm just really excited about what they're bringing for such a young core group, and just the way that they're playing at the moment. Western Bulldogs have got a bit of work to do, I think, especially in front of six. I think both teams have actually let a lot of scores go by the wayside. I think we've had a lot of set shots from directly in front. The other thing I don't like is a forward. Geez, I'm speaking too much of a forward at the moment. But when they have shots a goal when they're on their range or too far out, we've seen too many that have gone just short or they've get touched over the line. If you can't make the distance, geez, I'm being real critical right now. Yeah. But put it to the hot spot or try and find another one. I think there's been about 4 or 5, maybe 3, I reckon, from each side at the moment where they've just been touched on the line or they've had a shot from like the junction and they're just really just trying to find another.
You sound like a coach, mate.
I'm so sorry. What am I doing? What am I doing?
You remember what it was like?
Don't take it. That's an insult. Don't you dare.
No, but you haven't had a touch. You think you're within distance. You think you're within distance, mate. You remember what it was like?
It is.
You remember what it was like, mate.
I know. Hey, do as I say, not as I do.
We'll go into the archives and we'll find out.
Yeah, like kick from outside 50.
I haven't watched enough of West Coast this year, but the reliance on Harley Reid they've got for a young player, and the fact that he's actually holding up and taking that with a bit of your word, his bravado, bit of arrogance. But look, I haven't seen many young players basically put the team on their shoulders like he does. Like, I know there's a Nick Dacos and things like that, but he probably had the benefit of coming into, I guess, a really
strong
good team and good senior leaders around him. But you just feel like that if Harley Reid's not out there, there's a massive gap for West Coast. You know, he could have had 2 goals today. You saw the physicality. He's putting guys on their backsides. Williams as well. I don't think he gets enough credit in the ruck. I know I'm pumping up Ruckman, but he really is a real underrated. He's an underrated player in the competition and goes up against some big guys and some big bodies, and is a very, very undersized player. But for me, I'm with you. I think we should be talking very, very positively of West Coast. Can they actually go into this second half and not panic? Because they've actually moved the ball okay. Yeah, they've made some errors in the middle of the ground and had a few turnovers. I actually think Western Bulldogs haven't actually made them pay enough.
Yep.
They've made a lot of they've made a lot of mistakes in the middle of the ground. I think Western Bulldogs' reaction time is completely off today. There's been a number of times where West Coast have had like second and third chances in the middle of the ground. Good teams, when you make one error, they are literally getting scored against. So very interesting setup as well. Structurally, I'm seeing the Bulldogs, they're getting like all 18 players in defence. So then when they are coming out, they haven't got much to look at. And that's why I think Sam Darcy's absence has really cost them structurally.
So we've got to get to the ABC News. I want to dig into the main event, Bontempelli and Harley Reid. Let's do it after the news, Chad.
100%.
Get yourself something to
refill.
It is the news. It is ABC News. I think we've been pretty rapt to have seen what Harley Reid's done today, and as well taking on Marcus Bontempelli and taking the player on and not standing down. It's something we've grown to know about Harley Reid, and he's showing it out at Docklands today. His side, the West Coast Eagles, are leading by 7 points at half-time, 6-8-44. The Doggies 5-7-37. That's where things sit at Docklands at half-time. We'll take a pause and a break now, and then we'll get the full breakdown of how those two are going, Bontempelli and Reid, in just a moment. But first, we'll pause and take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, hello, I'm Satyam Weinstein. The US military says it's carrying out a fresh round of strikes on Iran after a civilian ship was struck in the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian media is reporting explosions across multiple regions. It comes after Iran's Revolutionary Guard said they fired a warning shot at a vessel using an unauthorised route through the strait before declaring the waterway closed until further notice. The UK's Maritime Trade Operations Agency says the crew of the ship has abandoned the vessel. Meanwhile, the The IRCG says they've destroyed a command and control centre and drone hangars at the Prince Hassan Air Base in Jordan and hit an airbase in Qatar, destroying a fighter aircraft maintenance centre and a command and control centre. Air defence sirens have also been heard in Bahrain. Russia's launched another barrage of drones and missiles at Ukraine, killing at least 7 people and leaving dozens more wounded. 2 people were killed in a missile strike in the southern port city of Odessa, while 5 were killed in glide bomb attacks in the northern city of Sumy. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his government's focusing on getting the country's allies to speed up the delivery of weapons.
I am preparing changes in Ukraine's diplomatic efforts. We need a new level of cooperation with our partners to ensure that agreements on arms supplies are fulfilled. Agreements reached by national leaders must be implemented much faster and more completely.
Venezuelan officials say they're carefully removing tons of debris in case anyone's still left alive under the rubble, 2 weeks after devastating twin earthquakes hit the country. More than 4,300 people have been confirmed killed in the quakes. Officials say the estimated 1.28 tons of debris will be reused in reconstruction projects. 1 person's missing in the U.S. state of Missouri as heavy rainfall and flooding forces evacuations. Officials say numerous emergency rescues have been carried out and more than 200 children have been evacuated from a summer camp. Several other states are also facing the potential for severe thunderstorms and flash flooding. The New York Times says several of its journalists have been ordered to testify before a grand jury after reporting on security concerns involving U.S. President Donald Trump's Qatari-donated presidential jet. The newspaper says subpoenas were issued asking journalists to appear in regard to an alleged violation of federal criminal law. The U.S. Justice Department says it's concerned about people leaking classified information. President of America's National Press Club, Mark Schoff Jr., says the Trump administration wants to pressure journalists into giving up their sources.
That is an absolute violation of the First Amendment rights here in the United States, violation of press freedom. This is a matter of the administration wanting to find out who the leakers are by pressuring journalists, by intimidating journalists. That's what's wrong here.
Police in Canada say 2 people have been killed and 5 others wounded in a shooting near a street festival in the city of Toronto. They earlier warned of an active shooter before saying the scene was secure. The shooting occurred near the Salsa on St. Clair festival. A community vigil will be held in the Western Victorian town of Donald today to remember 13-year-old Layla Jeffrey. Matt Neal has the story.
Layla Jeffrey was last seen on McCracken Street in Donald on July 4th. She was reported missing by a family member the following day. A major search of bushland on Thursday recovered human remains believed to be that of the missing 13-year-old. Police arrested a 16-year-old boy on Friday and charged him with 1 count of murder last night. He's been remanded in custody and will reappear in court later this year. The death of Layla Jeffrey has rocked the small Donald community. Locals are expected to gather this afternoon at a town hall for a prayer vigil in her honour.
The WA Premier, Roger Cook, will take on his government's defence industries portfolio in a cabinet reshuffle following the departure of senior Labor MP Paul Papilia. Before his resignation, Mr Papilia was responsible for emergency services, corrective services, defence industries, veterans and racing and gaming. Mr Cook's also passed on his state development responsibilities to Mines and Petroleum Minister David Michael, while newly promoted Minister Daniel Pastorelli, who replaces Mr Papilia in cabinet, takes over Mines and Petroleum. The corrective services portfolio will be taken over by Attorney General Tony Booty. And Argentina has beaten Switzerland 3-1 with a dramatic extra-time win at the FIFA World Cup in Kansas City. In this morning's other earlier quarter-final, England beat Norway in another dramatic match, 2-1 in the city of Miami. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News. You can get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Harley Reid hand pass across to Waterman, squares up the footy, no mark can be taken. Hey. Jack Williams is on the end of it. Couldn't get the set shot, can get it on the run. A snap and a goal to Jack Williams.
Waterman who presents. He wants to go quickly. Outside of him, Dersma. Kicks inside 50. Shanahan. Great movement of the footy. He'll start his approach right from the boundary line. Kicks the snap. Bends it back beautifully. Just reward for their best passage of play this afternoon. And West Coast have the lead.
Fraser, whose kick is an absolute shocker. He passed it to Waterman as if it was his teammate. And Jake Waterman is going to have a set shot from directly in front of goals. This one straight in front. He won't miss this. And Jake Waterman gets a goal today. Kennedy gets a free kick, puts the pass inside forward 50. Norton, two hands, clunks the mark. Directly in front of goal. Norton has got 3.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
It is 7 points the margin here at Dockland Stadium under a closed roof. The Eagles, 6-8-44. The away side are leading the Western Bulldogs 5-7-37. 3 games in the AFL today. Melbourne and Richmond coming up. Harrison Petty is laid out today with a hamstring injury, which means Jake Malcolm comes into the side and will be the replacement player coming into that matchup. Later on, the twilight match will be Brisbane and Essendon. So Essendon have won one of their last 29 games. Dane Zorko's back, so is Hugh McCluggage for the Lions. So they're just going from strength to strength when it comes to the Lions in the last the last month or so, really, in Brisbane. Wimbledon has been happening overnight. Linda Noskova has won the women's championship. Last night she defeated fellow countrywoman Karolina Muchova, and tonight it'll be Yannick Sinner and Alexander Zverev in the Wimbledon men's final. So you can hear that from 11 p.m. Eastern time on ABC Listen. You'll be able to hear all the action thanks to our friends at the BBC, but that's obviously a repeat of the 2025 Australian Open final, and Zverev's finally won a major. So he got his French Open title just about a month or so ago as well. So he's probably looking for 2, but Yannick Sinner, doesn't have the greatest record against Yannick Sinner, but then again, not many players in tennis at the moment do. Lauren Borden and Andrew Mays calling the action here today. Lex Pesce is on the boundary for us. Our ABC Sport experts, Chad Wingard and Cal Sinclair. It's the Eagles by 7 points. But what we've had our eyes on, the box office here today, the main event, as you've been calling it, Chad, is Marcus Bontempelli against Harley Reid. Give us the blow-by-blow takeout of what you've seen in this first half so far. Who's winning? Who's leading the
It's a hard one. I mean, when they're matched up on each other as stoppages, I feel, like I said, Bontempelli's really clean with the ball in hand, but in terms of aura, in terms of impact on the game, I've got to go with Harley Reid. I mean, he's had 13 touches, he's had 5 score involvements, which is a game high. Bontempelli's obviously had 17 touches and looks like the Bonds, like he's a superstar, one of the best players in the competition. But for me, every time they've been matched up on each other, Harley Reid has got to don't argue against him, or he's tackled him holding the ball. So when they're in the same vicinity, I'm putting Harley Reid. It looks like he wants it a little bit more at the moment, and that's not a knock on Bontempelli. It's actually just showcasing how much Harley Reid's involved and is want to be in this game. And it's what I'm super impressed about is such a young player who, I think they've won maybe 4 games for the season, that the endeavour and the want from a superstar who's obviously playing in a team that's struggling is that he comes over here into Marvel in a game that doesn't have a lot of crowd. They're obviously up against it, and he's performing. And that's what I love about it. Because, again, if he doesn't rock up, like you just mentioned, I reckon the West Coast Eagles don't. Because they feed off his energy, and he's come out and said, no, this, your shoulders are strapped, here we go, I'm ready to lift this team. And he does more than just those 13 touches. He's been super impressive in terms of every contest he goes in, he goes harder. And, again, when you see your best players doing that, you just want to do the same thing. So whether it's your leader, your spiritual leader, he's kind of like their best player and a spiritual leader in one. You think about what Bontempelli is their best player and their spiritual leader, Liberatore.
Yep.
He's kind of got the both meshed into one. It's super impressive.
It's a good sign of character, though, isn't it? He's a bit rough around the edges. We were having a chat just off air that, you can only imagine why he was cracking the you-know-whats in his first year, because there was a lot of weight on his shoulders to come into West Australia. I've lived in West Australia, because I can only imagine what the pressure would be like, coming as number 1 draft pick and having to really perform, because the reality is the scrutiny over there, you have to perform. But tell you what, he's good to watch. He's impressive, and just a shame. If he kicked 2 goals in that first quarter, he's probably coming off this ground. And I've actually seen Bont, not to criticise him, bit frustrated. I reckon Harley's getting under his skin just a tad. It's not affecting Bond's performance. He's finding a fair bit of the football. But you've just seen a few times, Bond's worried a little bit about him. Probably a few comments have been said out in the field. And tell you what, he's got game, Harley, to be going after the best players in the competition.
Did you have an opponent during the latter times of your career, the latter years of your career, it was a little bit of an upstart who just couldn't help himself and had to say something, and you thought, oh, you're a teenager or you're 20, 21? Is there, should you be giving me a little bit of lip right now?
I might let Chad go. I'm trying to think if I've had one from a young guy.
I've definitely, as a forward, you definitely cop it. I mean, I can't remember who it was, but it was someone from Geelong. Later, like I said, wasn't at my peak. He's called me a has-been, and I remember said, I'd rather be a has-been than a never was. And,
that's good.
But I was like, you're probably right. Like, I'm past it at the moment. Yeah. But, you get out of it. Like, you love it. Like, you love it. Like, there's just like the banter, and like you said, like, you want to come up. I remember being that cheeky little teenager and like getting under the skin of the younger players. It's just a part of it. Obviously, there's the line, but there's also a bit of fun in it as well. And he said that they're doing it in the heat of the battle as well, which I love. There's nothing sinister about it, and they just want to be the best player on the field, and they're just going at it. And like I said, that's why it's the main event. It's great to watch.
There was a good stat on Harley Reid on the AFL website during the week. I don't know if you read it, but it was about the free kicks conceded. So in his first 55 games, I think he's conceded 155 free kicks against, whereas the next highest for the first 50 games was on about 106. So he's given away 50 more free kicks than the next person. But I think that goes to show he was pretty frustrated his first couple of years. But you can imagine him when a couple of these youngsters come on, and he's leading it now as a 20, 21-year-old. Imagine him in 3 years when he's got better support around him and some other superstars taking the focus off him. He's going to be unstoppable. He'll be able to go to the next level.
Lauren, I remember playing a game. I was 33. It was definitely my last year, and he was cool. Couldn't change direction. And was playing against, I don't know who it was. I think he was playing for Box Hill at the time. Pretty miserable, you know what I mean? I'm playing against like teenagers, just didn't want to be out there. I couldn't even get a game at 18 hour training. It was just a rough. It was a rough last year. And I remember,
we've been there.
I remember missing a goal, and he goes, "Oh, you're Cook Sinclair." And I said, "Mate, I'm 33. What do you think? I'm out here at Box Hill at 9 a.m. in the morning. How do you think? Of course I'm Cook. Of course I'm Cook, mate. Like just anyway." So
I went and watched Chad at Box Hill, even when you made your comeback a little while ago. Yeah, you were like a rock star out there because.
In front of the 10 people that came.
I remember.
Oh, yeah.
I think you only played a half. You were just coming back.
Yeah, that was actually the same day that Butler actually broke his leg. It was gruesome. That was a horrendous.
Underrated Box Hill gets a gale wind there. And when it comes, it's tough.
The middle of the ground was the worst part. They've just done a redevelopment.
Yeah, just that was on the surface.
Horrendous. That middle, I used to run around it. Never run through that.
Yeah.
Ice skating rink or hard or both?
Depends on the day, but it's shocking. You could lose a boot in there, like the old Unley Park. The old
Unley.
It was Flynn, plays for West Coast. You see,
Riley Flynn.
Matt Flynn.
Matt Flynn. The Giants. He'd always just say, "No, you're done." Mate, you've been on this 10 years. Haven't played a game. Hang on. Every time he'd get into me, I'm like, mate, who's the
best?
Are you still hanging around?
Mate, there's so many good ones. Angus Mumphreys is one of the best. Like, I'm glad he was on my side because, geez, I would have thrown a punch or so. That's for sure.
High-pitched voice, Angus Mumphreys too.
So we're against taunting, but if it's funny and true from what I'm hearing from the back row, that's all right. Third quarter gets underway. The Eagles ahead by 7 points. It's West who can try and get a clearance away from the Dogs. Just moves its way to the outer edge of the square. In comes Reid. A hand pass away. Goes straight into the hands of Bramble. All locked up. Ball up. Outer side of the ground. So the Eagles 4-12 on the season so far and leading at half-time, but haven't won in their last 11 attempts at Dockland Stadium. A free kick will come from the stoppage and Dolan will take it. Laid in for Tim English, who was pulled out of the side on Saturday morning. Little chip kick towards Bramble, just spills off his chest. Can find time to recover. He has to go back to Dolan, though, just 15. And Dolan retreats and goes back to O'Donnell as they switch it across to the dockside wing. And the chip kick comes to Karmas, who can just spot up Lob, who's on the lead. He marks just forward of centre wing.
Lob kicks inside, attacking 50. Mark taken by Richards. He will go back from 45. He'll have to kick from 50 and try and start this second half on a positive note for the Western Bulldogs.
It was the first game that had a go at Chad Warner once. I think he was like, but, you're a hack, Warner. You're no good, mate. You're done. I'm like, it's pretty good. He's a pretty good player.
Yeah. Dean Brogan got one of my first year. Oh, we'll get to that one if he keeps this one.
Richards lines up from right on 50, strikes that pretty well, and it's got the carry. So a good start for the Western Bulldogs. Can they get something going in their second half? 6-7-43. They draw to within 1 point of the West Coast Eagles. 6-8-44 after a minute in this third term.
What was your Brogan one? What was it?
Well, it was I think it was one of my first games against GWS, and obviously Dean Brogan, I wore his Guernsey number 20, so he wore 20 at Port Adelaide before I did, and he just sprayed me. He said, "You don't deserve that number." And I said, "Mate, I've just got drafted. Like, he's up. Like, I get it. You want a flag? Come on, give me some time." I was like, "Geez, all right, but going back to this game, that was a great kick by Richards. And like I said at half-time, I think Western Bulldogs need to use a bit of their foot skills. Like, that was a lot of chip marking, just uncontested mark that they built that ball up. It just allows them to, I suppose, keep the ball off of West Coast Eagles in a live setting. So let's see if that are consistent through this third quarter.
From the ball up, Harley Reid taking it
so
high.
serious, Chad.
I was going to say, just change the tone.
Reid comes out to Liam Baker, puts the kick inside forward 50 for the Eagles. Spills back towards Bo Allen, who's in a battle with Fraser, very close to the boundary line. The ball stays in, and then Fraser's just happy to take it over the line. We'll have a throw in.
Last one. Lockie Henderson had a go.
Even if you cop.
At Geelong, he's like, "Mate, you're having a shock." I'm very well aware, mate. So, mate, just cut me some slack.
I think we've opened up the locked door in your brain.
Anyway.
It's a therapy session.
Yeah, Cal's on the couch.
I had one down in Geelong. Here we go. This is the last one. I had one down in Geelong. I was actually a sub. We're the worst team, I think, had the worst record it was my first year. And a Geelong fan said, "Mate, how does it feel to be the worst player on the worst team?" I said, "Yep, you're probably right there."
They're almost more funny when they're less cutting, as the Western Bulldogs try and move the footy away from Waitman. He hand passes it towards West. He's taken in a tackle by Bailey. Jay Williams drives him into the turf.
Thought he might have gone the fin there.
And the umpire will toss the ball up just outside of 50. Lob palms it down to Richards, trying to clear it away from defensive 50 for the Western Bulldogs. Taps it away towards Dolan. He's nudged over the line by Baker. And we'll have a throw in between wing and half forward for the Eagles.
Loz, you called me Callum Mills a few weeks ago.
I did.
You remember that's a bit of a sledge? Bit of a sledge, I'd say.
And then you gave me the Dennis Denudo note, just slid it across the table. Cal Sinclair. An unintentional sledge. Tossed in, Bontempelli taps it down to himself, gathers it. Liam Baker can take him, but it's a hand pass to Dolan, hand pass to Fraser. Still in the hands of the Western Bulldogs. Almost looks like a two-handed throw, like a netball overhead pass. Gets away with it, and Fraser does the tackling then on Oliver Franco, who has the footy.
So both umpires looked at each other there,
and no one
called. I just think, I don't know, there's a lot of times that's happening at the moment. So on the ground, Harley Reid. Oh, he's going to get pinged here. In fact, it's Hutchison on the bottom of that pack.
Got a free kick, though. He just dived on his back.
Yeah.
And there's two instances there where the umpire hasn't actually made the correct call.
So lob. It's a great kick, too. Right into the middle here, under the roof. Selwood has it. Kicks inside, attacking 50 on a long lead. Croft, ran into his teammate in front of him. Now a chance at ground level for Davis. He's wrapped up by Croft, going nowhere. He wrenches it out, spills free, but the whistle had gone. The stoppage will take place, 55 from the Bulldogs' goal. 1 point the margin in favour of West Coast. 5 minutes played, third term. Dogs have come out with a bit of intent here in the second half. And Davis is able to win the clearance on that occasion. Up towards Shanahan, knocked away from him. Selwood scrubbers a kick forward, but it is marked by Franco, who comes inboard, turns it over as well. Intercept. Chance here for the Dogs. Dale has it, one of the best users. Goes inside 50. Jones couldn't get it. Now a chance at ground level for Waitman. Picks up. Hand pass over the top is intercepted. Great tracking back by Franco. Just gets his hand pass away. He was tripped anyway. And receives the free kick deep inside the West Coast Eagles defence.
So Franco takes it and just chips it out to the left back pocket. Will be moved along by Bazzo. Outside of defensive 50, taken by Dersmer, who shoves it on his boot. It was Davis, rather, who puts the kick down to centre wing. Karmas can't take the intercepting mark. Yo can get in there. Hand pass it to Reed. Keeps his feet in the tackle. Hand pass to Graham. He flicks it behind him as Bailey Williams is ruck in support. And he hand passes it backwards towards Davis, who darts left, then darts right and skies the footy. It'll just enter inside forward 50. Fraser meets it in the air, brings it down to the turf. Graham will pick it up for the Eagles and be able to put it in the direction of Beau Allen inside forward 50. And in a one-on-one, Allen defeats Dolan, and the Eagles will have a shot at goal.
That is some great craft. I mean, he's owned the space. He actually marked that with his chin and shoulders. Like it was a pretty, because he used all his hands to obviously protect the space, but that's a hard one. I mean, that was a lot of just quick kicking, but again, that's just owning the space. So that's a winger running their route and holding their width, and like I said, good body work, and it just landed right in the gobsmack.
It was a bit clumsy, but system set up. They set up well there, holding their width.
Beau Allen takes his shot. It's completely across the face of goal. It'll just sneak in for behind in the end.
That was an odd execution there by foot.
That was inside 50, like a 45 kick.
Yeah.
Very...
So it is the West Coast Eagles by 2 points. Bulldogs working around half back. Now in the hands of Selwood, who's 50 out from his defensive goal, right half back. High kick around the wing. And good mark. Young on his own. Almost took it uncontested. There's plenty of players around the ball, but he was one of the only ones who flew. Now a chance for McCarthy. Takes a bounce across half back. Didn't have too much further forward, so he goes laterally, and Allen has it. Off one step, it's a low kick. Put Hutchison under all sorts of pressure, and he doesn't let it go. Luckily, umpire is forgiving, and it is a ball up as Bramble wraps him up.
Didn't make an attempt there. Like if the umpire actually holds for a second and go, have a crack here, get rid of it.
Kennedy in the ruck. Palmed it down towards Bontempelli. Didn't gather the ball. West did, though. Worked the 1-2 with Davidson. Then West kicks up to the top. Oh, that could have been a mark to Starcevic. It should have been.
That hurt. That's a big hit.
And there's two umpires 10 metres away from the play, and it was the man near the centre circles who paid that free kick in the middle of the ground.
That's a courageous contest there. Like, he's had a great first quarter, Starcevic.
Especially considering his concussion issues. That was as brave as can be.
I love Duggan's effort there, but you don't have to go back like that in that situation. You've already got two guys from the Eagles coming at the footy.
Young has it, goes long outside of defensive 50. Cole at the back here. Allen was in front, and then Davidson just whacks it over the boundary line. Umpire says throw it in. A little lucky there. So the stoppage to take place in between wing and half forward here for the Western Bulldogs. They trail by 2 points. Currently sitting in 9th position on the ladder, the Dogs. So they do want to keep in touch with the top 6 this afternoon.
Bailey Williams takes a little tap down, brings it to ground, and then he's brought to the turf. And the umpire will ball it up.
He's bleeding profusely, Starcevic, so it'll be interesting to see how long it takes for him to get called off.
It's Kennedy doing the ruck work against Bailey Williams. Touchdown. Harley Reid with another fend off, this time of Ed Richards.
How many has he had?
5 already.
Do you get fantasy points for fend offs? Because it's easy to be leading.
A little palm off to Ed Richards. Just add that to the list of players he's done that to tonight. And we can check in with Lex Pesher on the boundary.
The doctor's just gone out to Brandon Starcevic now, and his head hit the floor there as well, so you wonder if they're going to be really, really diligent with their checking of his concussion.
It's a very good point, Lex. Keep us updated with that. When he came down from leaping up, it did look like he came down quite heavily on his neck and head area.
Lex described it as daycare centre in the crowd today. Thinks it's just riddled with children.
Yes, it's kids round, kids month.
6-7 Cam at half time.
There's not.
Yeah, it was.
But what are you looking for?
No, you've got to do the 6-7 on camera, on the big screen.
It's too much. It's too much for me. Tossed in. Bontempelli goes in after it. Kelly just hacks it away with his boot for the Eagles. Gets its way down to Murdoch, who can take it. Hand passes it away. Ed Richards is there to steal it for the Doggies. Nice pass towards it. Artie Jones would have worked, but the Doggie fell over. It spills into the forward 50 for the Western Bulldogs, but Bazzo can clean it up. Hand pass it away to McCarthy, and the Eagles will be able to exit defence. Little chip kick to Brady Hoff. Lex Pesher on the boundary.
Brandon Starcevic is now with the doctor, so getting that blood clean. I'm wondering if they'll make him go through a HIA, just given his history.
Yeah, you'd think so, Lex. Keep an eye on us down there. Oh, keep an eye on them for us down there. Now, a 50-metre paid here, so the Eagles can break quickly. Hoff goes out wider still to McCarthy. Pulls a kick nicely to Graham. Just travelled 15.
Did it?
Just. He takes the mark 40 out directly in front.
I tell you what, West Coast Eagles, I've been super impressed with their inside one goes through. They're in their D50. They mark it. They transition to the other side very quickly. So that's something that they've definitely improved on a lot throughout the season. They've been very predictable of where they're going to go for their forwards and their outlets at their wingers. So very impressive so far.
So in comes Graham, who kicks from 47 and hits it beautifully. They answer the early Bulldogs goal, and the margin is back to 8 points in favour of the Eagles. 7-9-51. Play 6-7-43. 12 minutes played third term before our experts downstairs. Lex.
I don't have a Starcevic update, but just what Cal said before. The kids have left, so maybe I've said something.
It's the attention span, Lex. It's
not personal.
Yeah.
And we spoke about the reaction time you've mentioned earlier, and so that's not just in this contest. So, and as I spoke about West Coast here, when they get an intercept mark, they're going out the other side. But the Western Bulldogs' reaction time's just not good enough to shut that down. So they've been able to go from one side to the other and pretty seamlessly. Like, should shut that down and try and hold them into. They haven't kicked long down the line that much, so they've been able to pick them apart and just pretty much willy-nilly build the ball up.
And they've turned the ball over a lot, but haven't actually capitalised the Bulldogs.
So back in the middle, it's Croft in there against Jack Williams. It'll be Dersma with the clearance for the West Coast Eagles. One bounce. Is he going to go all the way?
You're kidding.
Willem Dersma with a goal from long range. Did it all himself. The clearance, the goal. The number one draft pick. So many highlights coming from him in just his first season. And Willem Dersma with an absolute ripper. Reminds me of Harley Reid, who did that in his first year as well. The clearance and the goal and a stunning finish from Willem Dersma. 8-9-57 the Eagles. The Doggies 6-7-43. Lex Pesce on the boundary.
Brandon Starcevic will come back out with a headband around his head to keep that cut closed, but no HIA.
I'd love to make comment. I turned my head for 1 second. So I'm watching the replay now. This is just... Yeah, it's number one draft pick sort of stuff, isn't it?
Yep. It's like Batman and Robin. Batman's had his time, and now Robin's come in and just kicked a goal. Like, how good's the 1-2 punch?
Deflating for the Doggies, though, isn't it, at the moment? Like, they're really on the back foot now.
So from the middle, another stoppage to occur. No one could break away. Yeah, that'll be on the highlight reel, even at the end of the career. Now, back in the middle, and Yo ensures this is going nowhere. Third stoppage to take place inside the centre circles. Wings are holding their width, but everyone else is in there. Now from the middle, Dersma tried to farm it out. Ricocheted off a couple of opponents. Back into the congestion. Over the top. Liberatore makes sure this isn't popping out, and we'll have another stoppage. Fourth ball up in 40 seconds. Try and get us out of here, Loz.
From one number one draft pick to another, Laurel and Rushworth, 0437774774. Said Harley Reid, a typical Goulburn Valley kid. Lots of sass. So Harley Reid out of Tongala, down in the Goulburn Valley. Of course, Willem Dersma from Foster in Gippsland as Bontempelli takes the kick. He might just do this himself.
What is going on?
You don't have to be the number one draft pick. You can just be at the top of your game. Marcus Bontempelli, the barometer for his side, the captain, from 60 metres out, barely off a step, has put it through. Will Dersma at one end of the field, the 19-year-old. Marcus Bontempelli, the 30-year-old. 275 matches to his name. Just says, I'll do it myself from the edge of the centre square.
I was just about to give Dersma a massive pump up. I said he's gone to Bontempelli this quarter at every stop, which has kept him to one disposal. That's his second disposal and a goal, but you can't stop that. But Dersma's had a massive impact on the stoppages when Bontempelli's around it. But what do you say about a guy who's been one of the most All-Australian in the competition ever, and he just continues to get better? I mean, at his age now of 30, from 60 metres out off 2 steps, I mean, that's insane to think that he can get that leverage and just kick it straight through the middle of the sticks.
2 goals apiece in what is a very interesting third term here on ABC Sport. From the middle, Kelly tries to wrench it away. He's taken. And a little bit of afters as well. Pushed to the ground, Kelly.
The one person you needed to stop and to, fight back some momentum was Marcus Bontempelli. He was the only person you could think of that would respond.
Kennedy onto it, straight to Hutchison though, back into congestion, short kick, didn't quite find Yo, who then had to go in and try and grab it, couldn't do so. Selwood tried to evade the tackle, he couldn't do so. Hutchison wins the footy back for the Eagles, goes quickly with a hand pass to Kelly, who can go further out wide, or he went straight instead, turned the ball over. He had Bo Allen out on his own at right half forward, went inside 50, Bustlinger takes the mark.
And he puts it into the right forward pocket. It'll sit for Fraser, who marks.
And sense the nervousness now in the crowd as well.
But you see West Coast there, shut them down, and they've got to kick long. Like, their reaction time's so much better than Western Bulldogs at the moment.
Fraser with a long kick through the hands of Lobb. Finds its way to Arnie Jones. That'll be a free kick. He was taken high. He wants to move the ball along quickly. He hand passes it away to Bustlinger. Flicks it down the line. And it'll be a kick coming inside 50 from Bailey Williams of the Western Bulldogs variety. Inside to the right forward pocket. Bobbles its way over the boundary. We'll have a stoppage inside forward 50. Let's Pesher on the boundary.
Just to add to that, you certainly can feel the energy lift down here after those 2 goals from Willem Dersma and then Marcus Bontempelli.
Ball will be tossed back into play. West Coast by 8. Approaching the 18-minute mark of this third quarter. Lob from the right. Couldn't get it to ground. Bontempelli! One step, snap, goal. Class rising to the top. 2 in a row for the Bont. And they are back within 2 points of the West Coast Eagles just when it seemed like they were getting away. 8-7-55 plays, 8-9-57. 18 played, third quarter. Strap yourselves in, Jets.
Well, Chad, there's 2 guys that are going to be responsible for the outcome of this game, and it's going to be Marcus Bontempelli or Harley Reid. I'm not sure who was on him at this stoppage, but it just allowed him to get goal side.
Yeah, so Dersma, like I said, he's done a great job.
Dersma.
Yeah, it was Dersma again. So there's a bit of blocking getting involved, but he was right on him for when Lobb...
Got to fight through that.
Got to fight through. Yeah. Actually, we call it red time. Like, you cannot allow any... Especially on the best player, you know it's going to be their best player is going to get the hit to, whether it's a forward or whether it's a midfielder. But you just can't allow him to get goal side.
It's not a criticism of Dersma, but it's awesome learning to say, mate, you've had a great quarter, but you've gone to the best player in the competition, and look what he's done to you.
So from the middle, Yo takes it. His little hand pass is taken by Waitman, who throws it out towards Liberatore. He has it, just gets a little hand pass back to Waitman, who's back on his feet, shoves it on his boot. He'll send it to a pack forming inside forward 50. Young, 2 fists, puts it away. He needs McCarthy to run onto it. Cleverly just soccers it out of defensive 50. Duggan's there, overruns it. McCarthy's still running. That's come off his boot, and that'll be a last touch rule. Free kick going the way of the Western Bulldogs. And Bustlinger will have it. They've scored the last 2 goals of the game, switched momentum. Both of those goals have come off the boot of Marcus Bontempelli. Kick comes inside forward 50. Starstitch is there, intercepts the ball with his head all bandaged up after going off for the blood rule.
Switch a play to the right back pocket. Dersma has it. Kick over the top is good too. He finds Kelly. Defensive 50. Dersma kept on running. Kelly goes a little straight. A poor kick. Or turned it over. Wasn't quite a mark on that occasion for Dolan, but he wins the free kick anyway. Shocking kick to the bootlaces of Bailey Williams. Turns it over. Kick out of any danger. It'll be coming back. Just tracking back to get there is Cleary. He does in the end. Picks it up. Looks inboard. Nothing doing. Goes the boundary line. That's another shocking kick.
Got to capitalise here.
Central at the moment. And here come the Eagles through McCarthy. He streams through the wing. Presenting is Waterman. Hits him on the chest. He's 2 kicks from goal. Waterman goes long. Out the back is Hutchison. He leaps. Couldn't take the mark. Shanahan, what a smother. Now Yo picks it up. He's taken in a strong tackle. Ball up at the top of the goal square. Shanahan looked like he had his third. Bustlinger saved the day with a brilliant smother.
This is a ripping quarter. 9th v 16. So entertaining and engaging. The ball tossed up and Hutchinson just follows it over the line. We'll have another throw in.
The crowd's fired up though, Loz.
Yes.
That's what I'm loving about it. The Eagles fans behind the goals there, they're getting very vocal.
It's 3 goals to 2. The Western Bulldogs have 3. The Eagles have 2 in this third term. Just 2 points of margin to the advantage of the Eagles as Liberatore takes it from the throw-in and just out to centre half forward.
Pay it.
Liam Duggan falls over the top of his opponent to take the mark. He jumped up and fell over Bailey Williams.
Do you pay that?
Rolled over.
Do you pay that? Think about it. Watch that on replay. I don't know if you can. I'd like to see. No, you're going to see if you can pay that.
We'll have a.
No, he had no control.
I don't care.
Nah, he had no control. Sorry.
Liam Duggan kicks it to the left forward pocket. Franco comes in there to take the footy. Hand passes it away. It's taken by Westlow. Hand passes it to Selwood. Hand pass across to Bailey Williams of the Dogs. He just puts a pass right down towards Kennedy, who can run onto it. He's got Starcevic tracking him. Has to get rid of the footy with a hand pass is what he chooses to do. Bazo gets there first for the Eagles. He's taken by Franco. The crowd is well and truly in this one as it's the Eagles that win the footy back. Graham can take it and just move it along the boundary line. Duggan's there with the footy. He's pulled over the boundary line. Back to that Liam Duggan mark.
No, it's a mark. It was great. I mean,
let's watch it at a three-quarter time.
We'll watch it at three-quarter time. But I want to talk about Starcevic. Like, he's saved at West Coast Eagles, I reckon, 3 goals. 2 goals this quarter. He's smothered. And just again, he's tackled when they've got ball out. Like, he's just been so impressive.
So it was a lasso free.
That's not a mark, Chad. I just came up on replay.
Went out of bounds. Kick inside. 50 Kennedy rises high and takes the mark. Right forward pocket. 30 out from goal. Good contested mark there by Matt Kennedy, who's found himself probably split between midfield and ruck and a little bit of forward time today. He's been everywhere.
How's his day gone, Matt Kennedy?
He's been asked to do a lot,
if
I'm being honest. He's probably been out of position a lot. I mean, you're thinking that you're coming up against a ruck around the grounds, but this would be huge for him.
We wanted more midfield time when he came to the Bulldogs. Not sure he thought he'd be playing in the ruck. He kicks and he misses by a long way. Always left that one. Brings the margin back to 1 behind. 8-9 plays 8-8. West Coast in front. 23 gone, third quarter.
So kicking duties are given to Marcus Herbert, who just chips it out towards Baker. Moves it back to Hoff, who goes back to Herbert by foot. Just chips it to Cully. Still in defensive 50 for the Eagles. Can kick it to centre half back. It's a good kick. It's able to find Davis, and he just puts the kick all the way down Docklands into the forward 50 for the Eagles. Hutchinson running onto it, had no one ahead of him, was running to his right. He put the kick to his right as well, and that's a minor score for the Eagles. The margin out to 2 points in favour of the visiting side. 23 minutes played in this third term.
Got to dribble that one.
It's just maturity, right? Just panicked a little bit.
West took it, gave it to the run of Dale. That's a wonderful kick to right half forward. Mark taken by Fraser. Can go inside 50. Waiting. Crowd urging him on. Takes on the man on the mark. Then does kick inside 50. Oh, it was the right spot for Morton, but he had players in front of him. And dropping in nicely to take the mark is Herbert, who goes across the face of goal to Reid, who's been a little quieter this term, Harley Reid. Reid takes a little bit off that kick. It's beautiful too. Finds Starcevic, who was just in a pocket of space at right half back. Starcevic, the aggressive ball. This needs to come off. It didn't to Baker. Intercepted by Dale. Inboard. Works the 1-2 with Liberatore. Shrugs a tackle. Another hand pass further forward to Richards, who just got out of it. Off to West, who just got out of his tackle before he was dumped. Hand pass found Selwood, and by foot he finds Davidson right on the wing.
Davidson moves it inboard towards Bailey Dale. And the Western Bulldogs defender marks and just holds on to it at centre wing. Ferocious tackling pressure coming from West Coast in that last patch of play. As Dale puts the kick inside forward 50. Having front position was Herbert. He brings it to ground for the Eagles. And then there'll be a stoppage inside forward 50. And perhaps a free kick, a high free. Looked like Davidson on the bottom of the pack. Or was it Waitman? Waitman.
He's an expert Waitman at drawing those free kicks. His reaction time in that situation was very good. He's going to just pop my shoulder out and plays on here, though.
Cody Waitman plays on, sprays the kick into the right forward pocket. This will work. It wasn't what he meant, but Rory Lobb has made it look like an okay kick, even though he's marked it. But Rory Lobb's got a set shot at goal, and they'll take it any way they can, the Doggies at the moment. They're down by 2 points. And the Eagles are bringing it to them this afternoon. Doggies with a real opportunity to cement their spot inside the top 10 and build a little buffer. Rory Lobb, a staggered step, not far out from goal. That one was never missing. The Western Bulldogs are back in front for the first time since the 9-minute mark of the second term. The higher-ranked side takes the lead. Doggies by 4 points, 9-8-62. The Eagles 8-10-58. 26 minutes played in the third term. Cal Sinclair and Chad Wingard, your experts on ABC Sport.
Probably just edges him just ahead in the ruck battle. Chad kicking that one goal is there, but Williams got 24 hit-outs. Rory Lobb 21. But as we know, ruckman can go forward and take a grab. I think Williams is overcommitted there in the air, but either way, just one to have a little notch in his belt going into this second half.
So Dogs showing a lot of fight, getting back into this one. Ball back in the middle. They lead by 4. 27 played in this third term. West almost with the clearance, was just pushed off it. Reid won it off to Dersma, who rode the tackle beautifully. Kicks inside 50. It's a high ball. Bustlinger makes up a lot of ground, and that's a great decisive defensive spoil over the top. He finds the boundary outside of defensive 50.
That's a great contest. I mean, he's come from 20 metres away and just absolutely smashed it over the ground. Didn't even give West Coast a chance at marking that. You'd love to see that from your tall defender.
If Spud Frawley was here to golden fist.
Yeah, absolutely. Toss back into play. Lob reached over the top. Dersma, was he taken high? Yes, said the umpire. So the umpire 10 metres away didn't play it, but the one in the middle did.
He's within range here, Dersma.
Yep.
With that raking left foot boot.
Lob on the mark. He's standing at 51 metres, so he's going to have to kick this 57, 58, Willem Dersma. We saw him at the start of this quarter burst out of the middle and kick from 60, so he can get the journey on the run. What about from a set shot? In comes Dersma. From 55 goes the barrel, did he, in the end? It's a bit of a helicopter in the forward pocket, almost a mark taken, just dropped at the last moment. Richards off the right boot as a high kick, not a great one. Waterman takes the juggling mark.
Well, Dersma looks like a left footer.
Well, maybe he should have
kicked
kicked
that. He's got the build for it. Like, you thought of, he looks like
I was correcting you in a moment. I was just...
Oh, anyway.
So, Waterman with a chance to get West Coast back in front. He took the juggling mark, 35 out, 45-degree angle to the left.
Big kick.
Waterman already has one this afternoon. How about in this third term? Can he add to his tally for his second? Waterman comes in and pulls it. One behind. 9-8. Plays 8-11, 3 points the margin, 28 played third term.
Bailey Dale to bring it in, coming up to his 21st disposal of the match. He finds Richards. Beautiful pass. And Richards marks between two Eagles and then plays on and puts the kick out to Selwood, who clunks the grab just in front of the West Coast Eagles bench. He's got Herbert standing on the mark ahead of him. Selwood gets the hurry on. Will kick it to left half forward. Bontempelli has front position, punches it away with plenty of Eagles around him. West picks it up, hand passes it away to Croft, hand pass to West, 48 metres out from goal. West drills it, not quite, it gets stopped on the line. It was well done there to stop it from going through the final line of defence. It's in the forward pocket though for the Western Bulldogs. Another in, Fraser to Norton, who tried to find Fraser again. Herbert was there. He brings it out of bounds, and West Coast save a goal from going through. And they'll have to defend now a stoppage inside forward 50 for the Doggies, who have worked their way to a 3-point lead in the late stages of this third term.
Had to be perfect, that spoil, umpire said it was. Toss back into play, lollop from the ruck. Hand passed away over Richards. Williams in over the top. Was Fraser taken without it. Jones in to Liberatore, kick smothered. Baker with the rebound. It's a dribbling kick outside of defensive 50. West has it for the Dogs. Loops it over to Dale. Spun in a 360. Turnover ball. And here come the Eagles. No one quite out the back. One bounce. Two bounces. Long kick inside 50. It's a low ball. It'll land in the forward pocket. Bustlinger directing traffic. Bustlinger goes across the face of goal to Puku Kamas, who takes it a centimetre off the ground. Back to Buslinger, who has a couple of bounces. Bulldogs with the numbers. And then Buslinger's shocking turnover there. No penetration on that kick. It was a helicopter. Back inside now to Baker. Kicks inside 50. Karmas was going to mark anyway. And that brings an end to a very entertaining third term. Even though it was only 4 goals to 2, there was action aplenty. It was up and back like watching a tennis match. And this one is going to go right down to the wire. 3-quarter time. Western Bulldogs 9-8-62. Lead West Coast 8-11-59. Goal kickers will start with the Dogs. 3 to Norton, 2 to Bontempelli, both coming in that third term. Singles to Lobb, Croft, Richards and Davidson for the Eagles. 2 to Shanahan, 1 each to Murdoch, Williams, Cole, Graham, Waterman and Dersma with that classic goal in that third term.
It was, like you said, an absolutely entertaining third quarter for those sitting here in the stands and for everyone else watching around the country. Western Bulldogs ahead by 3 points. Melbourne and Richmond is almost about to get underway at the MCG. There's a full call of that available on ABC Listen, and we'll take most of our audience there at the conclusion of this match. And Brisbane and Essendon also coming up a little later on this afternoon. At 3-quarter time, the Doggies ahead by 3 points. An entertaining match. The final quarter we'll have coming your way in just a moment. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Dersma with the clearance for the West Coast Eagles. One bounce. Is he going to go all the way?
You're kidding.
Willard Dersma with a goal from long range. Did it all himself. The clearance, the goal. Bontempelli takes the kick. He might just do this himself.
What is going on?
You don't have to be the number 1 draft pick. You can just be at the top of your game. Marcus Bontempelli, the barometer for his side, the captain, from 60 metres out, barely off a step.
Lob from the ruck, couldn't get it to ground. Bontempelli! 1 step, snap, goal. Class rising to the top. 2 in a row for the Bont.
Rory Lobb, a staggered step, not far out from goal. That one was never missing. The Western Bulldogs are back in front. The first time since the 9-minute mark of the second term.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Highlights of plenty in that third term here at Docklands for the Western Bulldogs taking on West Coast. The Doggies ahead by 3 points. They worked their way to an advantage there in the third term. It was West Coast by 7 points at half-time and the Western Bulldogs by 9 points at quarter time. But at the final change, it is the Doggies ahead by 3 points. Lauren Borden and Andrew Mays calling the action. Alexia Pesces down on the boundary. Chad Wingard and Cal Sinclair are experts on ABC Sport. There was a ripping Willem Dersma goal from outside of the 50. Marcus Bontempelli the same. And there was a Liam Duggan mark that he took as he was rolling over the top of his opponent like he was in an action film and rolling over the top of a car that might have been a non-mark. But there's been some highlights in that third term. And sometimes you just come to the footy, Chad and Cal, and I feel like this is just an entertaining, fun game of football to watch. There's so much energy.
Exactly right. I'm sure we'll get into stats, but I think let's lead with what we spoke about, Chad, at half-time, the Bont versus Reed show. I don't know if Bont was listening to ABC Sport at the half-time break, but we were sitting there saying Reed's probably got the lead, but I reckon in that third quarter, Marcus Bontempelli was just absolutely outstanding. I think he said, hang on there, young fella. Just remember that you're dealing with one of the best players in the competition, the best Bulldog of all time. Those 2 goals were absolutely outstanding. And also, they were in great response to Dersma, who kicked a cracking goal from outside 50. And then straight away, the next 2 consecutive goals of Marcus Bontempelli on Will Dersma. I just think you've just got 2 guys, one at the very top of his game, Marcus Bontempelli, and then you got Harley Reid sitting there. I just thought it was a massive juxtaposition from that first quarter half with both those players. But when that 3-quarter time siren went, Chad, both teams were just absolutely exhausted after that third quarter. I don't know what I'm sure you'll get into stats in a minute, but from a visual eye, it just seemed like an absolute game of ping pong. still feel like West Coast, they had the breakaway so many times, just couldn't get numbers back in time to sort of capitalise in front of goal. I think both teams had their opportunities, but you just feel like if West Coast can just don't go away from what they've done so well today, which is, you've called it out many times, their physicality, their pressure, their aggression really at the contest has really kept them in this game. They've got enough there to win this game and enjoy themselves at the Virgin Lounge on the way home tonight.
Yeah, on the charter flight, definitely. I mean, it's going to be a long flight home if they don't get across the line for this game, because they've set themselves up so well. I mean, you think about what they've brought to this game is their contest, their physicality, the defensive pressure, their reaction time, and they've been really good in the heat of the battle. So the D1 pressure, which is within the immediate zone, they've been really strong. Western Bulldogs, well, both sides really have just missed their shots on goal. You think about it, this is under the roof, and we've got 9-goal 8 for Western Bulldogs and 8-goal 11 for West Coast Eagles. So for me, it's a game of opportunity and who's going to take it, because there's 1 quarter left. The game's it's nearly level. It's 3 points in it. Who's the team or who's the person who's going to step up in this moment? And like I said, Bontempelli stepped up in pretty much instance, but who's going to be the next player?
You've made a few coaching calls in today's call, mate. You've forgotten that you're a forward, but if you're McQualter though, you got Marcus Bontempelli had a massive influence to win this game. Do you send someone to shut him down? Is that the call you'd make at 3/4 time?
Well, they've already done it. They've already put Duursma at 3/4 time.
Has that gone that third?
Yeah, I mean, but he's had 3 touches, and yes, just 2 of those happened to be goals. So he's had 17 and a half and just 3 touches in that quarter. So yes, he's done his job really well, if I'm being honest. I mean, one of those goals was actually a freak goal from like off one step. The one mistake he's made that whole quarter, you think of a young player, number 1 draft pick, who's got the best talent in that draft. He just switched off for 2 seconds, and Bontempelli had a goal.
Good learning for him.
It's good learning for him, but he's done the job. In that quarter, he did the job. 3 touches. I mean, that's amazing for a player of his calibre. He just switched off at the wrong time. That's all it was.
0437 774 774 if you've got a question for Cal Sinclair and Chad Wingard in the post-match. 4th quarter about to get underway.
Oh, it's almost Harley Reid out the front of that stoppage. He hand passes to Yo, inside attacking 50, no mark taken, ground level. Shanahan sees it over the boundary. Ball in, early opportunity here for West Coast. Right forward pocket. Ball just didn't quite sit for Harley Reid, but he was off to the races. If it had, he had to circle back and
great
pass. Toss back into play. Williams takes it out of the ruck to Harley Reid. No way. From the pocket, Harley Reid.
No way.
These 2 are putting on a show. What a goal. On cue.
You're kidding. You're kidding me.
The crowd's not loud, not doing that justice.
That's insane. No. Let's that. The time he got that ball from when he kicked it, you watch when he celebrated. He almost celebrated this as soon as the ball hit the foot. He knew that was pure. He knew that was straight. And that is from the toughest angles, 30 metres on the boundary. I don't think I've ever kicked one like that. That's insane. That's a great goal. What a moment. We talk about who's going to step up in the biggest moment. Jeez, Harley Reid, announce yourself.
But also, Rory Lobb would just be furious at his contest there, allowing Williams to sort of take it out of the ruck, particularly in the forward 50. That's just an absolute no-go.
2 hit-outs in a row. Yeah. That one that could have got him out in the front of the contest, massive hit-out, and then taking out of the ruck, giving that handball.
You know that one's coming for you on Monday.
Oh, yeah.
I think the crowd's a bit stunned, speechless.
Exactly right.
After Harley Reid's goal, we certainly are. Yeah, that was incredible. Back in the middle as West Coast are now ahead by 3 points in the early stages of this final term. Bailey J. Williams is on the bottom of the pack. His opposing ruck Rory Lobb wrapped him up for another ball up in the centre of the field. Lex Pesce on the boundary.
The West Coast bench certainly did that justice. Their jaws were on the floor.
Thanks, Lex. Liam Baker goes inside 50 again for West Coast into the forward pocket. Carmus is there to collect. Hand passes it away to Buslinger. Hand passes it to McNeil. He has the footy. Shanahan wraps him up. Bo Allen comes in for support. The umpire lets things play on. And Buslinger will take it and just kick it down to the wing where Young can tap it away for the Eagles. It'll work for Herbert, who has it. Has to dodge around Waitman. Fires off a hand pass to Starcevich. Clever. Can tap it to Liam Baker. And he spears a pass forward to Murdoch. A well-weighted kick to Milan Murdoch. Left half back. Will put this kick to a hot spot, top of the goal square for the Eagles. Carmus taps it and punches it through for a rushed behind. West Coast lead is now 4 points, 2.5 minutes played in the final term.
So West Coast doing all the attacking in these opening 3 minutes of this final term. Long kick from Dale. Starcevic and Lobb collided into each other, and Starcevic is writhing around in pain on the ground, holding his leg. Let's hope that's nothing too serious. Ball kicked over him. Well, if you're ever going to stop the footy, this should have been it. A chance now. Oh, they are going to stop it eventually. Well, they should have done that the kick before, as it was a stop play, but he's in a world of hurt, Brandon Starcevic, and we just hope it's nothing too serious.
As he went into the contest, so he actually got stepped on, kind of like almost his momentum got shifted as he was about to jump. So I'm not sure if something, like whether it was a knee or an ankle, but it just didn't look great. I mean, he was literally about to jump and he just got stepped on, stood on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully, I reckon that might just be a syndesmosis. I say that lightly because that is a serious injury, but the way that his ankle's turned is actually it's actually the normal way. It's the normal way, so it's a normal rolled ankle, which again they can strap up and get back on, but they also can be serious. But the way he's walking off at the moment doesn't look too serious at this stage.
His left ankle stepped on by Rory Lobb in a similar position where he came down in the contest and hit his head and had to go off on the blood rule. Has got the strapped head at the moment. Has had so many injuries along the years. Of course, concussion has been the major concern, but he's back off and will be attended to by the doctors. Lex Pesher will keep an eye on that. Herbert takes the kick for the Eagles and can kick it backwards to Hoff. We can check in with Lex.
He's gone straight down and he's called the doctors and said, follow me. So it doesn't look good so far.
Thanks, Lex. Brady Hoff with the kick for the Eagles. Down to left half forward. Lobb, front position, tried to juggle it. Couldn't pull in the mark. Bramble has a go. Dale can funnel it out. Hand pass it to Kennedy. His kick will be smothered by Herbert and smothered over the boundary for a throw in between wing and half forward for the Eagles. They're leading by 4 points. Harley Reid with the early goal in this fourth term to give the Eagles back the lead.
So we'll pay Liam Duggan's mark. We won't pay Rory Lobb's.
Thrown back into play. Williams palms it down to Reid, who had Bontempelli for company, dispossessed. And Reid has it again with the smother. Now a chance for Richards of the Dogs. High kick. It'll land just forward of centre wing. Hoff up there. Bontempelli racing forward. Couldn't take the mark, or the crumb rather, on that occasion. Waitman, he couldn't get it. Now Herbert takes on the tackler. He's pinged holding the ball. Wally West was not letting go there. So West has the footy, hugs the boundary line, looking for Bontempelli. It's over his head, out the back of this pack. There's a couple of Dogs at ground level with numbers. Too high, yes. So right at the fall of the footy there was Baker, saves the day. Switches play. It's going to be okay to Young. Let's go downstairs, Lex.
Andrew McWalter there just using some very colourful language, basically said to his guys, get the contest and go forward and you fill the gaps in.
Thanks, Lex. Good eavesdropping from you down on the boundary as Young puts the kick out to centre wing. It's a straight turnover as Fraser has it for the Western Bulldogs, intercepting the footy and chips it down to Liberatore. Edge of the centre square, can hand pass it to Dale. Inside 50, he'll go. Just spears a pass to Bailey Williams, who was standing there and able to collect it on his chest. He just turned around.
I don't know if Bailey Williams meant that, Loz, but...
And Bailey Williams kind of swung around and realised it was coming his way and took the mark. But a little bit of luck is something the Western Bulldogs will take. And Bailey Williams, the Western Bulldogs variety, from almost directly in front, 40 metres out from goal, to give the Western Bulldogs back the lead. That's what he's done. The lead swings again for the 5th time in this match. And the Doggies are ahead by 2. 10-8-68, West Coast 9-12-66. 6 minutes played in the final term. Still plenty of time in this match.
Maybe he did mean it.
Yeah,
I watched the replay and I went, didn't look great, but I think he's just watching the replay now. I don't think he found a little...
No. I think he's looking for Arthur Jones. Yeah. But like I said, with those players, though, like even just a handball, just the metre gain, and it puts the defenders off balance because you've got someone who's running shoulders out. So that's a great handball by Libba and just to keep the momentum of the ball going forward. But again, this has been an arm wrestle. So obviously Western Bulldogs respond, but now what can West Coast Eagles? They've been dominating a little bit in this last quarter here in the stoppages. So can they get out the front with Harley again?
Jack Williams in the ruck. It's Bontempelli this time who won it. Hand pass down behind towards Liberatore to Lobb to Richards. Forced a kick on his right boot. Tumbles a kick inside 50. Big spoiler away. Chance here at the fall of the ball for Cole. Oh, missed the target going back by hand. Work here for Herbert. Oh, he's got all the time in the world. Ran a fair way. Goes to Cole by foot. It's like he played 300 games and was just waltzing around. All the confidence in the world from the mature age draftee. And then a kick from Hoff around the corner, and Shanahan wins the free kick in that marking contest. Just in front of the interchange benches here. Shanahan, who kicked 2 goals earlier this afternoon. Long kick inside 50. Punch from behind. Duggan front and centre. Saw someone poking out the front. It's Jack Williams. It sits for him in the forward pocket. Can he get a snap away? He could to the top of the square. Murdoch dispossessed. Holding the ball. No. Yes, says the umpire. And free kick going the Western Bulldogs' way at the top of the defensive goal square. Tackle had to be made, and it was by Lobb.
So Lobb holding on to the footy, kicked a goal in the third term. They put the Western Bulldogs in front. Thumps this kick all the way to half-back. Norton's there. He can't take the mark. Croft does the tackling. Duggan tries to control it, but it's Norton steaming in who can take the footy. Hand passes it to Richards, who sends a spiralling kick towards the bench. It's out of bounds on the full. And that'll be a West Coast 3. And Marcus Herbert's there to collect it as well. So just his 4th game out of the South Warrnambool Roosters. And he's had plenty of the footy in this last quarter. It's coming up to 19 disposals for the match, wearing the number 51 jumper. Herbert right in front of Andrew McQualter, his coach. He kicks it down to half forward. And this will be beautifully placed for a mark from Duggan. Just a more regulation mark from Liam Duggan. He doesn't hand pass it to Harley Reid, who's standing alongside him. He'll go for the long option, top of the goal square, punched away by O'Donnell. And it's a beautiful punch to find Bailey Williams, who has to kick as he's about to be tackled. It's skied up into the air. Artie Jones again comes sprinting in to make a contest of it and to stop the mark being taken by Duggan. He did well, Artie Jones there. It's a neutral ball now. The ball spills over the boundary. It'll be a throw-in just slightly forward of centre wing to the Eagles' advantage. Western Bulldogs ahead by 2, final quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Aaron Norton just getting his headband delivered, which he lost a couple of contests ago. Now he's almost onto it as Bontempelli goes forward, but the defensive mark is taken by Bazzo. Switches play. In the middle. Mark taken by McCarthy. Goes further out wide. The kick hangs, but it's okay. Is that 50 or not? No, umpire's just going to say reset things. And Davis has it at right half back. Lex downstairs.
It's like the doctor just came out, and it looks like with Starcevic they might just jab him up and get it back out. There's a few more tests to be done though.
Kick from Davis. He's not a great one. Lacked penetration, and Matt Kennedy's able to come in and take the mark there for the Western Bulldogs. Out wide to Davidson, who will go short with this kick. Back to Matt Kennedy, who turns and goes straight away. Kicks inside 50. It's a lovely pass to Norton. Takes it on his chest. Norton probably has the journey with his best. Mark set at 48. He's not confident. Pops it to the hot spot. And it was all Eagles. Young takes the mark.
Having a good season, Young, after switching across from Richmond. And he's just able to share it with Duggan, who's in the back pocket. Chips it out to Job Shanahan at left half back.
Covers a lot of ground, Shanahan, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's always taking marks up the ground, getting back. He's got a really good work rate for a young player.
Chips to Herbert, who goes back further defensively to McCarthy. Out of the Richmond VFL side. He goes right down the middle, but Hoffel mark. Still in defensive 50 for the Eagles. He kicks it across to Dersma, who finally exits the defensive arc, finds Bazzo along the outer wing, kicks down towards Hutchinson, marks ahead of Croft, and he'll just dab the kick. He was looking for Murdoch over the top of his head. Franco had to take it, hand passes it back to Murdoch. His kick basically straight into Croft's chest. Ball spills out. Plenty of players going at it. One of those was Bramble, who might have just been clipped a little high. And Herbert stands the mark. Bramble hand passes it to Davidson, and he'll put the Western Bulldogs inside forward 50. Norton running into the arc, takes the mark, and he's got it just a little bit closer than where he had it a few moments ago. And this time he'll be confident and go back and take his set shot.
It was a good mark going back of the flight. Didn't really see what was... Didn't take his eyes off the footy once. Had no idea what was coming towards him. Nice little shield there from Bont, but calling him back into it. He's had a good game, Norton. 3 goals. this would hurt the Eagles, particularly Starswitch on the bench.
3 goals in the first half for Aaron Norton. Here's his 4th, and what an important one it is in the context of this match. He gives the Dogs a little bit of a buffer in this last quarter. Their lead extends to 8 points. And it's the Western Bulldogs 11-8-74. The Eagles 9-12-66. 13 minutes played in the final term. The Doggies ahead by 8. For the thoughts of our ABC Sport experts, Lex Pesce.
Milan Murdoch has just come off and looks to be getting his neck or left shoulder checked by the doctor at the moment.
And you think about, we spoke about earlier that the best teams make the teams pay off turnover, and that was one instance where, again, it wasn't pretty though. Like, it wasn't an easy turnover goal, but it took some brilliance of obviously Norton to come back with a flight. But again, that turnover pressure to get again quickly into your forward line just creates opportunity. So they're not the best team, but they finally get a turnover score.
Williams out the front of the stoppage this time. Coming off half-back, though, Fraser. Now Bontempelli onto it. Boy, he gives the don't argue himself. Then kicks inside, attacking 50. Jones! Pack fell in front, and Jones was the last man standing. He'll line up from 35 out, slide angle to the left.
Jones read that pack beautifully. He knew it was coming together, and he chose to stay down. Just give a slight little nudge with that left elbow. Let them all collapse. He's done that a number of times this year. He's a terrific overhead judge of the ball. Probably a good reward for effort, Chad. He's actually hasn't had a lot of the footy today, but he's actually tried really hard early.
Oh, yeah, he's had the best non-mark of the game.
Yeah. He's had an almost day. Artie Jones, can he turn it into something tangible from 30 out?
Yeah.
He delivers. Breathing space for the Western Bulldogs. 14 points the margin now. 12-8-80 plays 9-12-66. 14 played final term.
And like you said, Arthur Jones, he's played a little bit of wing last year. He's found himself a home in that forward pocket role. You can just see the way that his energy when the ball's around him, whether that's in defence or offence or whether it's in aerially or on the ground. Like, you just know his presence around you, and you have those players where, like, I'm not saying you're Sirioli, but you remember the Sirioli or Morris Riolis of the world where, you know, or even Valentine, like those kind of guys that are around you, you know they're near you. So just the aura that he has and the presence that he has creates uncertainty for the defenders.
To me, it seems like he's found a part of his game where if he's not getting a lot of it, you still see his presence around the ground. Yeah, which is probably a big development for him.
It's an amazing 8-touch disposal, 1-goal game.
Kelly, little kick towards Reid, just puts it out wide to Davis, hand passes it back to Reid. Will turn around and swing around basically a full 360 where he can find Graham. Will put the kick inside forward 50 just through the hands of Kelly. Will go back in and dig it out for the Eagles. Hand passes it away to Cole. Hand passes it back to Duggan. A little flick to Cole. He's outside attacking 50 now. Hand passes it to Brady Hoff. Has to work around his opponent in Artie Jones. It's a hacked kick. It works for Duggan. He might slow things down here and steady them for the West Coast Eagles. Down by 14 points. 55 metres out from goal. Nearly goes all the way. It's punched over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in inside forward 50 for the Eagles. 14 points the Doggies lead. Now to Lex Pesce on the boundary.
Brandon Starcevic has emerged. He's doing some run-throughs in the boundary at the moment.
It's an odd one.
So, short kick comes the way of Riley West. Takes the mark in the right back pocket. High kick from West. So it came off the outside of his boot. Hoff, what a mark. Stood under it. Norton with all the pressure in the world, and he hung on. Strong hands from Hoff, who can drive the Eagles back inside attacking 50. Another high ball. It lands 30 out. Oh, almost a mark to O'Donnell. Can Reid get free? He does. Hand passes towards Franco, who just got the hand pass away. No, not quite.
Good umpiring.
And the ball up will take place. Left forward pocket. Cole was playing for the free kick. Didn't get it. Tossed up. Williams looking for the 1-2 with Reid. Kick around the corner only as far as Waterman. And Waterman takes the mark, 48 from goal. And this will take his best. He's only 15 metres inside the boundary.
To be a big kick and a massive one if he puts this one through the sticks. 14 points behind. You just feel like they've lost a little momentum, the West Coast Eagles. They've kind of got into long down the line play a little bit. We hasn't really seen that much today at all. What's actually worked for them is taking a few risks. Some of them have come off, some haven't, but looks very confident walking back to his mark.
This would be a lift up. Waterman from 52. That's enough of it. Can it stay in? Not quite. It hits the post.
It's been that time of day for him, hasn't it?
Oh, it was close. Margin back to 13 points, 18 played, final turn.
1 goal, 3 now for the day, and he's had 1 touch, 1 hit the post. And he's just had summed up his seams a little bit as well. I mean, he could be all-Australian forward if he kicks straight.
Bailey Dale with a pass all the way across to Selwood on the outer side of the ground, moved it to Karmas. Working its way down the outer wing, comes back to Selwood, who tried to kick it towards Kennedy. It was always a dangerous spot. Reid intercepts it, brings it down. Cole picks it up inside, forward 50, the ball goes. And it's a West Coast Eagles mark. Jack Williams with it. 45-degree angle, 45 metres out. He goes back to have a set shot.
They need this. I mean, 7.5 minutes left. Just over 2-score game.
50 year in the competition. The 22-year-old puts the kick towards goal, and it's all the way across the left side. So he adds it behind like Waterman's, and it's 12 points the margin's cut back to. That's to the Western Bulldogs' advantage. 19 minutes played, final term.
Long kick only as far as Young, who takes the mark. He can wheel and drive them back inside, attacking 50, which is exactly what he does. Puts it to about 10 metres out, directly in front. No mark taken at ground level. Dogs have numbers. Liberatore with a quick snap towards Bailey Williams of the West Coast Eagles. Punched away from him. Back inside 50. Good road there. Franco Hoff. He's taken in a strong tackle. And a ball up just outside 50 to take place for the West Coast Eagles. They are pushing. They need some reward for effort here.
They've got to lead at the kicker still, Chad. I just feel like all their forwards have retreated this long down the line play. You've still got to you still work pretty hard for a slow play hitter.
Waitman comes away from the stoppage. Kick towards Norton, who almost takes the one-hander. Umpire said play on. Starcevic dispossessed. No prior, said the umpire. Hand pass just makes its way out of that congestion and then back into it. And it's held up as Kennedy says, Herbert, you are going nowhere.
Yeah, West Coast have actually just had too many people flying. They had no ground presence.
Tossed up, lob, puts it down in the direction of Fraser, just gets a little kick away. Ricochets back off the chest of Beau Allen. Bontempelli on his hands and knees trying to dig it out. He's there with Reid. And those two get up from the pack and we'll have another ball up. And wing and half forward, just slightly to the advantage of Western Bulldogs attacking goal. Lob, punches it away, Kelly has it, and then Fraser just picks it off his hands, takes it and steals it, puts the kick inside 50, looking for Croft, and Young did well to stand in front and punch it.
Oh, wow.
Away and over the boundary, and it'll be a Western Bulldogs free kick.
He's had a really good game, Young. I think he just does the basics really well, Chad. Been pretty competitive in the air, tried really hard.
So he's getting the free kick against Croft for a little bit of a hold, and just chips it out to Brady Hoff, right back pocket. Doggies ahead by 12 points in this last quarter, 21 minutes played.
Hoff runs the boundary line, gains some territory, then kicks long. Karma, strong fist over the top. Ensures that goes a couple of rows back. Ball in to take place in between wing and left half forward. 25,909 in this afternoon. And they have been thoroughly entertained. West Coast, you feel, need the next to keep this one alive. 2 straight kicks the margin. Lob wins it down. Davis snaps forward for West Coast, all the way up to right half forward. Jack Williams has it. He's pinned. Ball going nowhere. Stoppage to take place. What can they muster here, the Eagles? Lob. And Williams only as far as Bontempelli. Hand pass to Kennedy. Further afield to Richards. Richards' hand pass over the top is good. Dolan, short kick is okay. He finds Croft. Croft 2 kicks from goal. Brambles all on his own at centre half forward. Goes deeper still. Norton will be the flyer and Davidson. No mark taken. Allen there for the West Coast Eagles. Good kick too. Finds Waterman, who's done a lot of work on a long lead, back inside defensive 50. His outlet kick is good to Jack Williams.
Williams has it, hand passes it away quickly, finds Graham, who puts the kick down ahead of him. And it was an awful one. Hutchinson was not going to be able to get anywhere near that. And Selwood intercepts the footy for the Doggies and kicks it down. It's was able to find Kennedy.
They're going to start chewing the clock now, the Dogs. They've got...
Inboard they go, and it's Matt Kennedy who can take the mark. So it was Luke across to Matt. Inside 50, Lob takes it, hand passes it to Norton, shares it with him again, and Lob will just go bang with this kick. It'll be a midway entry inside forward 50. Norton comes running in. He leaves 3 players on the ground in his wake. Charged through the pack and takes the mark. And Aaron Norton is enjoying his time out there today.
That's insane. I mean, he just took flight and he's pretty much going to send West Coast Eagles for a flight home. That's not going to taste that great. But, geez, that was a fly. I mean, he just times it. It feels like he hovers in the air. You think about how long he's in the air for. But, again, he's had such a great day. I mean, this is lining up for his 6th shot at goal. I think it's maybe potentially his 5th. Yeah. Jeez, he's been impressive. He's hard to stop once he flies.
He found space in a pack where there was none for his 5th goal of the afternoon. And for it to make a comeback from the West Coast Eagles, very unlikely. Norton slots it.
One thing about Aaron Norton that's not underrated, I think he's very rated at this, is his reaction time after his aerial contests. He just gets after he chases, but 5 goals. So I think he's had a really complete day today, Chad. He's obviously hit the scoreboard 5 times, but how many times have we seen him chasing, being physical, 3rd and 4th efforts? He's found his way pretty high up the ground. He's really done it all today. It's been a really good 5-goal game for him.
Yeah, and what I love about that, you didn't see it on the screen, obviously, when you're listening, but he actually uses his body well to disengage from his opponent to allow him to fly, because that's his strength. Some players, like Gunston uses not their strength, but their wits around to get the space, but he just pushes off at the right time, allows him to fly, because that's his, it's like Michael Jordan. You don't let him fly. Once he's in the air, it's all over.
Dogs by 3. Williams down to Reed. Has West for company. Good tackle. Spills to Bontempelli. Off his right boot inside 50. Jones forced the spoil from behind. Then was looking to get to work at ground level. Young there. Just boots it away from danger up towards Bontempelli. Good knock forward towards Reed, though, who paddles it in front of himself. Thought about a bounce. Kick over the top is excellent. Could have let through to go for a goal. Shanahan dropped the mark. And it's not even a score in the end as the Dogs come away. Williams has it for the Western Bulldogs. Short kick is okay. Mark taken by Hines, who's been quiet this afternoon.
Millimetres away from that going through. The Western Bulldogs lead still sits at 18 points, 25 minutes played in the final quarter. The kick comes to centre wing, and it's Richards who goes in after it. Hoff tackles him to the ground. The umpire lets the ball spill out the back where Lob takes it. He's taken in a tackle by Bailey Williams, and we'll have a ball up on the AFL logo.
Feel for the young fella.
He hasn't set a foot wrong. I mean, that's his first not even half a mistake. He's
been good today.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable today. And Reed, I mean, let's not forget how difficult of a kick that was.
Yeah. So Liam Baker with the footy at left half back for the Eagles, kicks it right down the line. And it spills out the back of the pack where Cole can just funnel it out into some space, and West comes running into it and takes it over the boundary line for a throw-in.
How's that not holding the ball?
Or even deliberate. You pick the ball up and run over the line with no pressure, no tackle.
A few moments ago, Harley Reid was getting into West as well when he was getting on the ground, so it doesn't matter who comes into the path of Harley Reid today. He's just taken the game on with plenty of energy and ferocity. A bit of a barometer for the Eagles. It will be a ball in at half forward for the Eagles. 26 minutes played in the final term. The Doggies ahead by 18.
Good tap by Bailey Williams, down to Kelly, got round a couple, spirals it to the top of the square, almost a mark to Waterman. Good spoil at the last moment. Bramble off to Buslinger, snap is a little awkward. Hines had to take it, it was touched, so he's called to play on. Hand pass is okay. And a look inboard, in fact,
well done.
It's a lovely kick that finds Cleary. And Cleary looking for Norton, who's made space again. Good running by the centre half forward. Takes the mark. No, he doesn't. He drops it. He still has time to recover. Long high kick. This will land 20 out directly in front. Croft takes the mark uncontested. Nope. It's a free kick going the way of the Eagles. So just in back play there. Allen taken down. And he goes very short into the right back pocket to Hoff.
And so Hoff goes on a run, takes the game on, 1 bounce, 2 bounces as he runs out of defensive 50 and kicks to Yo in the centre of Docklands. 200th game for the Eagles this afternoon. The Premiership player, All-Australian, hacks a kick inside forward 50. That was never going to work for Cole there, who had to go chasing after it. He has done well to work the footy back into his grasp, and he's running towards goal. The shot on it is off to the left-hand side That's 17 points, Western Bulldogs advantage. That's tough. It would have been tough from here, even if he did kick it. But the Doggies ahead by 17 as we edge towards the end of the match.
9 goals, 15 this afternoon for the West Coast Eagles, which tells you how competitive they've been. That one touched off the boot and it travels out of bounds. And out for a boundary throw in left half forward for the Eagles. Yeah, they will be left to rue what could have been this afternoon. West Coast just not able to take their chances. Western Bulldogs will be happy to bank another win, staying in touch with the top 6, locking themselves into the top 10 for the time being. Ball bounces on its point from the boundary throw in. Now Yo has it, taken in a tackle by Hines, and then Yo turns tackler, Bramble onto it. Good recovery, and then short kick. Almost could have been paid to Jones. Wasn't. Upset play on. Now Reid. The don't argue on. Jones snaps from 50 and misses to the left-hand side. One behind for Harley Reid. Could have had a few more today. 1 goal, 3, including that stunner at the start of this final term. 16 points the margin in favour of the Dogs. 29 played in the final term.
So Selwood to bring in the footy, or Bustlinger rather, to bring it in for the Western Bulldogs. Thumps it on his boot to get it out to half back. Goes over the top of Norton and Lobb. Waitman's there to collect, and Lewis Young just collects him and brings him to the turf, holds on to him, and will lock things up in front of the Western Bulldogs bench. And there's a little bit of tussling afterwards as well, Waitman and Young.
Yeah, well deserved. I think that you can be a bit dangerous with those tackles. I mean, using the momentum against him and dragging him down, they can go either way.
Tyler Young, of course, for West Coast. As it's tossed up, Duggan takes it. He's taken to the turf, and another stoppage in the same spot. It's been a ferocious match out there. A lot of tackling pressure. A lot of hard tackles hitting. As it's tossed up, but it's paddled away by Bailey J. Williams of West Coast, standing alongside Lobb, who shouldered a lot of the ruck work this afternoon in the absence of Tim English. As the ball is to be tossed in. It's the Western Bulldogs leading by 16 points. 25,909 fans in attendance as Docklands. As it's palmed down by Bailey Williams. He puts it in the path of Young, just pushes it out to McCarthy. Hand pass to Young. They'll go inside 50 late here, the West Coast Eagles. And the Eagles gave it everything at Docklands this afternoon. But it's the Western Bulldogs that end with the win in an entertaining clash under the roof on a Sunday arvo.
Red, white and blue. We come out snarling. Bulldogs through and Bulldogs bite and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West.
The Dogs kicked 4 goals to 2 in the opening term to lead by 9 points at quarter time, but it was the Eagles that fought back in the second term and led by 7 points at the main break. The third quarter was where a lot of the excitement was. A ripping goal from Marcus Bontempelli and one from Willem Dersma were some of the highlights as the Western Bulldogs worked their way ahead by 3 points at the three-quarter time break. And while Harley Reid had a ripper from the pocket to put the West Coast Eagles back in front at the start of the fourth term, it was 4 goals in a row for the Western Bulldogs that mean the home side are winners by 16 points.
We come out snarling. Bulldogs through and Bulldogs bite and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. The team of the mighty West.
One of those Sunday afternoons at the footy where it was just an enjoyable day to watch some of the best in action, and headlining that was Marcus Bontempelli and Harley Reid on either side today. But the Western Bulldogs winners 13-8-86 to the Eagles 9-16-70. It's the Doggies' 10th win of the season. They move to 10-7 and jump up to 7th spot on the AFL ladder for the Eagles. 4-12 they still sit, and it's their 12th consecutive loss here at Docklands Stadium. But boy, they didn't lose any admirers today with the intent that they went about it and how well they kept themselves in the game with some fantastic finishes from some of their young players and a lot of intent taking on the Western Bulldogs, who are favoured coming into this match. Western Bulldogs winners by 16 points. The goal kickers, Aaron Norton, had 5. Cal Sinclair called it from the very first quarter that he was on, and he finished with 5 for the match. 2 goals to Marcus Bontempelli. They came in quick succession in the third term, which gave the Western Bulldogs the momentum. And then singles to Rory Lobb, Jordan Croft, Ed Richards, Bailey Williams and Sam Davidson. For the Eagles, it was a couple of goals to the youngster in Job Shanahan, and then singles all the way for the rest of the page. Millen Murdoch with 1, Jack Williams with another, Tom Cole, Jack Graham, Jake Waterman and Willem Dersma with goals for the West Coast Eagles. But it is the Doggies winners by 16 points, Cal Sinclair and Chad Wingard. As we all just take a moment after the entertaining match that we saw here. What did you like most about what the Doggies showed in that last quarter to move ahead?
Well, they just flexed the muscle, really, didn't they? I mean, they showed maturity. I think like I said, I think West Coast Eagles just didn't convert, really. I mean, you talk about they had 25 shots compared to 21 for Western Bulldogs, but Western Bulldogs, when it mattered most, Norton stepped up. I mean, talk about the marks that he took, the shots that he kicked at the right time to really put the nail in the coffin for West Coast Eagles. But what I loved about the Western Bulldogs is, yes, West Coast Eagles came to fight. And they didn't come off on the back foot. I mean, both teams played so poor in the first quarters last week. And both teams came out firing. I reckon it was a very consistent 4-quarter battle from both sides. Like, I'm saying, this is one of my favourite games of the round. This is a great battle. And you wouldn't have thought this coming into this game. This was going to be a close contest. I mean, let's not talk about... I mean, the margin was, 16 points, but it felt like it was within a goal the whole game. Like, it was a great game. And I'm just happy that I was here to witness it in person, to be honest. It was an unbelievable affair.
And seeing Elliot Yeo get chaired off from the West Coast Eagles, probably... We were very unlucky, actually, his last probably 3 years with injury. Had a lot of change at his footy club from being probably one of the more dominant teams in the competition in 2018 with that premiership. But probably just a shout-out to Elliot in his 200th game. But I agree with you, Chad. I think Starcevic going down really, really hurt them. And you just felt like there was that 10-minute gap where he was off the ground where they just went bang, bang, bang and said, thanks for your time. But not much can be done when Bontempelli's in his career best form. I think we say that every year about Marcus. But I just think with West Coast, I just hope that you go home sort of frustrated and disappointed and that you should have won that game. Look, just watch them after the game there. Yeah. I get it. I remember what it was like. You shake hands with guys and things like that. A couple of guys signing autographs there on the side of the on the sidelines. But I don't know. I just hope they don't go back and go, yeah, we were in it. We had a crack. But I think you really got to analyse that last quarter and go, when it really, really counted, where's the learning for us and where's the gap from us? Because I don't think Western Bulldogs' list at the moment is that much better than West Coast. It is better, but I don't think it's like there's a bit more experience on the list.
I was going to say, it's just a bit
more experience on the list. I think that's what showed up in that last quarter. But Aaron Norton, I tell you what, they asked him to do a lot, don't they? I don't think he gets enough credit in the competition for... I guess he's a really complete forward, isn't he? Like, he gets after him at ground level. He attacks aerially like no one else in the competition. He chases. His defensive efforts are superb. Like, he couldn't... I just feel there are 5-goal games and there are 5-goal games. Like, he literally did everything today. I thought his pressure was completely outstanding, and I'm sure he'll feature in Chad's votes a little bit later on. But either way, terrific for the Western Bulldogs. It was a game they had to win. I think we were a little bit nervous for them. Yeah. I reckon Bevo was probably going at half-time, wow, at three-quarter time, thank God I got Marcus Bontempelli in my team at the moment, just to sort of steady the ship at really, really crucial times. But either way, it's a great win.
I know there's, you sit there and go, geez, we're always talking about Marcus Bontempelli, we're always talking about Harley Reid, but their games today were enormous. And you look at Bontempelli in that third quarter, he did it again where he turned the game on his own shoulders. He nailed 2 goals that were crucial and got clearances when his side needed him. He's that barometer for the side, and he does it all the time. Even if he's playing injured throughout this year, we know he's had struggles, but he's just an incredible player, Marcus Bontempelli.
He had 12 clearances and I think 7 tackles. So I think everyone marvels at how he gets around the ground and his kicking ability and the 2 great goals he kicks. And they'll be the highlights, but people will forget the in and under clearance and the tackle efforts.
What you don't see if you don't watch the game closely enough is how many tap-ons he has.
Yeah.
And they're not they're no stats. Like, he taps the ball to his player, which is theoretically really a clearance because you tap it to someone in space. I reckon he had about 4 or 5 in just one quarter where he's tapped it to someone, allows them in space, because that's not a handball, but he just does all those small, intricate things that just, like, make him so great. I mean, he gets his stats as well with the 12 clearances, 25 disposals and 2 goals, but what more can you say about someone who's done it all, been there, led the team, like you just said, the best Western Bulldogs player to ever wear the Guernsey. Yep. He's an absolute superstar, and you just marvel at it week in, week out. He just does it regardless. Like, he's been an absolute star in the competition since he stepped
so much reliance on him, though, isn't there?
There is.
Footy club. Like, you just feel like to take that club to the next step, to get out of that logjam which we spoke about at the start of before the broadcast about where they're sitting on the ladder. You just feel like for them to elevate, they've really got to recruit or have some young guys really come on.
It's their depth. It's their bottom 10. I mean, I think there's superstar talents there. Yep. You think about you think their spine, like, maybe besides their back, you got Norton, you've got Darcy, you've got Bontempelli, like even Richards. Like Richards,
Liberatore.
Like, I feel like the nucleus of their superstars are there.
Yep.
He's led them down into the rooms, Marcus Bontempelli. We can join them with Alexia Pesce.
You can feel a sense of ease now that they've got this one. This will be a good song.
Sons of the West, woo! Red, white and blue, woo! We'll come out starting. Bulldogs through and through, we sing. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs rock. We give it their best. Shout with the boys of the Bulldog grid with the team of the mighty West. Woo!
Bit of a routine scene there from the Western Bulldogs. They came back from, they were 3 points up at three-quarter time, and then the West Coast Eagles got ahead by 3 points at the start of that start of the fourth term, rather, but there were times when they were behind for long portions of the match, the Eagles, but able to move ahead there. Lex just mentioned there they probably were able to just relax a little bit and ease into this one. What do you think Luke Beveridge was saying at three-quarter time when his side wasn't well and truly? They gained the momentum, but they weren't yet over the top of the Eagles, and probably he would have wanted to be a fair bit further ahead at three-quarter time than where they were sitting.
I think that I would hope that Luke spoke to them at about half-time about their reaction time. I think it was really, it was massive. It was a really big visual for you and I, Chad, watching the amount of times that West Coast were allowed to, I guess, go in the middle of the ground, make an error by foot, and not actually hurt them on the return. Like, I think they were allowed to have 1, 2, 3 cracks at it before anything would happen. So you felt like that changed a little bit, but at half-time, that was the concern.
We might be able to find out from the Western Bulldogs rooms. We can head down and get some reaction with Alexia Pesce.
You certainly can. I am with Rory Lobby. It was a win, but it didn't really feel like it was a super easy one, even though walking into this one, some may have said it was going to be a walk in the park.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't expect it to be a walk in the park. We feel like they've played some really good footy this year, and they bring the heat. They get lots of numbers to the contest. They put you under pressure, and they really tested us tonight.
At three-quarter time, it seemed like you guys were able to absorb more pressure, especially when Brandon Starcevic went down. Is that kind of how you guys felt out there?
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to get the ball going forward a little bit more. We felt like we mucked around with it at times out of stoppage, and we give our forwards a chance with one-on-one. So, yeah, we tried to sort of break through the tackles a little bit more and then get it going forward.
On your own role, Luke Beveridge spoke this week and said you're the ultimate team man. You've been having to do the ruck work. Do you like doing that?
I'm happy to do whatever it takes to win. So I've said that over this year and last year, and my preferred position is probably backline, but with Sam Darcy being out and then obviously Tim struggling with that back, I'm happy to step up in the ruck. I mean, Bailey Williams is jumping like he's got springs in his legs and centre bounce. I was just trying to scrap and get it to ground, but I felt like around the ground I had him for strength a little bit, so I was able to give our mids a good look.
Tim English just walked past us as you said that. I think he'd be happy to hear that. ABC experts, it's over to you.
Rory, how you going, mate? Chad Wingard, congrats on your game, mate. I thought you played a stellar. I mean, you had 30 hit-outs and kicked a goal late in the game. But I want to talk about Norton. I mean, how amazing it's to have a threat up there that you just can put it anywhere and he feels like he's going to get to it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he's been really good for us this year, and he's won out a lot of the time, but able to compete when he's got 2 or 3 on him, and his athleticism is insane. So it's always good when he gets to run and jump, and I felt like we really gave him a chance at times, kicking those balls out of stoppage, and he was able to mark them.
And you're currently 7th on the ladder, obviously with 1 game to go, but the next couple of weeks you got Gold Coast Suns, who aren't in the best of form. Then you got Richmond. I feel like, again, the next 2 weeks is pretty critical, obviously going into the later stages of the season. But do you feel like you're well placed to obviously have a run at it this year?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't played our best footy this year, and we've put ourselves in a decent position in the back half, and we got to figure out a few things and bring that pressure game the way that West Coast did against us. I feel like in the second half we sort of put them under pressure a lot better, and if we bring that, I feel like we play a lot better footy, and then get a couple of boys back with Timmy hopefully, then I can start floating around whether I go back or in the forward line. I don't mind. I'll just like I said, I just want to get the wins.
And mate, there was a lot going on. It looked like there was a lot of chirping on the ground level. Could you fill us in around a bit of the Harley Reid Bontempelli? I mean, we caught it the main event up here, but was there a lot of chirping? We felt like there's a lot of don't argues. It was almost like a don't argue off at one stage between Bontempelli and Harley Reid.
I tell you what, Harley's a hard man to tackle. He got me with one right in the face. I mean, it could have been high, I feel, but he comes with a lot of venom. I mean, he's chirped me a little bit, saying you don't even want to play ruck, but like I said, not many people do want to play ruck, but I was happy to do the job.
Well, Rory, Cal Sinclair here, mate, and hope you're going really well. But mate, speaking of the ruck, you are living every ruckman's dream, being able to go back in defence, take kick-outs, try and hit the corridor kick every now and then, get a few cheapies on the switch kick, mate. Is it the paradise that we all think it is down there?
Definitely not the paradise. I mean, I'm running around and I feel that exhausted because you're just wrestling the whole game, and it's such a different GPS for me when I'm in the ruck. It's a lot less high-speed running, and you're sort of churning the Ks out. But yeah, I mean, I prefer to not be wrestling half the game, but I like to get back and get in good spots and help the backs as much as possible.
Another cheeky one, mate, but you can blame the midfield if it's coming in too hot. You know what I mean? Like, I always found defenders did that when things weren't going well defence, you could always blame the midfield and send a message up the ground. Have you adopted that tactic at all yet?
I mean, I've been floating through the lines throughout the week. I mean, I'm still in as a back in the lines. We rotate and do weights and massage and all that, and I sort of float and choose my own program. So I'm going between the groups and just getting little bits from each of them and say, the backs, they're just not getting it done, or as a mid, you just got to get it going forward, and then with the forwards, it's always just like, can you just hit me on the lead? It'd be nice.
And a comment on Tim English, mate. Look, he obviously wasn't at his best last week. From the outside, it feels like there's probably something going on with his body. He's probably had a bit of an interrupted year, but he is really important to you guys, and I feel like sometimes the judgment on him is pretty harsh, considering that the ruck stocks of the Bulldogs probably aren't as significant as other clubs. Like, you still must feel he's a very, very valuable member of that team, and you must want him to stay there longer term.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I feel like we're a better team when Timmy's up and going, and he's had a bit of trouble with his body this year, and obviously his back was a little bit sore going into the Sydney game. He tried to push through it and really struggled with it, but that was the reason why he didn't play this week. But like I said, we love it when he's playing and up and going, and then it allows me to play where I need to play. And then obviously with Sam being out, I probably won't go back as much this year. It'll be probably that second ruck and forward.
Rory, what advice do you give to Matt Kennedy for a run in the ruck when he's 15 centimetres shorter than you?
Yeah, he said he was, the ball-ups are pretty hard, just with, it's hard to wrestle with the big boys at ball-ups, but with the throw-ins, I thought he did a pretty good job of just getting on the move, and he's a big midfielder. I mean, I've known Matty for a long time, and I played with him in his debut game, but he's always been such a big man and got some strong tree trunks. But, when you wrestle the rucks, you probably don't want to get into a tussle at a ball-up.
Rory, you just said that you feel like you're still a little bit away from your best footy. How far, if you could put a percentage on it, how far do you feel like the Dogs are away from achieving your best footy as you head into the last few rounds of the season?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to put a percentage on it, but, we've, like I said, we've put ourselves in a good position considering we really haven't played our best footy this year. But, we're finding those little things throughout the week that we're focusing on, whether it be pressure or using each other out of the back half. And, I mean, we're not getting our ball movement right. I mean, I feel like we got a lot more marks inside 50 this week rather than last week. I think we only had 5. So we connected a lot more, today. So hopefully that's a good sign going forward.
And just a last one here. I know we've asked you a lot of questions, like you're the full-time ruck, but the ruck on the opposing side is Bailey J. Williams. We're wondering if your teammate, Bailey Williams, has a middle name that we can use.
I actually don't know his middle name. We call him Truck. So,
Truck.
Yeah, we kept saying the Oppo Truck, get into him, sort of wear him down a little bit. But, no, it was good to see our Bailey back this week. He's had obviously that long-term hamstring, but he's such a good role player. I think he played a little bit of forward on the wing, and then he's able to go back. So he's a little bit like me, just sort of floats through the lines. But, yeah, he's been really good to get back, and, hopefully he stays out there with us.
Rory, really appreciate your time on ABC Sport. All the best as you head into a match against Gold Coast next week.
Sweet. Thanks, guys.
Rory Lobb with us on ABC Sport after the Western Bulldogs are winners by 16 points. I think, we've decided he's a full-time ruck now. We'll just ask him questions as if that's his role. But I like that he floats between the line groups.
I don't believe him. Like, I'm sorry, but I cannot believe Rory Lobb. One bit, I played against the guy. Like, he was a great forward. He was in awesome form there, the GWS Giants there for a period. But it is everyone's dream to go back in defence and actually finish off your career there. So he'd be, I think, behind the scenes, he's at home thinking, thank God I am penciled in as one of the key defenders because it is a great gig.
We'll continue this chat in just a moment. If you're listening in Victoria, Tasmania, South Australia and the Northern Territory, we're about to send you to the MCG. It's Melbourne taking on Richmond. The D's currently ahead there, 6-6-42 against Richmond, 3-3-21. They're 13 minutes into the second quarter at the MCG. You'll be able to join your call team, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford over at the MCG.